This conference will now be recorded.
Let's see how it goes. It's miniature. Only about that. So, time for business. We don't have to suck through the night. You just start throwing it in here. Real glasses on. Business glasses. If they're $100, Woody, you switch out the. They make these noise.
See, and I don't have a garage, but if I had a garage.
Yeah, I have a garage.
You can even like just make a couple of sawhorses or something.
Just lift it up off.
Okay, we'll call a meeting to order with you all joining me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Welcome, everybody. We're going to follow our agenda to a T this morning, and we're probably going to get behind on some of these items, but we're going to follow it as it's printed, just so everyone knows. First order of business will be to approve the agenda.
Mr. Chairman, again, there's a personnel executive session listed during general business at 8 o'clock. I would suggest that gets pulled and we can reschedule that for your next meeting on September 5th. At 8:15, I would note that there's going to be a presentation regarding the Tower Public Safety and Services Center. And part of that discussion will be a request to authorize a bid opening for October 10th at 8:15. Other than that, I don't know of any changes.
Motion approved as amended. Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve the amended agenda. All those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Conflicts. I've been advised I do have a conflict on the 10:15 one, so I will be recusing myself from the seat, and Vice Chair will take over for that item.
Mr. Chairman, before the public hearing on the gravel pits, I want to declare a couple of conversations I had. I think it'd be more appropriate at that time.
Okay. Our meeting minutes, our regular meeting minutes and the Board of Adjustment minutes for July 25th. What's your pleasure on those?
Very good minutes.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for approval of the great minutes. All those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Mr. Chairman, that was for both minutes, wasn't it?
Yes. And we're to auditor's account.
Okay, as of July 31st, 2023, full amount of deposits in the bank is $59,237,593.62. excuse me, included in that balance is our CD at Colliers for $5 million, our bank balance of $24,640,663.51. Our US bank balance, which is our construction fund, $27,892,492.65. Money market, $1,704,437.46. Total amount of cash in the actual cash is $1,350. Total amount of checks in the drafts of treasurer's possession not exceeding 3 days is $68,954.66. And then cash is $8,746.36. Petty cash, $2,725 for a total of $59,319,369.64.
Move to approve the auditor's account with the county treasurer.
Second. Okay, we have a motion and a second for approval of the auditor's account with the treasurer. All those in favor of the motion will say aye. Opposed, motion carried. All right, what's your pleasure on the bills? Do we have any questions on the bills?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Diver.
could the auditor just kind of briefly explain the fire department payments on page 1 as compared to the fire department pages, the payments on the other line item, which is fire advisory. It's my understanding that the multiple departments is the money that comes from insurance that the state sends us that we're just sending on to the fire departments. Is that correct?
Right, so according to South Dakota law, the insurance companies charge, there's a set fee that they're charged to when they pay your homeowner's insurance and other insurance, and then that money is allocated throughout the departments that are certified to the U.S. Fire Marshal or to the South Dakota Fire Marshal, and then we disperse that out according to population and valuation. The other monies are money that is levied fire protection in the county. It's a 0.52, give or take. I don't have the levy sheet in front of me, but it's 0.52. And then we allocate 50,000, which is dispersed out to the fire departments according to valuation. And that's budgeted.
But the other part of it on here is the lead, spearfish, seinons, and sturges. Is that a mill levy
Yes.
that they have because they're actually a government district?
And we send them out a voucher to sign, and we just, as we get them back, we put them in.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions?
Mr. Chairman, I asked Bruce about 2901. I'd like to have Brian clarify that a little bit.
Sure.
So on enterprises there, there's 17 items.
Body cameras, did you buy 17 body cameras and systems?
Sorry, I wasn't hearing you.
Yeah, that was Exxon body.
Body cameras, and just each individual, or they have something in the car too?
Oh,
Thank you.
I had a couple.
Okay.
In dispatch, voice product service LL, it's 233093 for 12,689.
That's is it the nice record contract?
yeah, that's the SSMA or the annual maintenance for our reporting system, reports all phone calls and such that come into the.
That's an annual fee.
It is.
And then I have a comment. I noticed that the court-appointed attorney is $19,478, which is twice the public defender budget or request for payment this month. It's been running at $20,000 to $25,000 all year.
Further questions?
Move to approve the bills as presented.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for approval of the bills. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carried. Okay. Is there any travel requests, Brenda? Okay. Personnel, possible executive session. Is this, Bruce, the one that
Yes, continue it till your September meeting, please, Steve.
sounds good?
Mr. Chairman, I would move to approve the step raises for Krista Schroeder, Brett Runge, Brett McNeil, Brianna Rahman, Miranda Dove, and Andrew Nelson. That's the step raises that we have before us today.
Okay, I'll second the motion. Is there discussion on it?
Yeah, there was one, and I don't know which one it is now, without telling the truth, but a dual employee is employed for a dual role. I wondered what the two roles, one role is going to be.
Mr. Sleep, that's not in the ones that I made.
Oh,
Okay, we'll wait to get to that one. Is there any further discussion on the step raises? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carried.
Mr. Chairman, I would move to approve the classification changes for Leonardo Cardona and Zachary Wachschma.
Okay, is this the one you wanted to comment on?
These are just
I'll second that one.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carried.
New hires in the dual one. and
I'll start in the state's attorney's office. This is for Rebecca Nelson. She is a full-time permanent county employee 2, grade 1, base pay at $21.09, effective August 14th. Also requesting a cell phone stipend for $50 per month, also effective on August 14th.
Motion approved. Second.
A motion and a second for approval. Further discussion?
I was gonna say, there seems to be like a lot more people getting a cell phone. Now, are they all warranted? Do you have to travel outside the office?
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Do you want to answer? I can.
Go ahead.
So, Richard, with the one that's just hired now, that is replacing an employee who currently had a cell phone stipend. So it's just replacing that. Rebecca Nelson is replacing an employee who resigned in the state's attorney's office, and she had a cell phone stipend. And a majority of these that are listed on here are the same scenario, just replacing somebody or they're on call.
Thank you.
Okay, further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carried.
Okay, we'll go to the sheriff's office. This is for cell phone stipend as well for $50 per month for Brianna Roman. She is in the dispatch, and this will be effective on August 2nd of 2023.
Mr. Chairman, question, is this typical for that position to have a cell phone?
I will refer that to Sheriff Dean.
Yeah, the cell phone request for Brianna Roman, is that typical for that position to have a cell phone stipend?
It is, she actually supervises our dispatch areas.
Move to approve as presented. Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for approval. Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carried.
Okay, this is still in the sheriff's office. We have an approval of a new hire for Chantal Lewis as a full-time permanent correction officer 2, grade 1, at a base pay of $22.53 per hour, also effective on August 2nd of 2023.
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, we have a question and a second. Further discussion? Go ahead.
Sheriff Dean, is this a replacement?
Yes.
And it falls under the emergency hire, so it's already effective. Ratifying it.
Correct.
Okay. All those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carried.
Okay, I have a new hire. This is still in the sheriff's office. This is also an emergency hire to approve the new hire for Michael Harris as a full-time permanent correction officer 1, grade 3, at a base pay of $22.09, and this is effective on August 7th of 2023.
Motion approved. Second.
Motion and a second for approval. Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, Motion carried.
Okay, and this is dual role employee, Doug Moser. This will be as a part-time fill-in correction officer 2, grade 2, at a base pay of $23 per hour. And this will be effective August 22nd of 2023. Mr. Moser also fills in as a special deputy and then also does our campground patrol in the summertime. So he has actually, I guess, more than dual, he's triple dual. So he does 3 different things with 3 different pays.
Does that answer your question, Commissioner?
Yeah, thank you.
Motion approved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Okay, we'll move to planning and zoning, and this is for a cell phone stipend for Amy Miller for $45 per month, and this will be effective on August 27th of 23.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
We'll move to equalization. This is a cell phone stipend also for Christine Mackey for $50 per month, and this will be effective August 28th, 2023. Just an added note is all of the appraisers have cell phone stipends because they're always out in the field using their cell phones.
Thank you.
Move to approve as presented. Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for approval. Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
And then the last one I have is a new hire for Tatsy Ranapa as a full-time permanent appraiser 1, grade 1, at a base pay of $22.26 per hour. And this will be effective September 9th of 2023. And this is also replacing a already current position.
Motion approved. Second, I have a question.
Okay, motion and a second has been made. Discussion, Commissioner Diver.
Is this the position that Tim's filling in right now?
Actually, Tim was hired just as a part-time fill-in to come in
As needed?
as needed. This is actually replacing a full-time position.
Thank you.
So a question, Commissioner. I assume that this position carries a cell phone allowance also?
It eventually will, yes.
I usually wait until they've been here at least a year, and then they're going out in the field by themselves.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
And then you're going to move the executive session till September 5th.
Correct.
That's all I have, Chairman, for personnel.
Okay, automatic budget supplement. Excuse me, approve the revised provisional budget.
Chairman.
Go ahead, Brenda.
So at the last meeting, we approved the provisional budget. And after I went back and was adding up the numbers, I realized that I had neglected to have that 10% estimated increase for the family, the employee spouse, and the employee child categories. So I've since added that back in. And I just, if I could have a motion to ratify my error and make a motion to approve the provisional budget as presented and do the public hearing set for September 5th of 2023 at 9:30 for the consideration of the annual 2024 annual budget. I have this set to publish on Saturday. And then the notice of public hearing to publish on Saturday. And then also, again, I believe it's September 1st is that Saturday. And then after that, then on September 5th, if you want to make any changes or updates to it at that time, that is, you could do that at that time.
Okay, Commissioner Diver.
So we need to get this done so you can publish it according to statute, and then we can pick it apart on the 5th. If we want to revise it, we still have that opportunity on the 5th.
That is correct.
I would move to ratify the amended provisional budget. Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Further discussion? Commissioner Slater.
I was gonna ask about, you had somewhere in here, I read that you were gonna do this on the 26th of September. Are you gonna have a ratification on the 5th and the 6th too?
Jim.
Go ahead.
So Richard, what happens normally is I receive my valuations and my utilities from the state on the fourth Monday, which is the 28th. And so we hold the public hearing on the 5th, and then the public hearing is closed. That just gives me extra time for me to go back and double check my work before the September 26th meeting, before we actually approve it as the actual set the annual budget. It just basically being able to double check my work.
Because it's really not really due until the 1st of October.
That is correct. But we don't meet again until into October, so we have to set it either the 5th or the 26th. So, I mean, we can do it on the 5th. I just ask for that extra time just to double check my work, because there's a lot of figures going on.
Yeah, thanks for planning.
State statute requires that first meeting in September is our budget hearing. The first Monday after the first Tuesday in September is, we have two of them that are set by state law, 2 meetings, and that one's one that has to be the budget hearing.
Mr. David?
And it's a 2-part thing. We have to get this published before we can have that hearing.
Further questions, discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you all very much. And again,
Okay, next item is automatic budget supplement for sheriff's travel.
the deer jumped out in the road. So I'm asking to supplement $3,150.35 to the sheriff's travel budget for the reimbursement of this vehicle damage.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion in a second. Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Okay, resolution 2023-17, a resolution setting the number of on-off sale liquor licenses and fee schedule. Brenda?
The resolution is presented before you. This is the setting the price. And right now we have one that is located close to the first class city, which is Spearfish, and that's $1,500. And then the ones that are close to Leaf, Deadwood, and Whitewood with their second class cities, they're at $1,200. Our off sale dealer licenses, the renewal fee is $400. The new fee is $27,000. And then we have unlimited, as long as they pass the public hearing process before the board, are $500. So I just need a motion to approve the resolution setting that fee.
Mr. Chairman, I have a couple questions.
Go ahead, Commissioner David.
So we set these fees and we collect the money and it stays in the county.
That's correct. We keep all of this.
And is there a limit on what we set these fees at?
Yes, it goes by what you could do lower, Rich. The highest you can go is by what these cities do us surrounding us. So that's why Guadalajara's is 15, but the other ones are all 12 because they're closer to the second class
So we
municipality.
don't control what we.
Correct.
Motion approved. I'll second it. Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion carried. Got one no. Okay. Candidate selection results from Paradise Acres Road District election.
We held an election last Friday at 10 o'clock from 10 to 11. And then the votes were canvassed, and the canvass was reported as 16 people voted, and we had 16 voting yes and 0 voting no. So I need a motion to approve the canvass for the Paradise Acres Road District along with the resolution or the order declaring Paradise Acres Road District incorporated.
I'll move we approve.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for approval. Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Do we all have to sign it?
There's 3 copies of each, so if you could sign all 3 copies of each, I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Okay, we'll quick get this out of the way. Please give us started around the table here. Send it this way, Brandon, and then you can finish up. Did I just send the package? You guys want to sign the 3 copies and send it back?
Resolution too. You should have signed 6 times.
Oh, I guess there's 6 spots, guys.
Yep. There's 3 canvases and then the 3 order. Incorporated.
Okay, we'll discuss the raffle while we're signing these.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, Northern Hills Republican Women are requesting, they're not objecting to a raffle that they plan to hold on October 28th of this year with proceeds going to a number of community causes and needs as they describe it, to include and/or Spearfish Community Fund, to help with flood relief efforts, We the People program for students, and again, other activities. We're looking for a motion not to object.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a first and a motion and a second not to object to the raffle. Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Sturgis Fire Protection, Sturgis Fire Department Protection.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, you received an email from Scott Lensgraf, who is the Sturgis Volunteer Fire Department Fire Chief, and I included a copy of his email in your packet. He would like to get together and discuss the rates that the fire department is being paid. He refers to an agreement. There is no formal agreement in place, but I'd like to discuss the fees. And so I bring it to your attention, thinking that perhaps you'd want to appoint a commissioner or 2 to participate in that. The sheriff is aware of it, and so is Public Emergency Management. And I would also plan on being involved as well.
Sounds good. Do we have any volunteers?
I can do that.
Okay, Commissioner Jennings, you want more than 1 commissioner?
It's up to you. No more than 2.
Right.
And I don't have a meeting date yet, so that will be to be announced.
All right, well, we'll authorize that. Do we need a motion to do that?
Yes, please.
Motion to appoint Commissioner Jennings to the discussion with the Sturgis Volunteer Fire Department.
Second. Okay. Commissioner Diver?
You'll post when that is so that one other commissioner may attend if they choose.
I will.
Okay, all those in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. How we coming on our signatures? JJRI grants, juvenile diversion.
As was noted in your packet, Lexi Lux has completed the report to be submitted to the state for this grant application. So I just need a motion to approve and authorize the chairman to sign this, and then also to designate these grant funds to the team court once they're received later on this year.
So moved. Second. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Can I get $10 for every signature?
Yep.
All right, what do we have? Cool Deadwood Nights, McPherson options.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, Mr. McPherson is here. I think that's been the custom the last several years. The auction is asking to use the first floor parking ramp where county employees and state employees park on Thursday and Friday. And then we are allowed to park up at the top level of the parking ramp at alternative parking. Mr. McPherson is here. I think it's generally gone fairly well. And so I suggest that you authorize that.
Okay, any discussion on this or motion?
I'll move it, we authorize them to use the facility.
Okay. Second. We have a motion and a second for authorization to use the parking ramp.
Mr. Chairman.
Further discussion? Commissioner Diver?
Sheriff Dean, has there been any traffic or parking issues associated with this?
They're actually very good partners. We work through all the issues quite readily.
Thank you.
Okay, all those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Would you communicate with George, or would you like me to let him know that everything's a go?
I'll talk to him here in just a little bit so I can let him know.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, next item is designate Mitch Iverson and Jennifer Seisma as principal points of contact for the Forest Service Plan Amendment Analysis.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I'll defer to Mr. Diver. I put that on the agenda following a conference call we had last week. I think it kind of speaks for itself, but I would defer to Commissioner Diver to elaborate further.
Go ahead.
Jim? Mitch and Jennifer have been instrumental in coordinating and working on the forest plan revision. Unfortunately, in our MOU, it designates 2 people, a commissioner and 1 other on the MOU. So in our confidentiality agreement as a cooperative agency status, we need to get them authorized to attend certain meetings. And the only way to do that is to have us approve them in these positions. As we get deeper into the next phase of the forest plan revision, the internal team meetings will also require their attendance. And we need to have this status quo for them to attend those as well. So it's a formality suggested by the regional forester in our last counties meeting, and in all 7 counties, actually the 3 counties in Wyoming already have it in their MOU designating these persons. The 5 counties in South Dakota do not.
Mr. Chairman, we anticipate that all the counties in South Dakota would also ratify those same 2 representatives on their behalf as well, correct?
Okay. What's your pleasure on it?
Just one question, Commissioner. Go ahead, Chairman. This only applies to the forest plan amendment and not any of the other cooperative agency issues that we would have?
No, it's specific to the MOU and the cooperative agency status we have for the plan revision.
For the plan revision, okay.
Our other MOU, which renews in a year, we can redesignate at that time.
Okay.
It's a little easier concept because region and national are not involved. And just briefly, if I may, the forest plan revision is now into a team. The team is scattered throughout the United States and being run by the deputy forester in the region. And they're about to present to the national level in DC. And so it's changed from the local people that didn't have the staff to now a regional effort. And so it's real important to have this local presence for these 2 people.
Yes, as always. Mr. Chairman, I would move to designate Mitch Iverson and Jennifer Sitzma as the principal points of contact with the forest plan representing the county.
Second.
I had discussion item on that. I checked with these, Jennifer and that on it, and they're paying Mitch $100 an hour. I don't ever remember okaying that at this county level. Maybe they were okayed at other counties, I don't know.
Commissioner Devers?
The fund that's paying Mitch Iverson is the fund created by all the South Dakota counties. So the South Dakota counties approved that contract, and the contract's being administered by Black Hills Council of Local Governments. So our county chose to put $25,000 in that fund. Once it's in that fund, it's managed by the 5 counties, not by the individual counties.
I see.
And it was voted on by the 5 counties and approved, and the contract was signed.
Lawrence County signing.
It is approved by and in the office of the Black Hills Council of Local Governments, and it was called by a voice vote at the county's meetings.
Any other discussion?
Do they have a organized meeting date each month, or what's the deal? And are you the representative from Lawrence County?
Yeah, I'm the representative from Lawrence County along with Mitch Iverson, and it's open to all commissioners, and it's typically scheduled the 3rd Wednesday of the month. We have another one coming up. I'll make sure Jennifer, Bruce, you get those invites or not?
Are you referring to the meetings that we had just last week, for example?
Yeah, that was one.
I get those invites, yes.
Okay, so we'll make sure we send them out to the commissioners as long as we don't have a quorum.
We just want to make sure, yes, we don't have more than 2. So I would prefer maybe if we designate somebody specifically. So
I think we have on the MOU.
I think it's you and I.
Yeah.
Okay, further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. All right, Sheriff Dean, it's time for your spot, sir.
In terms of, good morning. In terms of a sheriff's report, I would advise the board that we are caring for an inmate who has significant medical issues. And it's too late in the year, we're not going to recover that line item. The costs are high. That's all that I say or could say in a public meeting. If you had any other questions, I'd be glad to meet with folks afterwards or in the future in an executive session. We're doing all that we can to mitigate the costs, but the costs are ours, and there's no getting around that.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Diver?
Sheriff Dean, I noticed in the bills that there was a lot of blood tests. Is that because of the rally?
That is
Okay, thank you.
Chairman, I have one thing to interject. Coming at your next meeting for a first reading will be a proposed ordinance regulating bridge jumping and diving. And I think the sheriff will probably comment on that. It mirrors state law. State law limits the application of that to only state trunk bridges. And so we would expand that to include bridges and structures in Lawrence County, but coming to traction for you.
I know where that's coming from.
I would comment that there's probably members on the board, certainly one of those in my youth, did the exact same thing, but perhaps is higher than what it once was. Some would suggest that that particular part of the river is not as deep. It is clear that it's not safe and that we need to do something to be responsible leaders in our community.
I should add also, Mr. Chairman, that there will be a request for an emergency enactment provision in there. So normally you would have a first and a second reading, it gets published, and then would be effective 20 days thereafter. We'd be requesting and presenting to you that you declare it to be sort of an emergency, that it would be effective as of publication.
Okay.
So if there's any questions about that, it's a bit unusual, let me know, but I bring it to your attention now.
All right, thank you.
Excuse me. Has Butte County done anything with it? That's a bridge, and that's where the two counties meet. So it really isn't our responsibility totally.
That's certainly an argument. But I can work with the sheriff in Butte County. He and I have a very good working relationship, but ultimately on their side of the river is their responsibility. What we're responsible for is our side of the river. So we need to do what's right.
All right.
And Mr. Chairman, one further point, we may have to coordinate with John Bay or ask him to help us put some signage, appropriate signage up as well. So I put that germ of an idea out there for further discussions.
Right. Sure.
Mr. Chairman, before you is a Lawrence County Professional Services Agreement for Sean Fisher. This is a standard agreement that we have with all of our blood techs, and I would ask your consideration to sign that.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Diver?
Sheriff Dean, when we have the safety center online, will we need this any longer?
We will always need phlebotomists or nurses to come in and draw blood after hours circumstances. So we're getting around that. But during normal business hours, with the proposal on our budget, we will not be using this.
And there's no way we can use the county health nurse, which we fund, to do this?
Not that I'm aware of.
Thank you.
Motion by the chairman to sign.
Second. Okay, we have a motion and a second to allow the chairman to sign the document. Further discussion, seeing none, all those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Next, Mr. Chairman, I would defer a couple of different points, either Dr. Alka or Dave, what I see is on the screen. But next, I draw your attention to the need of a public safety services centers ASAP tower. We discussed that in the previous meeting. And we should have before you a document, I believe, somewhere in the neighborhood of 54 pages that amounts to our request to of the board to let the bids moving forward. Now, there's will be an addendum to the document that's before you. What that document does not cover is the actual mounting of the antennas and the running of the cable. And we would have to have that all wrapped up into one service. We're not coming back to the board after the tower is built and going through this process. So with that, I would prefer to you, Bruce, or Dave.
So if I may, so Mr. Chairman, I think the current document that you have in front of you only reflects the design and construction of the tower, as Sheriff alluded to. There's a second part of that, which is hanging all the stuff from it. And so the ultimate agreement would incorporate all those into one process, so they're not separated. And then as part of this, as well as we said during the approval of the agenda, we're looking to authorize a bid opening for October 10th at 8:15. And I think that Dave is online as well, and he can answer any questions, or I would defer to any comments that he might have.
Okay, Dave, you have the floor if you'd like to go ahead.
I think they covered, like I said, that one section we're going to add, and then one other small change. I think we're going to have an in-person meeting with potential vendors. But other than that, the document should read as published so far.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Diver.
Question for Dave. Are you requiring that mandatory meeting for the bidders?
Yes.
And then did you use the geotechnical report that you did for the whole site, or did you have a new geotechnical report prepared?
We're using the geotech from a couple years ago, and that had 5 different spots that were bored. So we're assuming that will be good enough for the tower vendors. If not, that will be a topic of discussion at that mandatory meeting.
Thank you.
But you see at the end of this document that report is included as one of the attachments.
Okay.
Motion to authorize bid letting for the comm tower and also request a waiver for tap fees to the city.
Okay.
Second.
Motion and a second. Further discussion?
You can elaborate on that.
Commissioner Sleep. Question?
I thought last time we decided that the only thing we're gonna do now was decide whether we're gonna have a lattice type or a round type pole, and to decide maybe where the cement foundation would be next to the building. Otherwise, I thought that we were gonna wait until closer to the completion date to do this. It seemed like last meeting was $100,000. Now this meeting's $150,000. And it could be more than that according to the information. So, I realize you have to have enough time to get it going so you can operate, but we've got a year and a half yet to go.
Actually, Commissioner, the realities are moving up a lot quicker than that. The building is set to be completed in just less than, right at 13 months from now. So we don't have as many time. And you might recall, Commissioner Slate, that we specifically spoke about the need to move ahead with some urgency because where they need to bore through, they need 4-inch holes, by my recollection, to go through that foundational wall next to the PSAP. And it's the greatest advantage to do that sooner than later. In terms of the amount, I don't recall ever minimizing the amount to 100,000. Certainly that's possible. It's also possible that it's 150,000. And it's possible that it's a little more than that. We won't know until we get the bid. So at a certain point, I would say that we are professionally guessing with those that do this for a living as to what the cost is. So I hope that answers your question. I don't know that letting the bids necessarily sets the timeline. It needs to be done in accordance with when this board believes it to be most appropriate.
Thank you. Yeah, we're already spending plenty of money. I thought if we could delay it a little, I would hurt.
Commissioner Diver.
On the second part of the motion on the tap fees, we're just going to put that all in one motion and we'll apply for those. If they're denied, it doesn't affect anything.
Jumps right in.
Okay, further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion before us will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Sheriff.
Is that it, Sheriff?
Yes, that's what I have.
Okay, thank you. John? It's like it's your turn on the barrel, buddy.
Mr. Chairman, before you start, I'd like to make a statement.
Okay, prior to starting, John, Commissioner Nybert has something he'd like to say.
Your report is invaluable. It marries up well with the bills, and all the work that it was. And I just want to compliment you on that report. It makes our job so much easier. Thank you.
I guess, got a couple of permits here. The first one's from Heavy Constructors. It's in our work out there at South Rapid Creek. We uncovered a cable that was running through one of our culverts. And, we got them to apply for a permit to move that cable, and that was what this first one is. And I would approve, the submittal of this application.
Move to follow the superintendent's recommendation and approve the application for Heavy Constructors.
Second. Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor of the motion will say aye.
I have a question.
Is Heavy the owner or the installer?
They're the installer.
So this application should be signed by the owner.
It's a drop. It actually goes from box to box. From there, it's into private property. This
So
is,
who owns that?
well, I guess the utility would own the actual drop.
So if there's an issue, does Heavy come or do we call the owner?
Heavy. Or it would be mid-con.
Yeah, normally we have the owner sign these, not the contractor. Right. So I'm not going to support the motion because we don't have the right person signing, authorizing the document.
I don't believe the owner of the property owns this drop though.
No, the owner of the utility
Oh,
should sign.
I'm with you now.
Yeah, not the person that's
Not the
installing it.
installer.
Yeah, MDU, Electric Energy.
So it has to be relocated.
Yeah, because they have to relocate it. They're the one that needs to sign the contract.
I'll refer that back to them.
Doesn't that make sense?
It does, yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw my motion until we get the proper paperwork.
Draw my second.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I'd move to continue this item to our next meeting.
Motion and second to continue this to the next meeting. All those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carried. And I neglected to mention, we did have another item on the agenda, but it had been withdrawn, so that's why we're on to highway business at this time. If anyone was following and wondered what happened. Go ahead, sir.
Second one is Black Hills Energy. They're wanting to put a support pole in. This is for a new home construction on Galena Road. It's an unenergized guy pole and wire only. And it's off the edge of the road. It's up on the hillside. Its location is pretty much set by the terrain and no level place to put it. It is within the right of way, but it's as far away from the road as it possibly can be. So I would recommend the approval of this application.
Motion to follow recommendation.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and second to follow highway superintendent's recommendation. Any further discussion?
So how far off the road is it?
It's probably 15 feet off the edge of the road, but it's up on a hillside.
Up on the hillside, okay.
It's above the actual road, probably 6 feet, I bet.
Okay, thank you.
All those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion carried.
The other permit I have here, this is for Mr. Fenn. He's wanting to put a private approach onto a piece of property that was replatted, I think, one of the last couple meetings ago. He's supplied all of the proof of ownership of the property. It hasn't showed up in the registered deeds office yet, I guess, or it's in their office, but it's not on our GIS. So he supplied all of the proof of that. The site distance is excellent, and it'll be one of the only approaches on the east side of that road. So I would approval of this permit or approach.
I'll move with all of our recommendation.
Okay, we have a motion and second to follow highway superintendent's recommendation. Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
And then the last thing I got here is SDN Communications is wanting to modify a permit that we've already got in place with them from July 13th, 2021. We have a couple gentlemen here from SDN. If you have any questions with them, they're having this real issue down on our Meridestus and our Rochford Road. They've already installed their service on the Meridestus Road. They did what they could where they could, but there's just, because of the terrain and the tight quarters, they're having a hard time getting this fiber optic line outside of the road. They're asking for amendment to this current permit to do some in-road services, some in-road installation. I've been down there, and aside from, we've had some quarrels with them on repairing and some reimbursements with the project they've already done. They've made good on that. I don't really want to go with a new permit. I'd like to just use the existing permit we have and just refer to the paragraph 11, which allows us to put utilities in the road with my recommendation or my written permission to do so. Our ordinance also supports that. We can do it as a on-site basis. I don't want to have to do a whole nother permit. These gentlemen here, if you'd like to hear from them, Commissioner Nybert.
Superintendent Bay, is this, when did we pay? Is this a gravel or paved road?
What's that?
Is this gravel or paved?
This is all in gravel.
And when did we last put gravel on that?
On the Rochford Road, we put gravel on that road in 2015.
And we magged it already this year?
We have not magged it this year.
So you'd mag after the construction?
This late in the game, I don't know if we're going to mag it at all. We'll see, I guess. If this job drags into the winter months, I don't know what we'll do.
Is there any bond recommendation, or is there a bond?
Well, our ordinance has a bond recommendation. We have the $5,000 bond, and then I know in the permit, it was added a 20% is what is asked of this 20% of the total contract bid.
Is this a matter of convenience or economics?
Well, this is going to be a matter of convenience for sure for them. I mean, they can't, and I believe economics. I think they can answer this question more than I can. I think it's becoming, the dollar amount is becoming too high for them to actually install this service between Rochford and Nemo. I think it's putting their job in jeopardy, their service in jeopardy. They would be able to handle that more than I would. But there's just several places there's nowhere to go. You're just limited by sheer cliffs and hard rock surfaces.
And operationally, you would approve these areas?
I would like to do it more of on an on-site, case-by-case basis. I don't want to go to a whole new permit. I would just like to use the permit we have in place that allows us to do that.
Thank you.
I'd make the motion to follow the recommendation of the highway superintendent, specifically with those on-site issues and maintaining the existing permit.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second. Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Moving us along.
What's that?
Moving us along pretty quick here.
Do we need to sign that agreement?
There would be no agreement to sign if we're just going to go along with what we've already got in place.
Just an amendment to the existing one.
Yeah, and I think the minutes would suffice.
Okay. Anything further, sir?
That's all I have for permits. I just in that report, I gave you just some of the updates on what we got going on. Bridges are saying on bridges are falling a little behind schedule. Happen to be up against the time frame for the pavement when it comes time to pave those approaches. But they are coming along. I'm planning on, pouring the decks on those bridges, early next month.
Okay.
And I believe we got some plats here for the city of Spearman.
Marlo, do you want to tell us what you're up to?
Certainly. Good morning. It's been a while. So first one is the Wilson Edition plat. So this is a minor plat within the 3 mile. Parcel is currently undeveloped. It's a 75.78 acre parcel. This plat would create 2 new lots, one being 5.42 acres in size, the other being 4.72 acres. To be known as lots 3 and 4 of Thompson Edition, leaving a 65 acre unplatted remainder parcel. The applicants, the city's had a couple of meetings with a few of the commissioners to discuss this 10 acre parcel being annexed into the city. And basically all of Post Street right of way directly adjacent to the 10 acre parcel would be improved to city standards. And the city has taken steps to make that road jurisdiction transfer official. So I see a couple of the commissioners who have been involved in these discussions. But ultimately, the property owner would be requesting. Happy to answer any questions on that.
Commissioner Diver.
Has a resolution been approved by the city council for that jurisdictional transfer?
So yes, well, it won't be until the state. This is
No, they approve it, we approve it, then it goes to the state. It's a process.
So it is in the state. It has, yes.
Yeah, we need to approve, we need to have a resolution approving it or it'll sit on their desk. Both parties need to have a resolution approving the
That's
transfer.
already taken place.
I don't know that
So it's
resolution.
been in the state for about 6 months now.
It's part of our agreement before with the road description.
Mr. Chairman, so I think there was an original proposed resolution, and I think this road has recently been added on there for incorporation into that resolution. So Larry Dean is working on it, so hopefully coming to you soon will be an amended resolution, I guess I will call it, including this portion of the road. And Commissioners, Chairman Ewing and Commissioner Sleep have been involved in the discussions that Marlo referenced regarding, and John Bay was there as well regarding that portion of the road. Is that fair?
And yourself.
Yeah, I was there as well.
And I don't have any objection. I just want to make sure we're doing the paperwork right. We're able to sit on the state like we have 3 of them that have been there 2 years.
It's been there a while, and I talked to Larry Dean about a week ago, and I think Marlo or somebody else has talked to him, and so I think we're trying to get it expedited. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, what's your pleasure?
What are we taking action on? Oh, for highway superintendent for highway access, I'll make that motion. Allow highway superintendent to sign off on this plat as the road authority.
Okay, I'll second it. Further discussion? Commissioner Diver.
I think it's premature. I would like to see the resolution in place, so I won't be supporting the motion.
Okay, further discussion? All those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
3. It failed.
You did. Who said no?
I thought you said the 3 of us.
Should have done a roll call.
Considering the fact that this has taken a while with the states, we are absolutely going to be taking up this portion of roadway. Is there anything that can be done in the interim to get this approved? We've had ongoing discussions with folks in the county, and I'm happy to send you the email that I had sent to Larry.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
I would suggest that we have some indication from Larry Dean that we could have this on our next meeting on the 5th of September, only slow it down a week.
Yeah, I'm not certain that is going to, considering the amount of time that it's taken thus far, I don't feel confident that that's going to happen. And this is a pretty time sensitive development. There's some major funding hinging on this plat approval. And again, we work with the county, a couple of the commissioners to complete an agreement that, or not an agreement, but we've taken the steps that we thought would show that the city is taking all the steps that we currently can to make this resident jurisdiction transfer possible.
Well, I've been to those meetings there, and there was a discussion about going up to the water tank there with the delay of that. You mentioned the city couldn't do that, but I think they could if they wanted to.
So there was, in this discussion that the city has had with the county, there was question as to where the improved street should begin. And it will begin at the currently improved section of Hill Street, but where it will end was the question that came into play. The county had asked if there would be an option of annexing an additional portion of property further to the west. We've worked with the property owner that it's not something we are interested in. We didn't force annexation of that adjacent property. My understanding is that we had worked through those concerns. The main concern was the slope at which the concrete would be tying into the gravel. So the slope where the developer is proposing for that transition to take place is the same 7% slope as the other locations that have been proposed by the county. The other location would be on a curve. There's ultimately not a great place for that transition to happen, and there's not necessarily a standard for where that transition from gravel to concrete should and should not happen.
But I think the vote failed because of the resolution, right?
Yeah.
Mr. Dybert?
Well, if we'd have had the resolution, maybe it would have been easier to swallow. It was a surprise to me. I would make a motion that we approve authorization of signing this plat for the highway superintendent, that no approach permit will be allowed until the jurisdiction is changed.
Okay.
I can second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Aye. Passed.
Thank you.
Is that it?
One more.
Okay.
So the second one is for a plat creating tracks A, B, and C of that Lindsay State subdivision. The property is currently an unplatted 86.24 acres. This plat would create 3 lots ranging in size from 17 acres to 46 acres in size. The proposed plat generally complies with all applicable zoning and subdivision regulations. Thus, City Council did approve the plat. There is additional right-of-way being dedicated along the western border of the property in line with the major street plan. If you 33 feet, the current property owner, Mr. Dawkins, maintains that road and continues to do so.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Dybert?
I need to declare a conflict with this item. I did prepare this document, so I will not be participating.
Mr. Chairman? Go ahead.
If I might, I don't see the signature blocks on this particular, it's more of an exhibit for what we have. I would make a motion to approve this, allow our highway superintendent to sign, as long as the statutory language on there is on there to say that the right of way, we have no responsibility to maintain or open that public right of way. It's solely the responsibility of the user.
That's in my owner, and I can show that to you.
Okay. Do we have a second? I'll second it. Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Let's take a quick 5-minute break and then we'll get into our plans. We're not too far behind.
Probably acceptable.
Maybe. Depends on which day, I guess. It might have been. I was out there a while.
I heard you had a letter in the paper. I didn't see it. Oh. I will.
It was in relation to the story that's right.
Right. You.
They didn't like us. I called up. It's hard driving right at the speed.
Yes. My friends would say it. So ready.
Sometimes.
Yeah, they're actually coming. Grant and Laura are coming to visit this week.
Well, people that will die, it's gonna get busy. We're at the. So, yeah, today's letter was about. That's what happened. I got a lot to say. Only allowed one letter. I generally write them. So I gotta be ready.
Well. Anyway. Jack was recording and because the sheriff would suggest that is not intended. At least one person has to know about it. So.
Oh, Ronnie, how are you? Ready. How many days? My first.
Almost a month.
I don't see any light at the end. I'd like to. It was Harry. This is second. We got second. Got second off.
Yeah.
Yeah, they help us. Yeah, it's. There's prelim on that?
Here's the question.
Okay. Call the meeting back to order. Amber, you want to lead us off here? Ladies and gentlemen, I know a lot of you are here for the rock quarries, but we've got a whole slew of plaques we got to get out of the way first, so we'll try to get through them as quickly as we can. So thank you for your patience. Amber, go ahead.
This first one is, sorry to have my back to you. Preliminary plat for WBI utility tract. This is an existing MDU utility that's already there. They're trying to increase the size of it. So it was a meets and bounds description. So we're having to plat it and increase the size all at the same time. Something else? Questions?
Okay, do you have any discussion or questions, Bradley?
Is this preliminary and final? I only.
Just preliminary, according to the document.
Yeah, I had just a preliminary was approved.
Motion approved. Actually, motion to declare exempt.
Thank you.
Okay, was that your second?
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to declare it exempt. All those in favor of the motion?
Question. Is it exempt because it's utility lot or is it exempt because it's same number of lots?
It's exempt because it's.
Utility lot.
Thank you.
Okay. All those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. All right, need a motion on the preliminary.
That was just. Move to approve the preliminary as presented.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve the preliminary plat. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Amber, do you have one of those pens so I can try to keep up with these?
Oh, awesome. Good job, Randy.
Thank you. Go ahead, Amber.
Okay. The next one is the lots 1A and 2A of Boyle subdivision. This is a subdividing lot 1. So this example wise, you know where the big rocking chair is down on Highway 385? It's by the old Trout Haven and kind of that area. They're redoing it. So this is one of those that's there's only a small portion in Lawrence County. So this plat also has to go to Pennington County. The little piece that's in Lawrence County is actually just where this is here. I think it's called Merritt store now, the little store they put in there. That's the only structure that's actually in Lawrence County. So they're changing the majority of it in Pennington County, which is all of this. But a little tiny corner of that big chair sits on the Lawrence County, Pennington County line. So they have to go to both communities. So it's really, it's subdividing it, and then it sounds like the big chair is going to be removed. Have to go down, but right now they don't own it, so we can't remove it.
Motion to declare exempt. It's in a meadow, I guess. I don't know. There's no trees on that.
There's
property, on
nothing
that
there,
piece.
yeah. So we just didn't make them do a fire.
Exempt from the fire.
Second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for exemption. Further discussion, Randy?
Yeah, Pennington County doesn't have a fire plan clause and such, so very little.
Okay. All those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
And then you have a
Please are on the preliminary.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve the preliminary and final, but I would have that motion based on Pennington County approval.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Layout plan, Mark and Cassandra Radapoff.
This one is Ranapaz and Listman's. This is where the old Nobe Lake Road, Ranapah Ranch, whatever. They're trying to split it up between family members, so they're going to do 23 acres, 23 acres, and 23 acres. They're just splitting it up. They're going around existing structures, so there's an open house that sits on lot 3 with a septic tank, shed, and barn. The middle one is just the shed, and then Mark is getting the bare ground. He also owns this little lot A, which is where, we'll say, the original house sits. The house still sits there, but he already owns that. So basically just trying to take it and break it down into 3 chunks to give to each of the family members. It is park forest, so they meet the requirements.
So just as a layout, just for an example.
Yeah, just to make sure if there's any questions or concerns. I know the only thing that came up with planning and zoning, they did talk, they might move that lot line right there just a tad to make the shed meet current setback, but I haven't seen a plat yet.
Okay, Commissioner Diver, is the access going to be off of the highway to the middle lot? Lot two?
No, there's existing access. So the highway access is already existing here off of 385 to go to this one, but there's a driveway that goes all the way through back to Robey Lake. So lot 1 is a shared access through here. And then lot A is owned by the back one. So that's the access.
So the road to Robey, is that a Forest Service road?
John, is John
Yes,
still here?
it's a Forest Service.
It is, right?
Do we have any indication of the Forest Service that those permits are valid?
Not as of yet. They usually won't comment till we see a preliminary plat, which we don't have yet.
Commissioner?
Oh, I was going to ask Bruce a procedural question. Not a big deal. I thought Commissioner Diver was going to make a comment, since I believe legally you can't give yourself an easement if he's going to take over. You could show it on the plat, but then it would go away by operation of law if you open it back.
Yeah, and that's why we didn't have one. We did talk to Listman about it. They were gonna see if Mark wanted to,
Just show a little quick, easy.
yeah, like where the access is. Okay. Okay, so that's similar then. I will relay that back to the owners.
We don't need to take any action.
No, not on those unless you wanna.
All right, next one. Layout plan.
The next one is layout
Keller
plan.
and Rambo.
Yep, for Keller and Rambo. We've seen these lots, but these are all existing lots that are behind the Nemo Mercantile. Rambo's own all of the structures, and all they're doing is just wanting to change the lot lines between them. So, making this one a little bit smaller. You can see the old lot line right here. This one, they're gonna put together where the existing driveway is. 6B will just change a little bit. You can see it's getting just a tad bigger. They're actually living in this house now. This one was their old house, but they're Airbnb this one, living in this one. And then this is the big structure that actually comes off of Nemo Road that they also Airbnb. So they're just kind of moving the lot lines all the way around. I did talk to him yesterday, and there's some existing easements that are in place that they're gonna extend to match. So what we decided to do is on the plat that you're gonna see next month, they're leaving all the existing easements in place, putting the new ones in place, and then they will go ahead and do the documentation afterwards because it involves the Nemo Mercantile. And I get it, the Nemo Mercantile doesn't want to give up the easement till they know how the plat's gonna look. So they want to have everything in place before they give up those existing easements. And I guess it doesn't matter to us if they show 2 easements and then one goes away with their own accord. So really it's just lot line movement. No new lots. There's not gonna be any more than what there already was there. So if there's any questions or concerns on that one.
Okay. Seeing none, preliminary plat, Black Hills Development.
So this one is just 3 small lots for preliminary plat. They've not been included on any other preliminary. It's around an older area. So it's just at the end, 3 lots. Right here, they're doing a preliminary and final on it. Waters to it, sewers to it, everything's in.
Commissioner Diver.
Is this bonded?
Yeah, this is part of the current bond.
As an existing fire plant, correct?
Yes.
Motion to approve preliminary.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and second to approve the preliminary plat. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carried. Revised preliminary plat, Black Hills property.
Okay, this was a revision, part of the amended preliminary plat for Auburn Acres. It was approved in December of 2022. It's considered 4A. It has a current 2023 MOA and final development agreement. Fire plan has already been submitted. The infrastructure is currently under design. Construction has started, and they're hoping to complete it by November of 2023. Get to this one. We asked them to do similarly to what we've had in the past. They're showing you in red the lots that have changed on compared to the old one. So we've started doing this when there's these major preliminaries, and then he shows you in red in the heading which ones are having a change. And basically it's just moving some lot lines compared to the original preliminary that you approved in 2022. But this has helped a lot going to this process where they show us the changes for us to have to guess.
There are no changes in the number of lots.
No, actually, I think it's lessened by, I don't know if, I think, I want to say 2. It actually got, there's less than there were.
Commissioner Diver.
So the infrastructure was designed and submitted with the original preliminary.
It was, yes. You did all of the road profiles, the water, everything was done.
And this is also bonded?
It's also bonded, yep, in that current bond.
So we won't, well, finals won't be in for a while. I'll make a motion to approve the preliminary.
I'll second the revised preliminary, right?
Yes.
Okay, further discussion? Seeing none, we have a motion to approve the revised preliminary as well as a second. All those in favor of the motion will say aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Preliminary and final plat.
Okay, this one is Trailside Edition Phase 2 of Powderhouse Pass. It was approved already in 2021. It does have a letter of credit that was dated October of 2022. And they should be completed by the end of 2023. So anytime I'm kind of expecting to see where they'll ask for that money to be moved on to their next bond. Fire plan's already in there. So since we have the bond in place, you can approve a preliminary plat. It matches the final substantially.
Okay, what's your pleasure on this?
See, Mr. Chairman, she said that it matches the final, the preliminary.
The preliminary and a final, yeah, the final match. And if you remember, they came and asked you about increasing the back size of that community building that's already in existence. That's what this is. It's just showing that. And then this is the highway service commercial piece that you approved, what, a couple meetings ago, where they showed you where they wanted that commercial piece to be right by the community. That's what this is. It's just platting it. So preliminary and final at the same time.
Pleasure. Due to the fact I cannot make a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I had a couple of questions. So they're dedicating that 60 feet coming into that plot,
It's a 40 foot?
40 foot?
Yeah, 40 foot, which is allowed in.
And that will be, is that public right away?
Yes,
So it'll be paved?
just like everything else in the subdivision. Yep.
And you said they have water and sewer to the lot? I move to approve the preliminary as presented.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for approval of the preliminary. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Commissioner Sleep was no. Final plat.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Diver.
question for the planning director. Is this the one that's going to have the development plan?
No. Well, I have not seen a development plan for this.
And it will require one?
They will, yes, if they go commercial. If it's residential, they don't, but if they go commercial, they will have to do a development plan.
Both of them are allowed in the zoning district.
Remember, it's a PUD.
Okay, thank you. That's where I was confused. Thank you. Move to approve the final as presented. Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for approval of the final. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Preliminary plat, Winsel's.
Okay, so this one was actually a preliminary plat that you guys had previously approved with the road profiles and the fire plan. This one expired because they didn't get it quite done yet. So the preliminary plat had expired. Not sure why it's not opening. So with that, we usually would do one of two things. If there's any changes, they'd have to show the changes. And if they, because it expired, they have to come back to you and ask for reapproval, but we don't normally, it's up to you if you want to do reapproval on roads or not. I believe, nothing's changed since the last time you did it. The roads are all in. That's really, it's mainly just because it expired, they have to ask for reapproval. But you've already done it, and they're here. If you have anything to add, this won't open, so we'll try to go a different route here.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question for legal counsel. On this preliminary plat, they show that they're vacating public right of way. That cannot be done by the platting process. It has to be done through another process, correct?
It's publicly dedicated, it has to follow the procedures in 31(3)(6)(9) of the petition process, yes.
So by approving the preliminary plat with them showing it would be vacated, we would have to have that removed.
I would argue that's not effective, yes. It should be removed.
Okay.
Well, I should add this, it already has been dedicated.
Yes.
On the previous plat, then yes, I think they have to follow that procedure and statute.
I would move to approve the preliminary plat conditioned on the removal of the vacation of the public right of way, and it follow due process and be corrected and resubmitted with a new copy with the final plat submission.
Is there, I'll second that for discussion.
Okay, go ahead.
If I understand what your motion is, it's to approve this, but then have them resubmit one
With that removal.
at such time as the final plat comes in, where they take out either provide the appropriate documentation to remove it, or take off.
Leave it as is, basically. They cannot vacate that right away.
Right, you know what we're talking about? Mr. Winslow, I apologize.
I believe so.
There's some public access that's dedicated on the ground already, and you can't void that through another plat. There's another process you have to go through to do that. So if you wanted those old historic from previous plats, if you want those public right of ways removed, there's a different process you have to do. You can't just do it on the plat. And Lauren should know that, but.
We've had lots of arguments with Lauren on this topic, so.
Mr. Chairman, if I may. Go ahead. It's showing on gray on the plat, but they have two choices. They can show it as existing public right of way and leave it there and then vacate it, or they could vacate it prior to approval.
Okay, further discussion. Everyone understand the motion then? All those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Just take
Aye.
it.
Opposed?
So we can deal with that.
Okay. Richard. All right.
Yes, we'll have a change.
Okay.
Just essentially we approved the placeholder for you. Read it.
Preliminary and final plat, Kelly and Buddy, Dean and Teresa Gilbert.
So this one is a lot line change between the two owners. What this is it's a mineral survey load that was between Fuller's and Gilbert's, who own their own mineral survey loads. They came together and bought the middle one, and they're splitting those into their own. So they're making each of their existing lots bigger because they share the cost of the middle load that's happening in their two loads. So this is just platting them out so they can both have a half of that load.
Mr. Chairman, if I might.
Go ahead.
So this is a lot line revision. We're taking through our consolidation plat. We're taking 3 mineral surveys and putting into 2 lots.
Correct.
Okay, I'll make a motion to make this exempt. Based on.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for exempt. All those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carried.
Okay, for the final on that one too.
Well, we did the exempt, just did
Oh,
the
sorry.
exempt.
Preliminary and final.
We need a motion on the preliminary or.
Mr. Chairman, if I might.
There's no public access on these lots or approaches or anything that we need.
No, it's existing driveways. You guys go through. They're off of Tetra, yeah, they're already there. They have houses on both of their existing units.
I'll move to approve the preliminary plan.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to approve the preliminary and the final and a second. And further discussion, Commissioner Dybert?
Well, it appears to me that we're actually combining 5 parcels. There's 4 MSs and a partial MS, so.
Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. All right, we're down to 9:15, second reading. Jennifer Crowe, Shining Dawn Element, Amber?
So this is the second reading. I don't provide anything for the packet. You received this last time. It is to change a portion of the old President's Park from recreation commercial to highway service commercial. And they're only changing the highway service commercial, which is the piece closest to, we'll say, the backside of Powerhouse Pass. It's on that side of the highway. The access is an existing access that the DOT had previously approved. It's right along the highway. It's right where commercial development probably should occur, so. You guys approved the plat already, so it's an existing, it's only.
Public hearing's been closed, so it's just up to this board to make a final decision.
Mr. Chairman, if I might?
Yes.
Was this when we asked for a better layout on the plan?
When you get to the
When we
development
get to
plan,
that
yes.
part. I'll make a motion to approve the change of zoning 361.
Okay, I'll second it. Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Okay, this next one, we do have a public hearing on it, Amber? That's what it is.
Probably continued. I think you guys continued it from the last meeting because you started it.
So it's
And asked for some information. I don't know.
Let's continue.
Or Brenda, did they close it? I don't think so. I think they just continued it.
I think it's just continued.
Okay, well, before we get into it, then it's a continued public hearing. Amber will present it, and if there's anyone in the body of the audience that wants to speak for or against this, you will at that time stand up, say your name and your address for the record, and then we will take your testimony.
Just a point of clarification, Mr. Chairman. The second part of the agenda that says this is a development plan for Deer Mountain Village zoning PUD is incorrect. This is actually up at the Shining Dawn Element, which is not part of the Deer Mountain Village PUD. So there's just a typo in there. They do reference the CO change of zoning 361, which we did approve, which marries the two together. There's a typo in that.
Okay, well, we'll finish. When, lost my train of thought. When that time comes, I'll allow the audience the opportunity to speak. Amber, you want to get us going on this one?
Yeah.
Please.
So this one was, you guys heard this last time, so this is no new information. This is the lot that you just approved the change of zoning on. Part of that, you had asked for some more information, so they put this together and provided it to you. And I don't believe, we knew that he wasn't going to be able to be here. He's a teacher and they started school today. So he did let me know that early enough, but provided this beforehand. And this is basically, they went through the process. He was referring in case he didn't approve it. So keep that in mind as he's going through this because he didn't know. The Shining Dawn Element is owned by Eldon and Jennifer Crowe. They've been at all the meetings until today. They were looking for commercial storage units. They are basically what they're hoping is products and, the land where it's located. They have people that come in and, they want to have keep their side-by-sides here or that kind of stuff. They want to be able to put them in something. They will enter and exit from 14A to the existing approach that DOT had already previously approved. It's a 40 by 200 steel building with 40 individual units. And I want, he said, to clarify not individual buildings, but just the doors. It's a storage unit building. So that's what'll be inside. Any signage will have to meet the South Dakota DOT standards and Lawrence County. We don't usually do that till afterwards. They'll have to go through a sign permit process to decide what they can. Completion of the projects, hopefully for summer of 2024. We'll have some parking on the end of it. They did do a new drawing for you that's located in here. The adjacent land use is Powderhouse Path, Mountain Development, and other residential lots. The relationship to the proposed development in the surrounding area consists of the core customers, the homeowners that are currently there looking to leave personal items while they rent their houses out. It will be stored in a commercial building for personal use. And then they did provide a detailed drawing.
This is just up for the board. We just looked it up in the minutes and the public hearing was officially closed, so we will be
I didn't know
taking
for
any
sure.
public comment.
So this was the new site plan that you had asked for. They overlaid the back. There is some trees in there. Obviously, the existing approach is right here that the DOT had already approved. Gravel surface making a circle around the 40 by 200 building. He's gonna have traffic where it comes in one way, comes out, it'll just make a circle around the building. Drainage, he's showing you where the drainage is. There'll be a few parking spots right down here and a few right along here. But for the most part, there shouldn't really be anything parked. Like unless they're going into their storage unit kind of a thing, they're not gonna have parking necessarily for customers because it's just storage. And then the doors, it's a 40 by 200 building, so you'll have your individual doors all the way around. I think that covers what you guys had asked for. All gravel, no lighting unless the DOT, they'll, again, because this is DOT, they actually have to meet different standards because it's right along the highway with the DOT. So lighting will have to be that down throw just like anything. And then there will be no access to Powderhouse Pass on that side. They don't have an agreement with Powderhouse Pass to have like a access on the back side of this or anything. And then no well, septic systems or drain fields will be allowed. So they're not gonna be able to do that in the future. And that was part of the provision when we approved the lot of this size. There's a notation on that that says they can't have any of that because it was so small.
Mr. Diver.
What does the green line represent? Dash green.
Setback.
That's the 25-foot setback
Okay, so all
from the outer.
all the improvements are included in the property.
Yes, yep. They're just showing, I think they were showing it for my purposes for the building to make sure it would meet the setbacks. You can have your parking and driveway and stuff in that setback area.
Okay. Looking for approval or denial?
I'll make a motion to approve development plan number 2023-04 with the only caveat being that if they do any lighting as required by DOT, that it do be down throw.
I'll second it for discussion. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion before us will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? One. Motion carried. Second reading, number 362, Amber. Old Apostolic Lutheran Church. And I do believe that public hearing was also closed, so it's just up to the board. Second reading.
Yep. So again, nothing has changed. They're going from ag to suburban residential, which meets the requirements set out in the ordinance. Church is existing. This existing use would not actually meet the ag zoning district, so it's a pre-existing condition that's been out there a long time, but we're trying to bring it into compliance. Rural residential does not allow a church, so they can't go to rural residential. That's why we opted to have them choose suburban residential, so that it brings the existing church into compliance and also allows them to subdivide it so they could build a new church on the other parcel.
Okay. Discussion, questions?
So, Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Jennings.
I have some concerns about this just from the fact that my concern is the highway or the road that goes through there is not necessarily a road that that's well suited for high traffic volumes, particularly with the recreational uses that kids. So my concern is changing this to suburban residential, understanding the intent of it, but if we changing the zoning changes the use. And so I at some point, we need to address the fact as a county that the infrastructure is not equipped to handle the use that it's getting. I have that's my concern about this project.
Commissioner Flanagan.
This property is on the Old Bell Highway, is that correct?
No, it comes off the Old Bell Highway.
Right.
They don't access Old Bell Highway. They come on, oh geez, I just blanked the name of the
Artie Lane? Artie?
Artie. Yeah, that sounds right. So their driveway comes off of that. So they go Old Bell Road, come down the dirt road into this property.
So there's a row in front of them of structures. Yeah.
Yeah, so this is Arneo's old stuff right here. Here's Old Bell Road.
Yes.
You turn and come down this way, and then they come in off this road.
Right.
My concern is the
Vista
old
Hills
building,
Place.
turning off onto the ground.
Yeah.
Brandon's Vista Hills Place.
Right. It's the Old Bell Highway with that little, with the driveway up there. It's the one, the church you see there all the time. It's been there for years. Off the Old Bell.
You did say that they're not going to tear down the old church. They're going to just add another building for a new church. Right?
Correct. And I don't know what they're gonna do with the other building yet. Either they'll utilize it for continued church functions, or they could sell it.
And we'll see some of that in development plan in the future. I apologize, I spoke on this step, but should they do it into a heavy use, we could just have discussions on improvements to that. Interchange possibly.
Yeah.
Might be difficult, but.
Well, I'm gonna clarify, they don't, in this scenario, they would not need to do a development plan because it's not commercial, it's suburban residential. And the SRD, the building permit, everything will go through Spearfish. So if you approve this change of zoning and the lot and the plat gets approved, which would also go through Spearfish, we won't see it. It's just regular suburban residential zoning, and church isn't allowed use in that district. So they wouldn't have to do a development plan. They would just show you. Now they did provide one with their change of zoning to show you what it looked like.
Commissioner Diver.
So that Vista Hills, is that in a road district or is that just a public right of way?
Is John still here? John, Vista Hills is not anything related to the county. I don't know if it's a road district or not, because
So the plat would come to us because we'd be the first public road system.
probably, yeah, I would assume Spearfish would do like they've done where they ask you to sign the plat. That would be my assumption, yes.
I might, does the city of Spearfish weigh in on this at all?
No, they don't usually anymore.
Well, I'm going to make a motion to approve this based on the non-compliant use that exists today and bringing it into compliance. That would be my motion.
I will second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Further discussion, Commissioner Diver.
You know, I was astonished that we didn't allow churches in the other zoning district. Yeah. They could have went to a PUD though, would have been another option. So
It's CUP.
could have been-
They
It's
don't
not
even
even
allow
allowed as a
special use.
CUP.
They would have to do a PUD
Residential.
zoning district, rezone it that way.
Okay,
That would have been their other option.
further discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion before us will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Aye. Yeah, one dissent. All right. We are to the 9:45. This is the public hearing for a conditional use permit 484.
Mr. Chairman, it's not quite 9:45.
Okay, you take a 4-minute, 4-minute break.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, we have sign-up sheets for everybody. We have one for each CUP. Plan on talking, please sign, just the way you're going to talk about, we plan on talking about both of them, sign both of them. What we're trying to do is make sure that we have your name and address done correctly for the minutes, if that makes sense. And also, when you go up and speak, you can also say your name and your address again very clearly, so we make sure we have it recorded. Fair enough? Okay, please let me know, but then sign sheets. One second.
I'll send you.
Please, yeah, just make sure we have it all. Thank you.
Thanks for that article last week.
When are you gonna start listening?
My letter.
Oh, I know.
Still waiting for my 3 hours. Well, sleep right.
I definitely will.
I mean, you did.
Anybody that's going to stand up in opposition or decline needs to sign the name. Go up and sign.
Hey, can I have everybody be quiet for a minute? If you want to talk, you need to go sign one of the sheets. They will not let you talk unless you sign one of the sheets, and then they'll call your name as it's in order. That way, we kind of have some organization as to who's talking. And if you're talking, we're gonna ask you to stand up. Because I know last time it was kind of hard if you were sitting down. The acoustics in here kind of are hard to hear, so if you could do that. But please go sign your name if you want to talk today. Thank you.
Said he's
What time is it? That's what I should have said. Brenda.
Ask you to sign.
I think we may have to announce that. Thank you, Bill. Appreciate it. Sorry. We are not.
Yeah, it was just the audience with Harris.
Well, I'm not gonna talk this time. I said my piece last time. Even if you're ready to give stand up and give your name and say I understand. My opposition's already on the record. I wrote the letter to the editor. You? Right.
Right about.
Yeah.
You know, that probably is at the discretion of the chairman. You want us to ask questions? Presenter, I mean.
Let's get through the whole thing, and then when it gets to our discussion, we can ask questions. No, and that's, I just want to make sure. I just want I think so.
Which one is it?
I would.
I think so.
It takes a little while.
Yeah, we'll talk louder, Don, we heard.
Okay, I need to clarify something one more time. Okay, I need to clarify something. She just asked, so those sheets are for both public hearings. So if you only sign one, we're only gonna call you name when we're doing that public hearing. If you wanna talk at both, you need to sign both. Just to clarify, because I had someone ask me that question, so I wanted to make sure you understood that. Thank you.
I think so. No space. Correct. No space.
Yes. No, you don't run out. No, thank you.
Hi, we're running. Well, I live in Fairfield, we own the property in this ward. Yeah. Yep. Hey, hi, Donna. Can bring your mom. No, she can, I know. Uh-huh. Yep. I know, well, it's gonna be a long no, you can say I'm all in my clothes. Like my shot.
I just wanted to let you know when you're talking.
No, not enough. 15 years.
So, you know, it's.
Oh, we got it all.
Well, I like that. Yeah, I think they're the county. Yeah, and you know, oh, and so.
Check the roof, make sure that we weren't having strays over there and no one's over there in the dark, so.
I thought that was a big one.
There's so many people.
As soon as everyone's finished signing the sheet, we'll continue, so please hustle along, everybody.
I don't like it.
So I don't like what you said.
Okay. Yep. That's not mine, that's somebody else's, that's somebody else's, that's yours? That's yours?
Oh, no, I agree. Oh, no, I don't disagree. I just.
Clearly not.
No, I lay down or wait and have a shot yourself.
That's our opportunity.
Well, I'm suggesting using the full condition. Yes.
Well, very deep.
Maybe I didn't have enough pages.
That's true. My husband's home, and there's certain things that I don't do at night.
There's two separate ones, so if you're gonna speak on one.
Very good.
There's actually an option to different things.
I just don't want.
Each one is its own.
Yeah. If you're gonna say, I reject the kids, you have to say so. Yeah. And that's all you have to say. That was the.
You're gonna say one more.
Oh, yeah. I figured it out.
That's your choice, I don't want to suggest that.
Terry, they time lady was there. It's probably not tied to the trailer, didn't get a chance. Said she's gonna work you.
I'm sorry.
I'm too curious by your.
Very cool. That's concise. Yeah. Well, always say so many ways, right?
Thank you. I just wanted to get it.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like we're at the end here of signatures. Get everybody's attention, please. We do not have a sound system in this room, and I know it's difficult for those of you in the back to hear, so I'm going to ask that the audience don't visit with each other. Be mindful of the people trying to hear. We're going to start this public hearing, and the first thing we'll do is allow staff and the applicant to present their project. And then when we do open it up for the public hearing, we will ask you to come forward and stand right up here, because you're addressing the board, not the audience. And this board, they're the ones that are going to make the decision. No decision's been made yet, so please address us. Don't address the audience. State your name and your address for the record. And we're going to try to call people up as they've signed up here to try to expedite things. So with that, Commissioner Dybert had a couple comments he wants to make prior to presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you recall, at the beginning of the meeting, I just wanted to report that I did speak with a couple landowners on site up in Wild Turkey Estates. So I did speak with them.
Good thing, Mr. Chairman. If everybody could make sure their phone is on vibrate, that would help a bunch. I know there was some chirping earlier from messages coming in, but that helps us to keep on track as well. Thank you.
Okay, this is the time and place for the public hearing for GF Development LLC North Star Construction Incorporated, the property owned by Heath Grand. I think you're all very familiar where the pit is, or the proposed pit is. And so at this time, Amber, I'm going to let you and the landowner or developer go from here.
So basic information, obviously it's along Homestake Road. It's for a small scale gravel pit. It is zoned agriculture. Currently, the proposal is for 81 acres. They have gone through the planning and zoning process. which means we had an informational meeting and we had actually 2 public hearings and an on-site, actually 3 public hearings and an on-site. It is now in front of the county commission. As part of their application, they did request the small scale gravel and rock industry application. The boundary is 81 acres, but the permit will only allow for 10 acres of disturbance at any time. If they want to move to a different area, the original 10 acres will need to be reclaimed prior to them moving locations. The nearest road would be Homestake Road. They did submit their written findings in fact prior to the county commission public hearing 10 days in advance as requested, and those have been available and made available online since we received them. The buffer zone waivers have been submitted. So they do have some buffer zone waivers, which is basically if they're going to be anywhere closer than 500 feet, they had to have a buffer zone waiver from that adjacent landowner. The state mine license, obviously they have to go through that process. I did contact the state and they have currently not started that process, which is pretty normal. They wait until after they have the CUP before they go forward to the state. And with that, there is a copy in the staff report of the existing definitions of a small scale sand, rock, and gravel industry. There is also what is required with the application, and then there is the considerations that the board needs to look at when making the decision one way or the other today. And with that, staff recommends approval of the CUP 484 for a small scale rock gravel quarry. They have met the ordinance requirements as well as gone through the process. There are 32 proposed conditions included in the application. Planning and zoning did have their meeting and there was lots of back and forth discussion with different landowners and everything. In the end, on the July 6th meeting, they did motion to approve with 2 of the conditions being added, which are in that proposal. As part of this, Bruce asked me to read the names of letters that we have received since the beginning. So bear with me, there's lots of names here. And I'm not going to give a date, I'll just give that we received the letter. We have a letter in here from Teresa Bartlett, multiple letters from Bruce Wing, Mary Ellerman, Mike Ellerman, Lynn Levengood also submitted multiple letters with documentation. There's another one. Cassandra Brook, Bruce Wing, Maria Heberling, Amy Deppe, D-E-P-P-E, Dave Zerny, Charlie Larson, Tom and Brenda Venice, they also sent in multiple letters. Judith Lamb, Richard, I think you say it Rachel, Rebecca Tenenko, Bonnie Gebhardt, Barbara Running sent in multiple letters. I think it was Naomi Merchant. Oh, I said that right, I'm sorry. This one is, yeah, Naomi. Betsy Biggerstaff, Carrie McClure, Lyle Grease, Neil Bowman, Jansen Culver, Shanley DeCook, Jesse Dietrich, Myron and Nadine Compton, Bonnie Gephardt, Sarah Eklund, Brett and Jennifer Stevens, Lennon Darcine Mitchell, Robert Dice, Corey Engelhardt, Tom and Brenda Venice again, Kelvin Tenenko, this one doesn't, oh, Pamela Mansfield, Richard Kell, Naomi Merchant, Barb Running, Richard and Helen Chater? And then we have existing letters again since August 17th. Bruce Wing, Tom and Brenda Venice, Kristen Wing, Barbara Running, Leslie and Karen Turgeon, David O'Brien, Scott Parsons, Rebecca Tenenko, William and Emily Bush, Stacy and James Lewis, Sandra Johnson, Emily Bush, and Carol Welbig. So that is all of the letters we have received since then. And I'm not going to go through specifics. Some just had questions, some were against, some were asking, specifics, but they were all letters we received, and you guys did receive copies of all of those. Every time we received one, the county commission received a copy of it.
Okay, those will all go into the record.
There you go.
Anything further, Amber?
Other than that, I don't have anything. You guys have received this application. You have the application in front of you, and you've had time to look at it. The applicant is here. You have.
Mr. Bullich, did you want to make any comments at this time, or Mr. Grant?
Yeah, I would like to speak.
Okay, come on up, sir.
Should I address you or the public?
No, you address everyone in here. When you come up to speak, you're addressing this board, not the public. So please face us and direct your comments to us. Thank you.
Yeah, sure, thanks. As you know, my name is Matt Polich. I own North Star Construction. I've been in town for 23 years, 24 years. I've done work with or for or around some of you. The big push for me to get this mine in place is to guarantee that we have the materials that we need to do the projects that we're doing. We are right now doing projects, housing projects. We are doing airport projects. We are doing a lot of municipal, civil, school projects, hospitals, jails. We are doing the projects I think that a lot of people benefit from. What we've been seeing when someone calls us for a project, the first thing we have to do is call and see if there's materials. Are there materials available? If it's an airport job, they're very specific on certain types of materials can and can't be used. It's not as simple as, our local gravel pit is fine. We have to make sure that materials are available. That is why we are pushing to get this through. We want to keep saying yes to these projects. Other types of calls that we get are, our culvert is blown out. We had a bad storm, our culvert's blown out, and our road is gone. Can you help us? Where's the closest material? How expensive is it? What's the most practical way to put it back together? That's what we're pushing for. Through the process, we have made some concessions. I think one of the things that is important to the board is that we have made the concession that 30,000 tons a year is ample for us. That is a real limit, I think, in a county need, but that will give us what we need to keep doing our projects. We are saying we want to keep doing these small projects. That will make sure that we are available to say yes to. 911, we need you, Matt. Yes, I can do it. If I don't have it made, I can make it. I think that concession says a lot about what we're doing. We're not trying to be your commercial gravel producer. There's other people that can do that, that's fine. We're just trying to make sure that we have materials available to do our projects. We have been through the process, as Amber said, dust control, traffic control, operations of the mine. We've met all of our neighbors. We've met some people that aren't our neighbors, some people that have concerns. The concerns that keep coming up are traffic. We have got a pretty good traffic control plan, especially where it comes to our mine. I think we've got a nice, safe, easily accessible, good visibility. I think our access is very good, especially as it relates to Homestead. Noise, we've had lots of conversations with our immediate neighbors about noise. We have got lots of things in place to mitigate the noise. Dust, same thing. We have Amber said that we have not started the process for the state. That's sort of true. I had a conversation with Tom a week ago because he came out to our plant to do an inspection. He's the dust police. No problems, no citations, great job, thanks, see you next time. So we've had that conversation. We've had MSHA out. So we are governed by not only what this board will let us do, but there's other entities that are regulating how we make the material and do business, and I think we're doing it in a very, very positive way. I guess I would love to answer any questions you might have for me.
Okay, we'll get to that at the end of the hearing.
Thanks for consideration, and yeah, I hope you push us through.
All right, Mr. Grand, did you have anything you want to add at this time?
I think you said pretty much everything.
Okay, we will start the public hearing at this time. If you're for or against it, you will come forward, state your name and address. And I've got the list of names, so I think I'll just go down the list and call them as they signed up. And you'll have the opportunity to come forward. And we're going to be kind to each other today, and this will go very smoothly. So at this time, is William Johnson ready to come up and speak?
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yes.
William Johnson, 20011 Cody Court. And I and my wife are extremely opposed to these pits. I know there's 3 of them now. I'll just talk about this one. But to move that into a residential area, I do not quibble in any way that, yes, it's nice to have the material, it's nice to have it close, but not an area with a plan for Lawrence County has shown for a residential area. Not at this point after all, so many people have invested to be moving that in with what was ag land or residential land to now be industrial. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Les Turgeon.
Les Turgeon, 1996 Marion Loop, Final Turkey Estate. I would like to express my opinion against any of these extra mines in that area. We don't need 3 within a half a mile. But I would like to make a quick reference to the South Dakota Commissioner's Handbook. And they have a page in here on the ethics. And the Code of Ethics is basically your decision as an ethical public people are to represent the public. Not individuals, not companies, but the public itself. And they go on, and they finally say, an ethical county official accepts the responsibility, his or her mission is to serve and steward to the public. But give that serious thought, what the law says. That's not asking too much, is it? Not what I want, not what you want, but what does the law say? Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Jeff Sleep.
Morning, Jeff Sleep, 10438 West Center 14. We are one of the adjacent landowners to actually the Edwards pit in both of these pits. And it's about a half mile, I guess, from our property. I'm in favor of having basic core industries in our county. I hate to see them get chased out by residential housing. We do need core industries in there that provide jobs and materials and whatnot, so we can have infrastructure and things like that going on. I do want to mention, after the planning and zoning, I thought about other people's comments, and we actually winter a bunch of cows right close to these permits. And I have noticed that we did build wind protection from the northwest and west for our cows, but actually the prevailing wind is more from the south. So, and I did verify that when I was baling hay this summer, that as John was refreshing, most of the dust was going actually to the north. So I know people are concerned about the dust and noise, but actually the noise is minimal when John was refreshing, and the dust was actually going more to the north. I'm sure there's going to be days where it goes to the east coming from the north, but after running cows there for 30 years or so, that we really made a mistake building our wind protection, because it honestly is worthless, because wind doesn't, because it comes off of Crow Peak and goes a little bit to the north. It's kind of a unique climate right in that area. So anyway, I'm in favor of gravel pits. So it's been mining and forestry and feedlots and things that are basic infrastructure for our county.
Okay, thank you. Paul Halstead.
Paul Halstead, 4425 Hillsview Road. I am in favor of this project. I don't live that awful far from there, and we've had gravel pits within a couple miles of our place before, and there was never a problem with it. I do
Okay, thank you. Martha, now I'm having trouble reading the last name. There you go, Martha, I'm sorry.
My name is Whiskey, 1106 North 10th Street, Spearfish. And I'm in favor of the gravel pit. I think we need it. And it's zoned that way, so I'm
All right.
for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Charles Halsted.
I'm Charles Halsted, 122 Foothills Drive, Spearfish, and I'm in favor of this project. And no further comment.
Okay, thank you. Emily Bush.
Emily Bush, 19940 Gopler Road. My husband and I would like to express our strong opposition to all of the gravel pits. We recently purchased our house. We moved in at the beginning of July after a 2.5-year journey from the Communist Republic of Massachusetts to the beautiful freedom of the Black Hills. But now our freedom seems to be under somewhat of attack. My biggest concern is the microscopic silica dust and my small children and the potential health ramifications of that. And it seems to me that industry is asking me to bet the health of my children on what they say they will do or what direction the wind might blow. And to me, that's just not a fair ask of us as homeowners and as parents. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Naomi Merchant.
Thank you for the opportunity for some civil discourse. At the planning and zoning meetings, Naomi Merchant, 19941 Gopler Road.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, and I'm against the pits. Let me explain. At the planning and zoning meetings, concerned citizens in opposition to the cups for 2 gravel pits shared fact-based studies by private and governmental agencies, not their feelings or unsubstantiated predictions, in support of their statements on the detrimental effects on health, environment, safety, and property devaluation. Others wrote letters with the same sentiments. What appeared to be a predetermined unanimous vote for approval of both cups was swift, seemed performative, and felt dismissive. One could even surmise it was akin to a lobbying effort for the pits. I know for a fact requested answers to specific questions and letters to the planning and zoning were outright ignored. It is my hope that as our elected county commissioners, our presence, voices, and correspondence will be thoughtfully considered before a decision is rendered. So I'm curious, have any studies been presented to you that show any positive effects of living in proximity to the gravel pits? Is there anything that refutes the preponderance of scientific research detailing the negative consequences of living near gravel pits? North Star and Kroll benefit from easy access and cheaper gravel for their projects. Larson is compensated by leasing his land, and the county receives a fee based on gravel tonnage. Incidentally, there are studies that illustrate the reduction of property taxes due to a loss of property value is higher than the fees collected from such gravel tonnage. Yet, nearby residents will not receive conspicuous or inconspicuous benefits of any kind for living in a toxic environment every single day beyond the operating hours of those proposed cups. This is not a win-win, it's an intentional win-lose. Approval defies common sense. I attended the site visits and witnessed the business side promote their position. But how many from the planning and zoning or Board of Commissioners have conducted their own informal site visits on the residential side to see the location of the pits from our view and actively engage in conversation with your most affected constituents? And if not, why not? It's inexpressible, our utter disappointment at the prospect of losing our peaceful environment that my husband and I plan and save to acquire. Simple pleasures I enjoy, like airing out blankets and eating fruit and vegetables right out of my gardens, will be hijacked. Also, when I think about the background noise coming from the pits, I can't help but imagine just how much worse it's going to be than hearing the constant rumble of motorcycles on the highway during the Sturgis Rally, because these pits will be closer to our home than the highway is. From my backyard, I could clearly see and hear the blasting taking place at Cedar Berry, as well as the sound of grinding for construction of those few homes. It's ridiculous to the most casual observer that there will be minimal effects from the operation of the pits in a residential area. For example, I am providing a study that shows the distance dust particles travel based on wind speed. So I researched the daily wind speeds from January 1st through August 21st of 2023 in North Spearfish on timeanddate.com, and the distance that the dust would have traveled from the pit's location easily surpasses the residential areas on the majority of those days. And I've included a screenshot photo for the last 7 days from this website to substantiate my statement. Another concern as a resident of Wild Turkey Estates is the potential use of Gobbler Road as a perhaps circuitous route should the primary proposed road of Homestay is disrupted. This needs to be addressed and strictly prohibited because it does not meet county specifications. The asphalt is too thin, the width is too narrow, and the curve has a wicked 12% grade. Gobbler Road will eventually crumble under the weight of gravel trucks traveling on our residential road. The county did not pay for Gobbler Road, nor do they maintain it. Yes, even though it's considered a public access road, Wild Turkey Estates homeowners pays for all of the repairs, to include thousands of dollars every winter for snow removal and other miscellaneous road costs. In conclusion, the main differences between the failed 2001 gravel pit cup and the two proposed today is significantly more homes in the same area with more gravel planned to be excavated. Our collective quest to prevent our lives from being disrupted, our health compromised, our safety questioned, and our environment degraded will continue until all options have been exhausted. By approving the cups, more problems and harm will be created than solved. This is a small town with values like a handshake and your words still mean something. Side conversations I overheard at both planning and zoning meetings of accommodations that could happen, they do not fruition. A contract is a legal binding document, and in the end, that's what will and must be followed. I say this as a concerning distinction between someone will be a good neighbor, but reversing that promise when it's convenient or monetarily advantageous. Doing my due diligence by researching the issues presented, I found Kroll, operating in 9 states and 120 sites, has a litigious history, close to home. In 2016, Kroll Ready Mix filed a $10 million lawsuit against Pennington County and the Board of Commissioners, as reported in the June 1st, 2016 Rapid City Journal, which I will present. Why? To serve their needs, disregarding the exact sentiments expressed by the residents living in that area as here. It's therefore possible, I would think, that Lawrence County, with pockets incomparable to the depth of Kroll, might find their own unpleasant fight. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next on the list is Kristen Wing.
Good morning. Good morning, thank you. I will be short.
I will save most of my comments. Oh, Kristen Anderson Wing, 22986 Cedarberry Avenue. I have to read the address because I'm so new to it. I will save most of my comments for the Crowell gravel pit conditional use permit. It is unfortunate that the North Star pit discussion is first because most of us here are impacted most significantly from the larger pit operation. However, I do want to offer support to those neighbors who are impacted by both pit applications and more directly by the North Star pit. Their concerns are important, and I would ask the county commissioners to table any decision on this pit so that they can hear the relevant and overwhelming arguments against the Lawson Crowell pit. But I stand with my neighbors on Crow Creek Bench who are impacted negatively by the North Star pit. I ask that we do not approve the North Star conditional use permit.
Okay, thank you. Next on the list is James Metzger. Good morning.
My name is James Metzger, 10563 Homestake Road. I have no issues with this gravel pit. I think the company that's putting the gravel pit together here are taking every precaution to achieve the public good here. I live right off Homestake right now, and I see gravel trucks going by me all the time, and I have to compliment the drivers. They go nice and slow past me, but most of them are heading up to the subdivision close to where I live there. And believe me, I feel that this pit here is going to be done, finished long before the subdivision is done. There's going to be continuing gravel trucks going up there. Believe me, I see the dust going up there, just on the road there. Nothing coming up from the road here. I do approve this thing.
Okay, thank you. Bill Wells. Good morning.
My name is Bill Wells. I live on 19968 Marion Loop. One of the concerns has been mentioned is the dust regenerating a pit like this. My wife and I were treated to a rather interesting sight this morning as we came off exit 17 at 85 to the meeting here. Pulling off the highway, I noticed a very large cloud of dust. And it really got my attention as I pulled off the freeway. Got closer, I got curious as to what could be generating that much dust. I got closer, I could see that there was some type of a complex in there. The dust seemed to be centered around this site. It went up at least 1,000 feet, extended beyond what I could perceive were the boundaries of the site. And as I got closer, I saw a gate and I saw a large word, quarry. I don't know what dust mitigation these folks are under, but if that is an example of compliance with the dust mitigation process requirement, we are fully justified in our concerns about dust escaping from the confines of the quarry. I've read the Wild Turkey Estate Board of Directors statement, and I'm in support of it.
Okay, thank you. Donna Halstead. Morning.
Donna Holstead, 126 Washington Street, Spearfish. And for the gravel pit, my family, we own property probably 1.5 miles from Larson pit, so it'll be further to the other pit. And I think we need the gravel, and I'm for the gravel pit.
Okay, thank you. Teresa Sani. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Teresa Ciani, and I live on 19727 Red Hill Road, paralleling I-90, and the other cross section is Homestake Road, so I get to see the trucks go by every day from Edwards. I'd like to go back just a little bit. 4 years ago, my husband and I owned High Prairie Lodge and Outfitters on Crook City Road, and on the corner of exit 17 is Hills Material, and at that time we were opposing lien putting in a second gravel pit on that road as well. It was quite a battle, and if any of you were on the board at that time, you remember people came out in droves. There were trailers with all the signs opposing it, and I got quite an education when I had to start researching why did we really not want a second rock quarry on that road. And what I learned, and what scares me for Homestake and the surrounding people and environment that we've got, and I can certainly respect what the gentleman from North Star said, but if my memory serves me right, 4 years ago at that time, Lawrence County had 22 rock quarries that were registered. And because everyone was opposing liens so much, Edwards snuck in and he got his rock quarry in. So if we now have North Star and then we go to Kroll Larson's, then we're having 3 on one road. I think 3 actually are too many. And the reason I feel like that is because we have Crow Creek, we have so much underwater going on in that area. When they start dynamiting, when they start blasting, the infiltration of the waters that are contaminated from the top going down to the bottom, how are they going to affect the stream? How are they going to affect McNinney's fish hatchery and all the people that go further down from there? That's not even including Turkey Estate and their wells. It can contaminate and cause all kinds of issues. I hear a lot of people concerned about the dust, and they should be concerned. That fine dust is a cancer-causing agent, which I found horrendous amount of information on. Anyone's welcome to research that. Not only does that for our people, though, it's for the cows, the horses, and our wildlife. And what does it do even for the foliage around? And then people say, well, they're only going to be there for a short time, and then we can reclaim. The reclamations, the rules in our state are very lax. It's a very minute amount of stuff. You'll never, once that place is destroyed, it will never look the same again. Wyoming has some really strict rules on reclaiming mines, and you'd never know they had ever even been there. It was very impressive. I'd love to see us be able to evolve to that someday as well. The sound. So we approved Edwards, and then we want to approve North Star, and then we want to approve Larson. So what happens? Each one meets their conditions. Each one is just under the contaminations of the dust and the noise and the water and all these things that cause damage to all of us. But combined 3 on one road, we're past all that. That's causing a horrendous amount of damage. And at some point, it has to stop always being about the money. It really does. How many licensed rock quarries do we have now in our Lawrence County that certainly should be able to meet the needs of North Star and anybody else? I've certainly done enough construction and building in my life as well, and I never seem to have trouble getting anything that I need. And it certainly comes pretty darn close. Johners is pretty close. We've certainly used them. But, right now with Edwards, every day those trucks come down consistently, and that one gentleman is correct. They tend to wave, they aren't speeding, but the dust they kick up, and I'm out there sometimes running up to the mailbox to get the mail. It's past 6 o'clock at night, and the truck is still coming down the road. So I love that, yes, we have conditions for Larson, and then we have conditions for North Star, but who's actually watching the hen house? Because what I see is the dust is not being wetted and calmed down, so people aren't getting affected by that every day. And I don't see that anyone's monitoring the fact that the trucks are still coming after they're supposed to have stopped. And for all the people that have beautiful homes and land and the joy of living and the privilege of living in the Black Hills, the noise level of the grinders and the blasting of 3 rock rooms in that area, it's going to be devastating for everyone that's wanted to retire, has saved their money, and wanted to have a piece of the dream of the Black Hills. So I sincerely hope that you'll truly give this horrendous thought, because ramifications will last well beyond any of our lifetime. And I personally oppose Larson's and North Star, and I thank you for letting me speak.
Okay, thank you. Dave Siani.
Good morning, I'm Dave Ciani, Terry's husband, 19727 Red Hill Road. We didn't rehearse this, I had no idea what she was gonna say. I'm just gonna give my past history. I have a degree in fish wildlife, and Terry's right, we did the Hills Material Quarry. Mr. Sleep was kind enough to come and help me negotiate the lease next door for our neighbor, and I've been on there since. A lot of history there, and that area is really disappointing because the amount of dust, I didn't even run my cows in there this year because the amount of dust that comes over from the lean quarry there on the
Brook City
Road is horrendous. The noise is horrendous. I actually lease it for cows and I lease it for hunting, and I've had clients complain because of all the noise, and then the dust just covers them. And it's very right. I mean, the contaminants that are in the byproducts of all that dust is very, very unhealthy, and it is a carcinogen. But also I've noticed that all the wildlife move towards over by all the potters in that way. And it's very unpleasant to be out there, you're covered in dust, and all the grasses seem to be overtaken by ground shrubs and things like that that are more hardy. So from that standpoint, there's a little history. Terry spoke about the water. We have some artesian wells on our property, and certainly concerned and against the quarries that have been put in. Heath Rand and his family, lovely people, consider them close friends. So I hate to disagree. Jeff Sleep as well. A lot of respect for what he's seen with no dust in his area, but I can tell you over there in Brook City that is not the case. Where we are, one of the main reasons I wanted to speak is because I get on that road to get the mail, and I went down to check cows on Heath's property last year. And it really upset me one morning that there was 3 little children that were on the hill above where the high buffalo fence is. If you come up from the interstate and you're going south, there's a rise, the red hill, that's probably one of the roads. But there were 3 little kids in the middle of the road, and the kid had his chain come off his bike, one of those kids had training wheels on. And I come over the hill, and they were right there. Luckily, I was going at reasonable speed. I pulled over and I said to the kids, not wanting to, having concern that I was going to abduct them or anything, because today he wasn't concerned about everything. But I've got 4 little grandkids that don't live too far. 3 of them don't live too far. And coming over the hill, they were right in the road, and I didn't see them. And I'm on the phone a lot. It could have been I was going faster and I could have squashed them. With those trucks, and I'm a big user of gravel, and not to, disrespect the fellow that said there's not product available, unless John is just taking good care of me because I'm a local guy. But I mean, I ordered in the morning at 7, he called his cell phone, he delivered 250 tons by the end of the day, right there. And I've done a lot of projects, riprap on the stream, and never had an issue getting product. And so it may be that there's a lot of building going on. You guys know all the permits, we're building themselves. Hopefully start a project. And I want to have product available, but at what cost? If you are going to prove it, the thing that I've seen is that you haven't done the work to have the infrastructure of safe travel for those trucks. And I agree, the drivers that come down that road are super respectful. They don't speed. That I've seen, they do come all hours, early morning, late afternoon, and evening. And we all say that there's problems with vehicles and they're carrying big loads. And on a gravel road, to be able to control stopping for those little children that are in the middle of the road is a problem. I got to tell you, it's not there. And then the sides of the roads, the berms, like even on Brook City Road, you folks didn't, not you folks, but some of you did not address the concerns of the deep berms and the accidents that occurred up around the lodge, with the vehicles that went off, let alone having a big dump truck go off the road. And then, I've heard concerns about some of the bridge crossings as well. So you're gonna have a lot of responsibility when somebody gets hurt if the infrastructure isn't proper. And I can say that if you really took a hard look at it, the amount of traffic that's gonna be on there, that those roads weren't set up for, big commercial vehicles going up and down there, let alone the dust, the noise and all that. But the safety factor is all on your heads to make sure that that's proper. And I don't think that safety factor is there. And living there, I could tell you what it's like. You didn't do it on Crook City Road. And, over here, I would say that that's not even a blacktop road, it's just gravel. So I thank you for your time and I hope you make a good decision.
Okay, thank you. Alice Sparger, next one. Good morning.
Alice Sparger, 4315 West Highway 14, and I approve of gravel pit. I'm just down the road, half an hour from Jeff.
Okay, thank you. Jim Flory. Good morning.
I'm Jim Flory, 927 William Drive. I think these minerals, just the gravel, just like the lumber and the gold, everything else was put here for us to be able to use. We should be able to use it and ready to go. We need it. We need plenty of it. And just like the last woman said, we need an emergency. It's there to use. I support it and hope you approve it.
Okay, thank you. Karen Turgeon.
Good morning. I'm Karen Turgeon, 19963 Miriam Loop. Have wonderful friends in this room. They're always going to be my friends. I don't agree with all of them. They have some residences that aren't in the area, and they have wonderful friendships with the people that own these pits, the Edwards and the Larsons, upstanding members of our community. But as we look at this situation, and we live on the Wild Turkey Estates, we are friends now with people from Rhode Island, Texas, California, Wyoming, people who've been invited to the Black Hills and wish to have what we have. And right now we are offering them reduced property values, dust, traffic, danger on the roads. I myself am 80 years old and I love riding these back roads with my bike. And I see lots of walkers, hikers, teams of bikers, snowmobilers even now. Everyone using those roads back there because they love the countryside. Those roads aren't suitable, the bridges aren't suitable, and my dear friends, the Larsons even, are at great risk as they travel in and out of their own property. So I am definitely against any expansion or any the establishments of new gravel pits. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Don Simons.
Don, it's your turn.
Quicker than I thought.
Well, I'm Donald Simons. I live on 20069 Grove Peak Bench Road. That's several of you know. I'm kind of speaking for and against. I want to tell you this. And I believe, if my memory serves me right, in 2001, Leo Larson asked for gravel pit in the same area, just 2 feet outside of the canyon. When different subjects came up with dust clear into the little hill into almost the old parts of Spearfish. They complained about the dust that showed up there. Dust problem. Anyway, coming further forward to this project, back in 2001, I did a survey from the entrance off of the same driveway onto Homestake Road and all the way down to Old Highway 14. I did a survey on profiles and site distances, and that road was determined in the canyons to be 19 feet wide, when it should be 24. Now, since the bad accidents we've had, there's more populations growing up in that area and canyons. They put in steel on the old posts that were there, reducing it to approximately 18 feet. I think the maps are still on record of that survey. And anyway, they turned it down. I don't quite see why we should even consider having the same gravel pit 23, 24 years later with the increased population that's all came in the last 15 years. Well, Turkey Road, the new one up there at Honeysuckle or something it's called. I can't remember the name of it. But now they're reducing it to just over a quarter of a mile from the gravel pit. Your own road superintendent has stated at one of the hearings for the planning and zoning that he would not allow the trucks to use the road going down into town from there, that they would have to go west. And I don't know quite why all the road conditions are. I haven't surveyed it, I haven't studied the road, the site distances on it, and so on. On radio, when you go north up to exit 2, that road that he talked about on that site distance going over that hill on radio. You've seen that, you've driven it many times. You just went south a little bit on radio, but I'm not sure what kind of traffic's gonna happen on that road with them big trucks going. I just don't quite see a whole zone area that we haven't considered that area. Basically, we got the one gravel pit now, anything east of radio. Larson, for example, is 5 miles from the state line. Surely we can find another gravel area quite a ways away from all this dense population that is moving further west from Fairfield. A lot of people, I have to admit, that is one of the reasons I moved there 31 years ago. I love the bench area. And turn around and turn that into such a zone. We're trying to back up. I don't quite understand it. I want to mention on one thing. I have had one for many years, a Davis weathered machine. We are we're recorded with the weather bureau in Rapid City. We are number 7 of the weather reporters. You keep track of the weather, the winds, the direction of the winds, the temperature, the humidity, all that. there. Rapid City weather wheel. There's a lot of calls on it and what's going on. And I gotta dispute the man that talked about the winds are out in the south. That is affected in the local area, that is due to the time of year. So I gotta tell you, you get anybody living up in that area, they'll really tell you what the winds really come out of.
Okay.
Yeah, but I just really want, I think you need to look at some of the true facts of what's going on in that bench area. I like to call it the bench.
Yep.
And to be honest with you, I don't know why Boyd wants to cut that place up. If he wanted to really get some money out of that place, drive out there and set up there on top of that, right at the curve looking west. Look to clear out there to, what's a big mountain to in Wyoming. And all that area. It's a beautiful, if I could have bought my place right there on that hill, look to the north, west,
Yeah.
and everything.
Okay.
Anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
Gentlemen.
Ron Moeller, next on the list.
Good morning, Commissioner Ewing.
Good morning.
Ron Moeller, 11221 Sheeptail Gulch Road. I just want to say I'm opposed. The dust issue is an important one, not to be trivialized. I would politely remind the commissioners of the city of Leeds issues with the dust from the mine expansion 2 years ago that blanketed the north side of Leeds, including Founders Park. It took many, many months for the surf people to try to mitigate it, but it's still a minor problem, but it's a consistent, persistent issue for the residents of North Leeds. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Bowman. He's the next gentleman. Good morning.
Neil Bowman, 19864 Adam Creek. It's right there on the map. I'm the closest person to this pit. I'm gonna go over the map, is that all right? My house is right there. I am the closest person to the pit. It's about over 800 feet away from my house of where he wants to put his crusher site. The shop would be the closest one, but it's a shop, nobody lives there. So my house is right there. I have, my family's lived there for a lot of years. My mom and dad lived on, started on that property in 72. And my great uncles, the Meek brothers, were out there way earlier than that. The dust off of that is gonna, I like how he pointed out that it goes from in the north now. I am directly north from that site, and I'm 800 feet away. So I have an 8-month-old son. I have myself, I have already have issues with my health. I have 2 forms of lupus. I have a whole bunch of other things. My thing that the medicals are stacked this high. I'm actually on disability, and I stay at my home and watch my son. The noise is gonna, the one that's right across from me now, which would be the Edwardses pit. I didn't get informed of because I wasn't in the buffer zone. So that one kind of snuck in, or I would have, opposed that one, but I didn't get the chance to do that because I don't go on you guys' website every day and find out exactly what's on the menu, the whole, every month. The well system on mine is not that deep. It's like 150 feet, I think it is. So with the blasting, which is uphill from me, if you guys were out there on the site, where what to put in and where my house is. So the well system was really a big concern for me. Also with, just something happening with the blasting, they're cutting it off and I have to dig a new well somewhere. Who's gonna pay for that? If, you know, there's already calcium in the well system that you know, it's heavy water, so. But what's gonna happen when it starts jiggling? Is it gonna be where I can't drink it anymore? There's a reason there's two well systems on that property. The original one is down in the creek, and Edwards was putting their cows and stuff up above, and it tainted the well. Just having the cows there tainted that well, and we had to, you know, move it and put in another well. So that one's just for, you know, if I went to do something, but with 12 acres, I really can't do anything agriculture with 12 acres because just the equipment alone would never pay for it. The funny thing is, 8 months ago, with my 12 acres with the creek going down the middle, I was going to see if I could put the 5 acres on the other side, give to my sister. So she can have, if I have health problems, she could come out and help me, and she wanted to retire on the property there. Well, it's A1, I can't do anything, or A2. I can't do anything with it because it's only 12 acres and you have to be over 40 acres or whatever to do anything with it. So I got told no. Now, 8 months later, I'm trying to fight a gravel pit that's 800 feet away from me. What kind of agriculture is that? And then you have the one already at Edwards's. You have the one that's up by the state line, and now you want to put this one and Larson. That's 4 of them right there, and 3 of them are right down, and one's going to be straight south of me. So the wind's just going to go right in, you know, and I'm going to get the dust 24/7. You know, even with just the wind is going to push the dust up onto my property and my house. And I have an 8-month-old son. You know, and my property value is going to go to nothing. Nobody wants to live that close to 2 of them, let alone all 4 of them in that area. So I guess, you know, everybody else is pointing out all the other things that go with it, but I think I'm the biggest affected by this one, and, you know, I'll talk on the Larson one too, but this one is, you know, ridiculously close. It's putting it in my backyard pretty much, if you want to, you know, kind of use that as an analogy. And I just, you know, I definitely don't want it there.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Levengood.
I'm right here. And depending on where the crusher actually is put, there I'm maybe in the 500 foot zone, but I don't think so. I'm a little bit farther away than the last speaker. I live where Dan Pig Road comes into Homestead Road.
Did you give your name and address for the record, sir?
Absolutely. Lynn Levengood, 10305 Homestead Road.
Thank you.
People talk about the noise and then people talk about the dust. And welcome to the newest century. If there was no noise and no dust, there'd be nobody in this room. Freight started selling electric hauling trucks last year. Daimler, Volvo, they're all selling electric haul trucks. And with enough water, there is no dust plume. Now the rules in the county rules regarding these conditional use permits, they protect the people in the area of disturbance, which is defined as 500 feet. If you're closer than 500 feet, there's protections for your property, noise, dust. But it's only logical that if the noise and the dust goes beyond 500 feet, the area of disturbance is more than 500 feet. And you as a commission cannot abrogate responsibility for the citizens that live outside of 500 feet if the noise and the dust goes greater than 500 feet, making the zone of disturbance greater than 500 feet. Every property owner has a right of quiet enjoyment, And that means enjoy the property without disturbance. I can remember in the era of muscle car, and people put on straight pipes, no muffler. That was made illegal pretty quickly because it's disturbance of the peace. Then came the boombox phase, where you had these great big boom boxes that played music, and were actually impaired hearing. But where I lived at the time, if they were playing music, and you could hear it inside your house, you just called your number, a policeman would come in an unmarked car, walk in your house, if he could hear it inside your house, it would give a ticket to the person that's violating your right of quiet enjoyment. So we have the same situation here. Now, in all businesses, there's bad eggs, and 90% of the problems are caused by probably 10% of the people. But currently, those quote normal hours of operation in your condition, existing conditional use permit is 7 o'clock. This morning it was 5:50. This entire summer it's been between 5:45 and 6:05. I get woken up. My house is 100 yards off of Homestake Road, and my bedroom's in the back of it. And my military service, I'm hearing impaired, but I get woken up every morning between 5:45 this summer because of haul trucks, engine braking, coming down to go into Dam Creek, turn into Dam Creek. I followed one of the trucks into the pit, belly dump. I said, any reason you need to engine brake on this haul road coming from here to the exit 2. Guys, well, if I have to suddenly, if I'm fully loaded and have to suddenly brake, yes, I need the engine brake. I go, what about your engine? He goes, oh, no, don't have to. I go, well, why do you do that? I live across the street. He goes, oh, I'm sorry, I won't do it again. Well, that lasted about a day. And I would give it every morning for one of these bad eggs. So, so again, up into this century, voluntary monitoring doesn't cut it. You have noise instruments that will measure noise, and you have instrumentation refractometer that will measure opacity, which is the density of a dust cloud, which the state standard is 7%, which is less than sunglasses. I mean, and you guys should require monitoring, but instrumentation monitoring at 500 feet. If it's beyond 500 feet, it should be a strict violation. These permits should have the same regulations and not each one have different ones. Currently, the existing one, their voluntary dust control plan, which was approved by you guys, says they'll limit 35 mile per hour speed limit on the restricted haul road, which takes exit 2, inside the pit 15 miles an hour. And there's a sign actually going into the pit 15 miles an hour speed limit. There's no signage on Homestake trucks that are restricted to 35 miles an hour. And they will monitor dust protection at the wheel. I assume that's the pressure, both in and outside the pit. And they'll maintain moist conditions on the surface, both on Homestake Road all the way to exit 2, and use mag chloride and maintain a moist condition. Well, the voluntary monitoring last year, the dust plume was so big that the fire department from Spearfish went to the pit because they assumed that the Black Hills were on fire.
Don't trip on that chair that you keep backing up into. I don't want you to go down on us.
So I think, number one, there should be, and I have my friend that has a truck driving down the road, Jake braking all day today to let you welcome to my world, but this city has an ordinance against non-emergency engine braking, which I would beg on my knees to get you. Matter of fact, I'll do it. On the restricted hallway, from where Larson's pit would enter the Homestake Road, just a Red Hill Road. No non-emergency ditch breaking. There's a dozen houses on that section of the Hall Road. On the section to the interstate on Red Hill Road, there's not very many until you get right to the interstate. The worst problem that you guys have is safety. Traffic, the increased traffic. You've got 6 single lane or areas from on Homestake Road to up to the interstate. 2 of them are the narrow canyon before you get to the bench, where it's 18 foot wide. The surveyor just told me he measured it. And apparently you don't want people taking the truck that way. Then you have structure 1 at Larson's, which I'll talk about extensively. It's 18 feet wide, single lane, restricted visibility. It's on a curve, restricted visibility. Then you have the Dated Creek entryway from Larson's, excuse me, from Edwards, which is over a hill, which is in front of my house, over a hill, goes down to that Datum Creek Road. I measured it, and the next single lane is 1/4 mile down the road. It's where Crow Creek goes across. I think it's 19 feet. Then the bridge on, not a bridge, over Beaver Creek. Where is Crow Creek again? Anyway, almost at exit 2 on Red Hill Road. Single lane. Those are all single lane. I measured it. First of all, I've got a side-by-side ATV. I take my dog with me most of the time. I just make the corner. I'm traveling west on Homestake Road, right about where Datum Creek comes in. All of a sudden, you hear gravel flying. I look around. Here comes a car, a passenger vehicle, over that hill. There was a car coming the opposite way, so he couldn't go around me, and it's going to run me over. I go into the ditch. Based on the National Traffic Safety Standards, a tractor trailer on level ground pavement dry at 35 miles an hour might be able to stop. I recommend that you restrict Hall traffic to 25 miles an hour, just from the bench, where the bench road comes in, to Red Hill, where Red Hill comes in, because of the single lane head-on collisions that are going to happen, because you're adding X amount of traffic from Larson's Pit, the one we're talking about today. They're going to come over the hill, Blind Hill, where the Edwards trucks come onto the road. When those trucks come down the road, they take up the whole road. They can't stay in their lane to make the turn. Then you got the single lane at Crow Creek, and again around on Red. The safety concerns there are immense, now foreseeable with added traffic of vehicles that literally by the book cannot stop. From where you can see the single lane obstruction to where you can actually, where you get to it, based on the speed, the approved speed limits, and there's no, even though it says they're going to go 35 miles an hour, they passed me at 40 miles an hour, so, and there's no signage on the road, but they should also have the same speed limit, and it should be on that section of the road where the single lane hazards are, it should be 25 miles an hour for haul truck. My perspective. There should be instrumentation. It should be voluntary. It should be instrumentation at 500 feet for noise and for visibility on dust. Well, the one we're talking about right now would be 800. We'll just say 800 feet from us. The current one that's in existence is twice that far away. and they fire up the pressure, I can hear every time they dump a load. Inside my house, I can hear. Prior to this year, they would put a berm, and I asked them, they put a big berm, pile of their crushed material between the crusher and Homestake Road, which would block the sound. That needs to be in one of your requirements. It shouldn't be voluntary. There should be noise control that makes them put their berm where it blocks the noise. Only makes sense. Because the area, the noise is way outside the area of service. So I would ask for your consideration on noise control, dust control. The more water, the less the dust, and they can keep it within 500 feet. And the sound they can keep within 500 feet as well. On the existing, the one we're talking about now, on their little map, it's in such fine print I can't read it, but it looks like they said they're going to put their crusher 20 feet below grade. And then I can't see how high they said their berm is going to be. There's a map where the berm is going to be. At the last hearing, after the public hearing was over, questions were asked about that berm. The height of the berm, I think it was 25 feet, it might have been 20, I don't remember. Anyway, we're done. And they sit down and, that height of that berm depends on how much overburden we have. If we don't have enough overburden, we can't make a berm. Well, hang on. The public has to be able to rely on the conditions you put in your conditional use permit. If they can say, well, we're not going to do that, then we have nothing to rely on. I mean, it can't be based on misrepresentation. So they represent the build berm weight 25 feet tall, put it in the actual conditional use permit. 20 feet below service, put it in the actual conditional use permit. The Larson pit's supposed to be 40 feet below level, put it in the conditional use permit. And a berm. I mean, voluntary standards just don't cut it anymore. And there should be instrumentation and specific requirements that are actually in the conditional use permit. Thank you folks very much.
Okay, thank you. Lori Wells. We don't normally let people visit with us that long, but I want to give you ample opportunity to voice your concerns.
I'm going to be short. So, my name is Lori Wells, and I'm at 19968 Marion Loop, Wild Turkey Estates. And given all of this information, I am totally opposed to the gravel pits, both of them. And my husband and I just recently moved to Wild Turkey Estates, built our retirement home, and then we hear about this. And for the folks that are coming forward saying that they are for the pit, where do they live? Are they close to a noise-producing, dust-producing gravel pit with the wildlife that's up there and the roads and all of the folks in the neighborhood, the people who walk that area and recreate in that area? We have other gravel pits. There are other places where there are not residential homes. So I am totally opposed to gravel pits. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And the next one is Larry and Sandy Jubbins.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you. My husband just had to step out, so I'll speak for both of us. 2 years ago, we bought our retirement home up in Wild Turkey Estates, and we bought it for two main reasons. The views were beautiful, and the Houston city area. We love living there. We have great neighbors, wonderful people in our division there. Concerns are pretty much environmental. Number one, the noise. Recently, home has been built over on Cedarberry Road, and you could hear the rock crushing, and you can hear that all day long, and that's one of the things that's a concern, having the noise, and especially the health concerns. My husband has some health problems and a lot of health concerns about the dust, and whether they're going to be able to mitigate that. We moved from Wyoming, and as the lady prior, the videos talked about the recommendations, that is a concern for us. how will that be reclaimed? Grounding is above the level that they have here in South Dakota, they do an excellent job. What's going to be reclaimed? Our understanding is might be a 40-foot deep or whatever. Are they backfilling? What are they going to do to reclaim that? What is the plan? I didn't see that anywhere. We have big concerns. We support everything that has been said prior to us by those who oppose this project. We oppose it. Like I said, we love spearfish. We love the area. And I just think it's a big concern for all of us. And it really affects our reasoning for choosing that area. Because of our previous appointment, we won't be here for the next one, but understand that our reasoning and our opposition to that proposal is the same as for this one. So you can take our name off the list for the next one, but we do oppose this proposal as well.
Okay, does Larry want to also speak?
Larry is not back in here.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
Can we have your name
and address for the record,
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry about that.
Larry and Sandy Jevons, 19960 Cobbler Road.
Yeah, keep reminding me, guys. All right, we got Calvin and Becky. I don't want to even try the last name. I'll butcher it because it's not spelled out real clear. That you, sir? Please come up and state your name and address, sir.
Name is Calvin Tenemenko. A good Ukrainian.
Okay, what's your address, Calvin?
19965 Gobbler Road.
Okay.
The only thing that I would like to just say that I'm totally in support of those things that Naomi Merchant had spoken about. I was in the environmental arena all my life. From 1972 to the time I retired in 2012. So dust issues are a huge issue in our community, as well as a noise issue. So we have a neighbor that's about a half mile away, and it's there's sometimes where even her his dogs start rapping with it, and between 5 and 5:30 in the morning, and sometimes when they're away from home, that goes on until about 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So that at least they don't take up the dust. And certainly, I'm really against the mining up in that area. We've got a significant investment in our house, and I just see that those dollar signs will start sliding backwards. That's all I have to say.
All right, thank you. Philip Christian. Good morning, sir.
20105 Pro Peak Bench Road. I've been to the other meetings and I voiced my opinion. And my concerns are the road. The gravel road going out to exit 2 is going to definitely need some work to carry the truck traffic. So take that into consideration.
Thank you. Carol Welbig, the next one.
Carol Welbig, 19972 Gobbler Road, Wild Turkey Estates. I sent you an email yesterday because we're out of the town most of the time, but what I'm really considering is when they do blasting, they're gonna do, that's gonna elevate, that's gonna affect our watershed. I really think so. When we first were married, we lived next to a rental house, next to the quarry. And that had, when they blasted, you knew they blasted. And I'm scared of the noise situation. I'm scared of the dust because on the way into Deadwood here, they were obviously crushing limestone, I assume, because it was a white dust. It was lingering in the air all over. Now, the silica dust is not a healthy situation. I have asthma as it is. We are very close to that. Granted, the gulch is between us. That doesn't filter the air by any means. So I'm more concerned with health issues, the blasting, what's it gonna do to our watershed problems? Our wells, that's another issue. So that's my complaint. I'm strictly opposed to it. Thank you.
Okay, I know everybody'd like to take a break, but we've got 4 people left on our list, so I'd like to keep going here. Lloyd Walbeck?
I am Lloyd Welby, 19925 Cobble Road. I really hope each and every one of you commissioners think about this very hard before you make a decision. You've got a lot of property tax people here that are paying substantial amount of money. Now, do we deserve a mine next door? Think about it. Would you like a mine next door to your home? I don't think any one of you would. Well, don't make a decision without thinking hard. These people here are paying property tax. I'm one of them, and every year it goes up. And we get no road repair to speak of in this town. So where's the money gonna go? Well, I have, thank you.
Okay.
Speak on the next one, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Stacy Lewis.
Good morning. My name is Stacy Lewis, and my husband and I own Lot 2 in Wild Turkey Estates on Balder Road.
That's your address.
Well, it's a vacant lot right now. We're in the process of planning our home and getting the financing to build.
Okay, we just need your current address.
We're renting at 20 Lowry Lane here in Spearfish. And, you know, just, I don't want to rehash everything that everybody's been saying about the noise and the dust and everything. We came through this area 7 years ago on a trip to Mount Rushmore, and we fell in love with it. And we were deciding back then where we wanted to relocate once our son graduated from high school. And he graduated June 1st, and we were here on June 8th. And we love the area, we love the just the community and the ability to pop over here to Deadwood in 10 minutes, you know, if we want to come over and have lunch. And so we bought our property 5 years ago. We own it outright, and we are extremely excited to build our dream home, our retirement home, and to move out here, uproot everything and move out here, and then find out about these proposed pits that are going to be going in our neighborhood was quite disturbing to us. So, you know, we hope that you take everything into consideration. We are opposed to both pits, especially the one that will be closest to Wild Turkey. That one's up next, but I just want to express our opposition to both. And we hope that you folks take into consideration everything that's being said, the people that live in that area and how these pits are going to affect us on a community level and just living, just quality of life level. And I appreciate your time.
All right, thank you. The last one on the list for this pit was Judith Lane.
My name is Judith Lamb.
And I live at 19932 Gobbler Road. And I object to these gravel pits for all the reasons and objections that have been stated previously. But I do want to add one thing as far as health conditions. Where we live and surrounding areas, there are a number of seniors and retirees, some with already having health conditions such as multiple sclerosis, lupus, as mentioned, asthma, rheumatoid arthritis. These are autoimmune diseases which are severely impacted by anything that triggers the autoimmune response. And so I just want to be real specific about that. And it's not just cancer, there are a lot of other things. So thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. All right, at this time, we're going to take a quick break, and then at this time, I am going to close the public hearing. So from now on, the public you won't have any interaction with the board unless we would ask somebody a specific question. It'll be left up to the board to go from that point on.
Chairman,
We'll take a quick break.
there's one more email that you received from Faith and Dan Butts, who I think must have Wild Turkey Estates. They're opposed to both permits. I don't have an address at this point.
All right.
I've been checking online. Said they were. I'm sorry? Yeah, that's my thought.
And I think which is huge.
Right. It's a library.
Well, the only
Initially based on.
My grandson has been.
make sure that you mention your tax return.
Yeah, they've already.
There's no way that they're gonna do 6 to 15, starting at 6 in the morning to 6 at night.
Yes,
yes. So I got a place over
This is misrepresentation. That's absolutely.
They were gonna go the other way. Well, that guy, that the other one,
Anticipate that. I'm great.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sort of.
Yeah, yeah.
I anticipate.
Yeah. Oh, that's it, yeah, thank you. He used to, Twin City Cougars, Twin City Fruits. Go right ahead, I got you. Thank you. They're gonna have depth insurance. Maybe everything. That's the reason they sit out there. You got these better organizations. B and Z meeting. It's but keep the arguments. I would. It's for every year. They're mine. Right.
The down.
My daughter works. Five different
The other four are wrong. That was a lot for you, doesn't
I'll take our turn on that one.
In the back.
How are you? How are you? Don't say sorry at the wrong time.
Right all the time and
Then you start getting more over there. Yep. I think he was out to get you. I think he was out to get you. He was gonna sit in your lap.
Yeah, no, really awkward.
Yeah, he started heading that way. All right, everybody, we'll try to continue here. I will restate the public hearing is closed, so please indulge us to have our discussion here and going. So call the meeting back to order.
If I may, before you begin your deliberations, can I read state law to you that will add some context perhaps to your deliberations?
Absolutely.
And so I'm citing 11 to 17.3, and this applies to all conditional use permits. And I'm going to paraphrase. I'm not paraphrasing. I'm not going to read all of it, but the relevant section of that statute says that the approving authority, that's this board, shall consider the stated criteria. Those are the criteria, I think, in the ordinance. The objectives of the comp plan and the purpose of the zoning ordinance and the relevant zoning districts when making a decision to approve or disapprove conditional use requests. So that has context of your consideration, if that helps.
Okay. All right, gentlemen. Questions, discussion?
Now I get to start, I'll start.
Yeah.
I saw in the original proposal, the time was 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. I have seen since the conditions were amended to say 7 in the morning till 6. I know there's concerns about vehicles hauling on that road. And I have to remember to separate the two pits in my head because we had a lot of overlap, a lot of discussion that applied to both, but also some with the roads that may not necessarily apply to both. But I know that was one concern that came with hours of operation. 6 is way too early. 7, I still question. The Jake brake or dynamic engine braking. I don't know if they're coming in empty. Do they need to use those? I don't drive big trucks to know if. I think there's some validity to trying to minimize or mitigate the dynamic engine braking.
Well, my opinion on that is if it's a factory Jake brake or exhaust brake, those aren't typically noisy, but some people have taken the liberty to alter their exhaust system to make them bark a little bit. Those, I agree, shouldn't happen, but the ones that come factory installed on a truck are usually pretty mild. That's my experience with Jake brake.
The other thing I know, should we do this, I don't know whether we need to add as a condition, truck speed limit and trucks hauling signs, like we have a lot of times when you have around a timber sale or something, but we may need to address with the highway superintendent getting something like that. Again, if it were to be approved, those are terms. I wouldn't mind seeing a lower speed limit for trucks versus regular vehicles. Although I did almost get run off the road on Friday by a vehicle right down there in front of the house at the bottom of the ditch by the Larson place. Guy driving right in the middle of the road and met him at the bridge. Thought I was gonna lose a mirror. But anyway, that's neither here nor there, but the speed limit on trucks and a haul road thing at minimum, I would like to see considered.
John did put up some signs where the road narrows. They're going down towards the end of Homestead there to the east. He put up narrow roads ahead or something like that, and I think 25 miles an hour speed limit. So.
You must have missed that.
Well, our highway super's in the room, so I'm sure he can answer the question whether he can put signs up.
Oh, I'm sure he is fully capable of doing that, and I've seen him do it before. And I'm just saying that I don't know if we want to, if we were to approve it, if we'd want that as a condition or just a directive from the commissioners to get those out. At that point, that's all I need. Yeah.
Commissioner Diver?
Comments?
Well, I have a few. I have a question for the applicant on the permitting with the state. Does that, how much bond is required in that?
If I remember right, the bond is for reclamation. Basically, we put a bond out there. It's so much per acre. I can't recall right at the moment. We have been through that process at different place, no problem, and we have good standing. You know, basically, it's Tom with DENR. I could call him right now and get that information if that's helpful.
And when would that permit be issued? Do you have an idea?
A week after you guys approve. Basically, his comment was, if you can get through Lawrence County, you won't have any problem with the state.
And then another question for you. What's the total depth of the extraction?
We're estimating 20 feet, and that's an estimation based on how thick the rock is.
Thank you. And next question is for Sheriff Dean. Sheriff Dean, if we put speed limits, weight limits, jake braking restrictions, how enforceable are those items?
Weight limits would be difficult for our agency to enforce. It's not typically what's done on a sheriff's office. Speed limits are enforceable, as are jake brake type issues, but it does take a considerable amount of manpower to have people in the right place at the right time.
Thank you. Now may I continue?
Sure.
Back to the applicant. MSHA has an air quality regulation that they have in open pit mining. Can you fill us in on how often they inspect?
Well, since we've been going, they've been at least once a year. And I think Brian laid it out in planning and zoning meeting. All of our guys, we call it the iron lung. It's essentially a little pump breathing apparatus. It goes on our guys, so it has to be so many inches from our nose or mouth. We wear it for the day. They take out the cartridge, they measure how much dust we've been breathing in, and then they issue us a report. We have yet to have any indicator that even our guys around the pit would need to wear respirator or dust masks. I can physically see the dust just like the rest of the public, but that is a measurable scientific approach to the dust question.
Okay, thank you. As I look through the proposed conditions, I wanted to go through the list, and then I have some that I'd like to propose. Item 2, all road routes should be approved by the highway superintendent. I would like that approval by the county commission prior to start of operation. Item 3, maintenance, including but not limited to gravel, grading, gravel, mag water, and dust control should be determined by the Lawrence County Highway Department and the haul road agreement. Item 5, after zoning ordinance, I'd like to add and the haul road agreement. What I'm trying to do is marry up the highway department with the ordinance so there's not a distinction. They should be monolithic. 15, the last sentence, it says the owner operator should cooperate with any inspections by the county commissioners and the highway department. I would like to add planning and zoning staff. They're the ones that are usually involved rather than the commissioners. So that'll be all 3 of those. And then item 32, 30,000 tons a year. I'm curious, is the applicant satisfied with that number?
Given the opportunity, I'd like to see that number increased, just because we may want to go over that. The number that we use and where that came from is during planning and zoning, we were asked the question, what kind of volume do you want? I said 20,000 tons a year from the very first meeting until our very last meeting. I think it was Bob or somebody suggested on planning, would 30,000 be sufficient? And I said, yes, I jumped at that, right? Like, I want to comply, I want to make the public happy, I want to get this done.
Yeah, I believe it was Travis Shank, but you know, I think 30,000 is a good starting point. We get through some of the, if we approve this, we get through some of the concerns. You get a track record. You don't have such a huge hole in the ground to reclaim if the permit is taken. Now I wanted to get into the meat of my idea, conversation here. I propose that a condition be added that every truck that hauls out of there has an identification or logo on the side of the truck. If we approve these and there's a complaint, we need to know who is not obeying the haul road agreement and not have to rely on photographs just on the side of a truck. If we have identification on each truck, then we can call the CUP holders and say, hey, you take care of this, rather than the county getting in the middle of it. And they can police their own more easily that way. So I think an identification on each vehicle with the company that their truck is working for should be on every vehicle, and I would like to add that to the condition. Secondly, I'd like to hear the applicant describe to me how, if we do a haul road agreement, how you're going to keep people from turning left when they leave the pit.
Signage is the most common that you know, when I'm hauling from someone else's pit, it's loaded vehicles must turn right. That is the biggest, say I'm not even there on that day, how could I police it? But signage does seem to be the most industry standard.
And we all know we have some issues. If you want to haul gravel to Muller Road, where do you go? You don't want to go through Gobbler on the road within that subdivision. So that, you know, that somehow there's a practical approach to this where you, hey, I got to haul gravel to a construction project and on Muller Road. How can I do that? And how do you let people know you're doing that? But the idea is not to have them go from any of these quarries down through Homestake Road to the intersection of highway, the old highway. That guardrail there is way too narrow, the hill's too steep. So you know, I need some type of surety that those people will be reported and you can lose your permit if they're not turning left. And that's how serious this is to me. And I want to know if pits are approved, which pits, who's causing the problem. I don't want to find the winners and losers here. That should be up to the people that are the applicants. I also would propose a 100,000 pound weight limit on Homestake Road and Red Hill Road. We wonder how we can enforce that. It's quite easy. Every month you give us your weight tickets. Tells us the gross weight of the vehicle that was on your scale. We find the violations. It's very easy to do. You weigh every truck, right?
Have to.
Yeah, so if we have monthly reports showing those weights, makes our enforcement of the weight limit reportable and the pits accountable.
Gross weights and not weight limit for the road.
Yep, just gross weight, yep. And if it's over the 100,000, they're in violation. The reason on the 100,000, and I know there's some truckers in the room that know more about this, is I don't want the double belly dumps, and I don't want a long truck with a pup. I don't have a problem with an end up with a pup, and I don't have a problem with a standard truck with 5 axles that normally hauls cattle. And I think the 100,000, if not, I'm negotiable to that. And logging trucks run about 95 to 96, I think, and so those are things that are already hauling out there. And just so we know, Homestake Road was built by Homestake to haul logs. That's the history of that road. Those of us who lived here long enough remember that. But that's what I'd like to see, a low limit. I would like to ask the highway superintendent what his opinions are on the structures we have there, and will they handle these kind of 100,000 pound loads?
Well, I think that we definitely need to have the 2 structures that aren't inspected. I think we should have those inspected and let an engineer make the determination of what they can handle. Neither one of those structures, the one at the Larson Ranch, it's not really determined even how old it is. It's just like a box culvert. To me, it needs a serious upgrade. It's not very wide. It doesn't span very far, but I think it definitely should have an inspection done upon it before it becomes a haul route.
And the other one over by Shanks is a structure because it's just short of being a bridge.
It's because it's just short of being a bridge. That's correct. That would be a little more of a problem because that one would be a fairly expensive structure to replace if it doesn't pass an inspection. That it's, for all practical purposes, it is a bridge. It just doesn't meet the state definition of a bridge. So it does not fall under any of the criteria to be inspected semi-annually or every 2 years or whatever they deem necessary.
Superintendent Bay, do you think we should have those inspections in place before we determine the weight limit or have an action on these permits?
I think the inspection would possibly determine your weight limit for you if the inspection was done prior.
Would the applicant willing to be paid to pay for those inspections, reimburse the county for those inspections?
Well, we could sure look into it. I mean, I do have a couple engineers that I know that.
We would use our engineer that does our bridge inspection for the county.
Just
Bros Engineering.
So that would be Daniel, whatever. I mean, I hate to say, yeah, spend 20 grand of my money without talking, looking into it further, but I certainly would be willing to, have further that conversation.
Superintendent Bay, do you estimate these about $1,500 a piece?
That's right. Our contract with Rose is each structure is not to exceed $1,700. And when I spoke to them about some estimates, if we can coincide it with our annual inspections that we have coming up, it would be between $1,000 and $1,500 per structure.
So 1,700 is their maximum.
That's the
That
maximum.
gives you some guidelines per structure.
I would further that conversation. Of course I would.
And then the haul road agreement is another discussion that happens after this. And with my first edit early on in the item, it was that haul road had to be approved by the county commission. So this is only one step. If this were approved today, the haul road discussion is another discussion. And your permit is not issued till you have the haul road agreement. I wanted to make that clear. Council, do I have that right?
You can certainly make that clear as part of a condition, yes?
Okay.
It already is a condition.
It is a condition.
Yes.
Yeah. That's mostly what I have, and I don't know if this group wants to look. I don't know how you feel about this, but I would recommend those changes to the conditions to make it more clear of the authority that we have.
Okay, I agree with a lot of what you said, but most trucks that are out there are legally licensed in this state to be on our highways, and most of them have their name and a DOT number already on the side. So, and the $100,000, 100,000-pound limit, I guess I question that a little bit because these trucks are gonna get out on they're gonna inevitably leave the pits and get out on our highways, and they've gotta be illegally loaded for the weight limits that are posted on our highways. So I would favor, I guess if you wanna stick a number on there to be traveling on our road, I would use $120,000, pound weight limit. I struggle with putting a weight limit on a gravel road when they're gonna leave and get onto an established highway that has, they've gotta be legal on those. And these trucks, they add axles to them so they can carry this weight. And when you get these trucks that have got a lot of axles on them, they're less abrasive to the road than some that aren't, because the weight is spread out. So that's, and then also, I have a little bit of heartburn with trying to force all the trucks to go out to the west, because we've got people that living in our community, been making their living, and they deliver products to these developments. Those trucks have been going up and down through the narrow pieces there, just a single dump truck I'm talking. And you know who a lot of these people are making their living. I have a little heartburn at telling them they've got to go clear out to 2 and around when they've been running that road their entire career. So I struggle with that.
If I may.
Yes.
I believe the haul road agreement for the Edwards pit requires that no trucks turn left. It's in that already. So if they're doing it, they're violating that haul road agreement already. And so I'm trying to be consistent. The weight is an opportunity to restrict from the two big belly dumps and the trucks with pups. We all know that the weight limits in South Dakota are based on bridges and the number of axles, and you have a formula there that they permit them. But if you investigate road maintenance and you look at the relationship of one truck to how many cars that equals on road maintenance, it's staggering. When you get to these big weights, that number of passenger vehicles that you could maintain that road for versus that truck are staggering. LTAP has documents on that which are available. And it's surprising the difference in the wear and tear on the road because of the weight. I'd also acknowledge, on the contrary, that if you have more tonnage, you have less trips, right? But I just do not think that we need the double belly dumps or pups on this road. That's my opinion. And the 100,000, I think, would cap that.
Okay, well, I voiced my opinion. What do the rest of you think? Commissioner Sleep?
Well, I had a couple of thoughts there. You could do help a lot of things if you put berms up and that. And if you put them up before you start, it directs the wind and the dust and that. And then you got them there in place so that you can use the berms to rehabilitate the damage of the mining.
That is 100% correct. That is the plan. The available overburden. The question is that I can't in good faith answer is how much dirt is over that rock.
Yeah.
Don't know today. I'll let you know when we're stripping it. But that's exactly what that's for, and that's why we strategically place it for reclamation.
Do you try to, rather than go 20 or 30 feet down, do you try to go a little less and cover a bigger area?
What our plan shows is there's an elevation of like 2021, I think, I can't remember, but there is a specific contour that we started the cut there. So the cut there will be almost zero, and it will cut into the disturbance areas until we reach the 20 foot. Is it really 20 foot? We're not sure until we get to it. But that's the plan for, it's in our plan of operations, but that's what we've laid out to start from the west as it's the lowest and work our way into the east.
Commissioner Jennings?
Most of my concerns have been covered by some of the other commissioners. I'd just like to add the load limits. I'm supportive of some sort of load limit. It's not just the wear and tear on the road, but it's also a safety issue that I see. The bigger the truck, the harder it is to stop. And so it is a narrow road in places. It does get a lot of traffic. It gets a lot of recreational traffic. There's just a lot of people that like to drive on that road, and so I think we need to be cognizant of that. But I would almost rather us wait and throw the load limits in with the haul road discussion so we can get the bridge inspections done and make sure that that's not going to be the limiting factor.
Okay.
I agree with that comment. Okay. Further discussion? Any questions? Commissioner, Mr. Chairman, sorry.
I might add there too, we, cattle have trouble with dust too as well as humans, and they can die from dust pneumonia. And we've been up where there's plenty of wind, and we have never had any trouble with the cattle and from Edwards's pit there. We never lost any or had any sickness. And we have a well that's into the limestone, and it hasn't, blasting or anything hasn't bothered that well. It's the thing that floods when you drill it. So I just want to mention there's no consequences on those two things, really, like some people might think.
Commissioner Diamond.
I'm intrigued by the PPE that we have, which includes the dust reporting device on your personnel. And I would suggest a condition on the conditions that you report those monetary findings either monthly or quarterly. I mean, you're doing it for MSHA anyway.
They do it once a year and they show up unannounced, so no problem, you can have the results, but, or you're asking us to buy the equipment, learn how to run it, do the test, is that what you're asking?
Well, I like the idea of some monitoring other than once a year.
I had a conversation with our Grouse Mountain, and he says that monitoring dust is a slippery slope. That's his word, not mine. I asked specifically because the general public in our last meetings were, we don't want you to tell us it's good or bad or whatever. We want real numbers. And so that's what I went to him with, and he came back with not a favorable response to doing that. I would certainly look into it further, but that was, when I ran it up the tree that one time, it wasn't like, oh yeah, we do it here, here, and here, and it's, good information. Because that's what I wanted too. I wanted to be able to hand to you and say, I'm in compliance, leave me alone. But I can't do that because he's telling me that there's too many variables when testing for dust.
In your company safety plan, you do pre-screenings and annual screenings?
Absolutely.
Okay. So that information is available.
Sure.
Whichever could be available.
Right. Truck drivers especially, I mean, then they're a whole nother level of what can I say, testing that they're subjected to.
And I'm familiar with it. I wear a half face in a silicon environment in some of my work, so I'm aware of some of those things. But I also realize that in some of the projects I'm involved with, we put in air monitors by an independent testing company. So this small of pit, I'm maybe not as concerned as a larger one, but that we've done that to monitor the air quality in the area. Thank you.
Commissioner Flanagan. Do you plan on having water dust suppression at the top of the crusher head or at the end of your conveyor?
That's a great question. We've had lots of conversation about dust prevention, and we've got lots of tools in the toolbox. The answer that General Equipment, who that's my resource is there are several places that we could use it. They don't specifically say here, here, and here. It's if you have this problem here, if you have this problem here. So I think it's kind of on a case-by-case basis, depending on what we're making, depending on what the material is, depending on the humidity, moisture content, there is not just a blanket, this is how you do it. It's identify the problem and then mitigate at the crusher, at the drops of the conveyors, or on the screen. There's some people pre-water their material. So I think all of those are possible depending on what we're dealing with.
And that's, there's a couple of comments and a couple of statements I'm gonna make right now. The discussion about Centennial Quarry, I made a phone call on them a couple of weeks ago. They fall, unfortunately, they don't have a conditional use permit with the county. They've been there so long, they never had to get one. So all of their regulations go solely through the state. We can be more restricted than the state, but not less restricted than the state. So when they get a phone call from us saying, you got a bunch of dust, they said, well, we fall in compliance with the state. Well, there's some thought that they may be coming in to do a conditional use permit, and a lot of that will get ratcheted down. The other side of that, I did grow up right across from a big mine. I grew up on Bleecker Street in Lee that doesn't exist anymore. The bottom of Addy and Bleecker, and I spent 6 years underground in that mine. So I've been around silica dust all my life. I've been around blasting it all hours of the day. And dust control, there's a number of ways that we can handle that. And the big one, the one that we're seeing at Centennial that was bothering me so bad, the crusher was making dust, and then they weren't maintaining their haul roads. So when they were driving trucks, that's where the huge cloud was coming out, was from the crusher head when they're loaded trucks out to their gate. That made a massive, this was right before Raleigh. And I know early on in the Edwards pit, I was coming back from Gillette one time, and I thought something was on fire. Made a phone call, and I got addressed right away. And I think they had to spray their pile on that, and I think they may have had a little bit of haul road right around the edge where the pile was, where they were loaded. A lot of that stuff can be taken care of real easy. And the other thing is since we have a conditional use permit, if it gets approved through the county, we can make a phone call and go, you got dust. Can we get this addressed now? Or don't bring any trucks out until it's addressed. I should say there's some teeth in that and enough complaints, and it can be revoked. Also on the other side, if things go well and there's a potential that he could do more gravel in a season, again, depending on how neighbors work and how everything else works. But I wanted to make sure people knew that some of us are speaking from an area I've spent time minimal around gravel pits, but a lot of time around open pit work. And the dust and the noise is something I grew up with, and some things that I'm very cognizant of and have concerns about as well. So, but you've looked into some of those things, and you understand that if there is a problem, we give you a phone call that it needs to be addressed.
As part of our conditional use permit, the planning and zoning requires that we have 10,000 gallons of water on site at all times. I mean, that's a pretty direct condition to, I mean, you probably can't make me spray it, but you're making me put it there. So, I mean, that's one step closer to making sure we have that available to do what we're supposed to do, right? I don't mean you can't make me, of course you can call and say, man, I've got a problem. But you're not mandating that I spray it so many times a day or a week or a month, but we've got it there. Not that hard anymore.
I don't want it to look like the college on a rainy day when they have that set on automatic sprinkler in the water. It's pouring rain and there's water running down from the sprinkler system. That gets a little ridiculous.
Commissioner Divert, question for Superintendent Bay. If we were to ask for those structure inspections, what's the turnaround time? Do you have any idea?
I do not have any idea. I do know that the annual inspections that they're going to do, they haven't done yet, and they got to do it before the snow flies. So I would say sooner than later.
I have a hard time evaluating these projects without having some indication on the impact on those structures.
I can make a phone call and find out when we can get them inspected. I could probably know by the end of the week.
Thank you.
Further discussion. Just to clarify, we could, in theory, we could conditionally approve the conditions of the conditional use permit and make that conditional upon
the structures being
the structure inspection and then put the load limits on, which may necessarily restrict some of that use until such time as those are upgraded if necessary. Is that
Mr. Chairman, if I may. Well, there's three balls in the air here. There's a conditional use permit, there's the Department of Agriculture Natural Resource permit, and there's a haul road agreement. And it's hard to get the DANR to act until they know where the county stands. So that buys a little time. But the condition of the haul road agreement on the CUP has such a direct impact. I mean, just because you pass the CUP means you may not have the conditions on the haul road agreement. I mean, the $25 or 25 cents a ton is $7,500 a year on 30,000 tons. Is that enough?
I thought it was 5 cents.
Well, at 25, it's only $7,500. Is that enough to take care of that road? So, there's a lot of things to still be worked out in that haul road agreement is my point.
Well, we need to deal with what we have here at hand. I'm just gonna make a few comments. I've been a huge advocate of landowner rights, and this has been an allowed use in our community forever. And landowners do have rights, and if they come forward and they fall within the criteria to meet that, then I think they have the right to apply for and utilize their resource. It's an ag use. It's farm and ranch land is not just crops and livestock. It's all these other things such as timber and aggregate that I feel the Lord put on earth for us to use responsibly. I think with the conditions we've got before us that can be done. And a lot of the folks that have been in here today and voiced their opinion, they're not right next to it. I lease a place that's right next to this. I mean, right adjacent to it. I'm not going to gain anything from it, but I'm not afraid of it. I believe the operators are gonna do what they say, and we do have the ability to shut it down if it isn't followed. So I will be supporting this today. So it's up to you, gentlemen, what you want to do from here.
Mr. Chairman, could I ask Amber to reread the conditions with changes? Did you get the comments that Commissioner Dybert stated?
I do, and you can tell me if I need to fix some. So.
Yeah, it might be easier to do it.
So the changes that I see here is items two, we would switch highway superintendent to county commission.
Correct.
3, we would add and haul road agreement at the end. 5, we would add and haul road agreement at the end. 15, we would add and planning and zoning staff.
After inspection.
Yep. Which is fine. We actually don't need it as a condition. We can add it. We can go on site at any time. And then, then we would get to some additional ones. 33, and I'm paraphrasing, so this may need some work. I have every truck hauling will be required to have identification with contact info, just kind of as a notation. We can work on specific. 34,
wait, hold on right there.
Do we want to put those in the haul road agreement instead?
Well, like Commissioner Ewing said, by DOT regulation, they have to have a DOT
Name
number,
has to be on there and your number.
If it's a commercial use vehicle, you have to have a DOT number.
I don't think it has the phone number and the owner. It just has the DOT permit number.
You can find that from him. Yeah, I see where you're going.
Well, but you can call the powers to be with that DOT number, and they'll give you all the information, the owner, the phone number, the address.
Mr. Chairman, I realize that, but that's just more work for the county. If it's plain and simple, somebody makes a call, they have a picture of that number, we call it, or the planning and zoning calls the operators of the quarries, and they say, here's your problem, take care of it. We don't have to do any investigation, it's seamless. Now,
So
now I can wait and I'm open to putting that in the haul road agreement.
I think I'd prefer to,
Discussion.
can we go through what your question was, is what would be the added conditions, and then you can decide what you want to do with them.
Thank you.
34 was a 100,000 pound weight limit on Homestake Road, Red Hill Road. And then I put in parentheses, a monthly report submitted to the planning and zoning office. I got specific on the first of every month by 5 PM. I don't want to be chasing them. That would be my only concern with that condition, is they need to have a deadline.
Close business.
Yep. And then I added 35 something, all bridge inspections shall be completed prior to any operation. Further review by county commission. I mean, something to that effect. We would need something in there saying they would need to do it. And then I didn't know if this was an added condition or not about the MSHA. You started talking about that and them submitting reports. Okay, so that one would be no. So that's the changes that I had.
You said just 34, right? You didn't add.
35.
I didn't say 35.
All bridge inspections shall be completed prior to any operation, and then somehow the commission's gonna have to say if it's okay or not okay, or whatever they find out.
Thank you.
Commissioner Jennings.
If it's all right with Commissioner Dybert, I would like to move 33, 34, and 35 into the haul road agreement portion instead of the stipulation for the CUP.
I don't have a problem doing that. As long, I just want the applicant to know those are coming as much as anything.
Absolutely.
And the people in the room to know those are coming. I have a question for legal counsel, if I may. The violation of the haul road agreement has the same impact as a violation of the CUP?
Yes, it's incorporated by reference.
So do we do the whole road agreement now, and we can talk about that? So we can, go one way or another, and that. You're the one that presented it.
Well,
What do you think?
in the condition, they have to have a haul road agreement before they begin operations. So in my mind, and legal counsel can clarify this, we could approve the CUP with that condition, and that condition would have to be met before they can go into operation.
Right, that'd be further discussion before you.
So it'd be a separate discussion, maybe we have a little more detail on the bridges, et cetera. But at least if we do act on the CUP today, they know where they are with the Department of Ag and Natural Resources at a minimum.
Everyone understand, Brandon, what we're?
Can I get a clarification on that? I do have a question with the 100,000 pound, arbitrary number, which I understand what you're trying to do. My question is, could I go, research what I have, what my weights are, and make sure that, we're not 3,000 pounds away from something. Like, if we're gonna do it in the haul road agreement, that's great, and I'll definitely, work with the commission on that. I'm hoping to not being agreeing to a 100,000 pound limit right now.
Commissioner Dybert?
Yeah, I see that as a discussion item in the haul road agreement, based on the bridge criteria. And that's why I went to 100,000 rather than 96, because I believe some of the ag users and the loggers push that. So we need to know the details for
The
it.
second question on the haul road agreement left turn, would there be an exception to delivery to Cedarberry, for example? I mean, wouldn't we have to put that exception in there?
Well, it depends on, if I'm, on Cedarberry, you have two ways in there. We don't want you going down through the guardrail. We'd want you to maybe go south and on the Molar Road and in that way.
Cedarberry's kind of up on, right? There's
I know where
one
Cedarberry
development
is.
up on the bench. I mean,
I know where they're both at.
Okay.
There's a thoroughfare from Molar Road across to Homestake that's in the road district that's with Cedarberry.
Okay.
So you just have to come in from the south and not go through that guardrailed area.
I'd have to be a little more familiar, but the absolute not turn left, if there's an exception for delivery over there or an agreed route that way.
Well, I think that can be worked out in the haul road agreement. But if you have a project there, maybe you get a special permit for it, so we know who's hauling and who's doing it and why. 'Cause I know there's concrete trucks coming in there. You can't stop coming from town.
Yeah, we got a lot of issues to iron out on the haul road, because I still don't agree with that weight, but that's something we can discuss later.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
as an option, I don't know if you're inclined to want to make a decision today, but I'll throw it out there that if you want to, I general mark September 5th at 10 a.m. for potentially continued discussion of the matter, knowing that the public hearing has been closed. And if that's premature, an alternative date to that would be your meeting on September 26th at 9 a.m. I don't know if that
I think
helps
we
you
could
today or not.
probably iron out things by that first meeting and have a discussion at least on the Hall Road agreement.
Right, and I'm sensing maybe even the applicant would like to have an opportunity to review some of the discussion here today and be able to have further discussions with you at a later date. I don't want to put words in his mouth, but that's my sense.
That's fine. Now, my question to the board is it now my homework to bring you a Hall Road agreement? I mean, I have had a small conversation with John, with Amber. Where does that sit in this general Hall Road agreement discussion? Whose court is that ball in? Is that mine? Is that John's? Is that yours? How do we proceed with those questions?
We have a model, and I guess I would suggest that Amber and I would work on it and try to incorporate some of the language that you've proposed here today. We would obviously share that with the applicant and with the public in advance of if it's going to be September 5th, so everyone can have a look at that, just to make sure we're all really squared away on what that is.
That sounds good to me. You guys?
Yeah, is the chairman suggesting continuing this or having action on this item today? Or
I would like to see us get past this point. We've drug it out all summer. Let these folks that have applied know where we're coming from, and then the 5th of September, we will iron out the Hall Road agreement. Is that fair, gentlemen?
If it's approved today, that's what.
Right, right.
Do this step now,
Yeah.
one way or the other.
Yep.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion that we proceed with the quarry,
CUP 484.
yeah, and we will review the Hall Road agreements and follow the CUP rules. Makes sense?
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman? If that was a motion to approve, I would suggest a little bit more to that. I would suggest that you reference SDCL 11 to 17.3, and based upon that your motion for approval would also consider staff's recommendation for approval, planning and zoning's recommendation for approval, and then there's also a set of proposed findings of fact, conclusions of law that were submitted by the applicant. It's allowed by our ordinance. You would incorporate that by reference into your motion as well. And I need to address a few things there. Item 5, for example, has a date that could be entered into later. 6 has a date as well that we can make conform to the facts, if that makes sense. And then also, I think paragraph 28 has a date in there that's left open as well. But for those reasons that you base your motion for approval. Make sense to everybody?
Okay.
Is that your motion, Richard?
I guess so.
Just hadn't got it the rest of it.
Bruce beat me to it.
I would second that, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, we have a motion and a second for approval with the language that's been included. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, we'll do a roll call vote just because. All those in favor of the motion will say aye by roll call.
Flanagan.
Aye.
Sleep. Seibert.
No.
Jennings.
Aye.
Ewing.
Aye.
So 4-1. Motion carried.
All right, well, that one's passed.
So, Mr. Chairman, September 5th at 9 o'clock, there'll be follow-up discussion on the agenda regarding the Hall Road agreement.
Yes.
And the stated conditions that you've discussed are 34, 33, or 34 are those conditions that you've adopted as by reference as well?
No.
No?
In the Hall route, not in this.
Okay. Okay. That will be reflected in the motion as well then.
All right, yes.
You had made those additions to the number 2 and number 3, or adding county commission. That is part of that. Do I need to list that in the motion as well? is what I'm asking.
I'm not sure what you're saying.
Yes,
We amended.
Yeah,
it.
amended
The
changes to the
amended conditions were part of the conditions were part of the motion.
Yes.
2 and 5 and 15.
And with the Haul Road agreement, through the Haul Road agreement, yes.
Those little typographical issues.
Yeah. Well, it's up to you.
We're gonna take a short break. We're gonna go on to the next CUP. I'm recusing myself and gonna go sit over there, and Vice Chair Flanagan will handle this hearing. So.
So 12:41.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. It's either that or it's gonna be a class action lawsuit.
The public meeting is closed, but you still can attend, right? And it's September 5th.
We bought a lot. They had to walk to
So.
No.
Yeah, so right when you pull on to, while working on the, you go past the gray house on the
It's
right.
not a public hearing. You recognize, as a chairman would recognize you, you can comment, you can have input, right? You can certainly send emails, letters, and things like that. But it's not a public hearing. So you have to have the chairman and the board to recognize testifying.
We got here early as part of it.
I don't know if we're gonna get it done. Talk to Amber and get it to you as soon as we can. It's probably gonna be. Make sure that we send Mr. Livingston a copy of the Haul Road agreement when we get a draft done.
I'll try to remember if I don't, you know how to get a hold of me, I know. I probably won't remember, you know how you always call me
The county says, oh, no. Gravel trucks.
But I remember
Open access.
Otherwise,
I don't remember. He just mentioned it. He said, well, what if we had to go back to the, so we go back to the last one? This other than you saying the access of the. Yeah, exactly. You can go down the property, go to the county, walk the hill. So we gotta walk the neighborhood just to kind of.
You can't stop fighting. Well, you can't, because if you do, it's rough.
It's a
rough,
lot.
yeah.
I think every time I look at my.
Yeah, it's funny.
Yeah, it's like 27 stories.
And that hill is steep. It has some, because when you start up it, and you know, you come up around the curve and it kind of eases up a little bit, and then it's just very straight up. And very, I can imagine, you know, if they were separate sides, what's gonna happen when they come whipping down that hill? Yeah.
blended in so well, I mean, please. How you doing?
So, yeah.
Well, so that's my thing, is I see it like I get out there. And they're going past the house. That's probably 40 miles an hour. There's a little bit of
I know, yeah, I know I got it in an email attached.
I asked for some speed bumps.
Sure. I saw that. I'm guessing that they should have them in the hard drive.
I always
Yeah,
had
I know, I know, I know.
But no.
Mr. Luke, is that correct?
Every vehicle should have to go through that. So my whole thing is I'm even willing to say, look, I'll go, because you can get them, you can buy temporary speed bumps and they put in parking lots, and you anchor it on each side of the road, and it stops, it's enough for you to slow down for the stop, you go over that, and it's generally there or something. And then when it's snowing.
You told me.
They can come do it, snowplow it. You know, obviously you don't want people losing traction. Hitting that and losing traction.
Give you guys the actual vote.
Oh,
absolutely. Okay, want to make sure it gets to the public record in the.
One tiny bit, a lot of things they built back then.
So that's what I want to make
Mr. Diver.
I know.
Nutty bar. It's a portable, so it's just like give out. I understand. But there's still. There's still. I don't wear a cane. So even in the winter. I mean, I can see that you have just such traction. I was there, well, across the street from one lanes there. I knew it was a shop. So they were having two excavators there. I'm moving the property, so I'm parked up on the shoulder on my side. They got their shoulder on their side because they have no driveway. They're basically using the driveway for the excavators. And they backed in a load bed to load the excavators taken out. The load bed was the entire lane. And I was parked on my the drainage did and everybody, that was the only time people slowed down. It was because I was in the middle of the road. They had like 6 feet to be able to go around it. Yeah, I think that, and like I said, I think I talked to the neighbors too. Proposing that, just during the summer. Then we're gonna need a slow people down that hill. Oh, yeah. It's just a Chevy, red Chevy pickup. It smokes it on the hill. It went straight up. And they, 20 minutes later, they scream.
I mean, it's all in information.
I don't know where he goes to. No,
but I mean, now.
Yeah, I'll
Yeah, but
I may still try to go sit over there. Yeah, actually,
I don't think any of those corrections I had were substantial.
All right, we'll call the meeting back to order. We have the commissioners here, except for Commissioner himself. From this discussion, he'll be around if you have any questions or opinions, but he will not be taking part in the vote or the discussion among the commissioners unless we ask him a question. Auditor Magruder is here to take minutes, so we're ready. We're going to go under the same rules that Bob set up in the earlier one. Please, everybody be civil. Please come up and state your name for the record when we get to that part. In your opinion, what I would ask, we do have 29 persons worth of testimony. If you've gone through basically the summation, unless you have something different for this pit specifically, please stand up, come up, state your name. And I took notes on everybody, so if you've got something in particular to this pit that's different from what you said, please go into that. If you have same comments as the last one, please refer to your last statement, because again, we heard it and we appreciate it. Very good, very important information. But with that, we will start with the presentation of conditional use permit 487. Anyone who's online, make sure your microphone is on mute, please. And anyone in the audience, if you have your phones, please make sure they're on silent.
Okay, so this is for the Larson Family LLP. The legal description, everybody knows where it's at, Spearfish Homestake Road, small scale gravel pit. The original application was for 129.60 acres. You will see an amendment was added, and it is right here. It has been decreased to 101.63 acres. So that is a change from the original that started. We always allow if they go less acreage, we can always go less, you just can't increase it. So in this case, they did go less. The applicant is requesting that small scale gravel, rock, and quarry industry. They will have no more than 10 acres of disturbance at any one time. If they want to move into a different area, they would have to reclaim the previous 10 acres before they can move location. Pierce Road is Homestake Road. Staff suggested the applicant submit written findings in fact prior to the county commission public hearing, which our ordinance states 10 days prior. We did have those and they have been provided. They do have, so Kroll has an existing state mine license, which is 96604. Obviously, if this was approved, they have to go back to the state to do any of their stuff with the state level. And with that, there is the existing definitions in here. There's existing requirements of the application, as well as the considerations that the county commissioner should use when making their decision. Staff does recommend approval of this CUP 487, as it is an allowed conditional use permit in the ag district. And with that, the proposed conditions are going to be very similar to what you just saw. So obviously we'd have to go through those and make any changes that you wanted to. The difference is this one, at the planning and zoning meeting, they did add condition number 32, which was doing a maximum of 150,000 tons in the first year with no significant issues, and then would be allowed to increase to 250 tons the second year if there was no issues. This has gone through an informational meeting on May 4th, planning and zoning public hearing on June 1st, and then it went to they went and did the on-site, and then it came back as a continued public hearing on July 6th. And then with that, they did motion to make the recommendation to approve with the addition of the two conditions, the one I just read and the one about the 10,000 gallons of water sources identified. The two changes that they have been available on the website for public consumption, but since the last meeting, it was the findings of fact and conclusion of law, which you guys got. They did amend it down to 101.63 acres, and then provided this map that you see behind me that just kind of gave a little bit more detail. And then it looks like the same that we received with the other one was the document from John Bay regarding the bridge use and road stuff. So those were all submitted since then. Letters, we are just going to incorporate all the letters that I already read off the names the first hearing. I'm not going to read them again. She will incorporate it from the first meeting and pull those names over, and then obviously whoever's here today. So that's all I have. There is a short PowerPoint, I believe, that the applicant wants to share with you. So I don't know if you have anything else, Ryan, first that you want to go through, or you want to just show that.
I can show it and we'll read off that PowerPoint.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Brian Larson. I'm general manager for Kroll Incorporated. I live at 65 Government Valley Road in Wyoming. So the PowerPoint we have here for everybody to look at. This is the site looking west. Next page. This is the acreage that we have. We anticipate there's only going to be probably 50 or 60 acres that are actually going to be mineable in this area. The dark along the left is the canyon. There's no rock in the canyon. I included that in the permit in case I have to put in stormwater remediation, whatever in the canyon case, okay? Because if I move equipment, if I didn't include that and I moved equipment in there at the end of the show, so that is why that is in there. Basically, the only place we can mine is in the middle box. That middle box is an actual 10 acres. It is going to proceed, as the arrows show, down and to the west as we go. And as we reclaim, it will follow the northern edge. So all of our reclamation material will be inside the pit. All of our equipment will be inside the pit. The pit itself, if you look at the high wall that's is inside the canyon, it's about a 30 or 40 foot high wall. Typically, you carry that depth throughout the Minnetonka limestone is what we usually see. They may shallow out in areas, may not. That's what we think is there. So that is, we have 500 feet all the way around the middle section there. We're 500 feet from the county road. We have our scale, as you can see, the access road, how it's right above her pointer there. Our scale is right there. And then the access road will go into the pit. Our crushing spread, our noisy objects, which is typically is a primary crusher, which will be a jaw. They're about 12 feet. And eventually, will be situated inside the pit with a high wall, which will mitigate the noise, the sound, and the dust. Okay. Our goal is for you not to even see any of our equipment, and as you guys probably seen at the viewing, when you're inside down where the pit is starting, you can't see a house, and you're actually going to be 30 or 40 feet below that where the ground level is going to be, and our equipment will eventually be sitting in the pit and eating from the high wall. So that's how this is coming about. So 10 acres, we'll probably open up 10 acres, and then we'll reclaim behind us. The high wall will go to, I think it's a 3 or 4 to 1 slope. The tops go back, and we'll seed as we go. So next slide, please. That is the yellow pins are residences around the Larson property. That the red, inside the red is all of Larson's property. The yellow is residences, and that kind of just shows you where everybody is. If I missed something, it's not because I maliciously thought it, just we missed it. So that kind of shows the relation of where the pit is.
The pit's located up here though, correct?
Correct, yep, right there. Perfect. This is a local economic impact that we did for Orange County and the state of South Dakota. So what we did, the first column is a 5-year total. Okay, it's aggregate sales of what we anticipate. And you can kind of see 75,000, 150,000, 200, 220, then max of 127. So you can kind of see what the revenues are coming into the county and the state. There is a multiplier that you use for sales, because if we put $1, we receive $1, then we spend approximately $1.24 in the community and elsewhere in the state of South Dakota. The labor impact below is our 5 employees We're anticipating 3 to 10. We picked 5 as the number. That's their 5-year total in wages at $25 per hour. I guarantee you there's going to be a lot of people that are over 25 in this economy right now. That's got a multiplier of 7 because those guys live in the community, they generate income, they buy things at Walmart spends it, so the multiplier is 7. Those are all kind of standards that cities use when they're seeing what a company will provide to you. So on the 5-year total, is about $38 million in 5 years. Now, that's next top. So this is King Ranch. This is in Wyoming. This is a sand and gravel operation. This is on the west side of Cheyenne, Wyoming. I'm just showing you some reclamation we've done. This is before. As after, we seeded it, flattened it out, hoping that it rains and it sprouts so I don't have to do it again. Egbert, this is a pit on the east side. That was where this is where we actually stockpiled and everything. We cleaned it up. And this is afterwards. So, the next one, that is our Rogers Quarry. And you can kind of see how the high wall sits. Okay, that's about a 20-25 foot high wall. And we have a crusher right there. And that is, the whole crushing spread is sitting right there. That is a dust with it running with our dust mitigation. And it's dry there, so that's typically what it does. We have spray bars on the jaw, the cone, and all the drop points that need it. And then that's what we want to do. That's what we're going to do in this pit. It'll sit next to the high wall, and you can't hear it. Like if you're on the east side over this way, it really buffers the noise. You know, if you're in a pit, it's a lot louder. So, and the next one will be the reclamation on that same site, same hills. That's what we did. So, you know, and this pit is a very big pit. It's probably, got 50, 60 acres opened up, and your guys' limited use, the conditional use is a lot more stringent, I'll be honest with you, than any other pit we have. I think that's probably a good thing for the community. It's 10 acres, that's all I can open up. Then I got to reclaim it just like that other stuff. But, you know, what else? You know, there's a lot of discussion about silicosis, and previous applicant did a good job of trying to explain it, you know, but at the land use planning, I actually provided to them our data that we've had from the last 6 years from MSHA. They typically come in about 1 to 2 years with the data, and they put it on the crusher, on my foreman in the shack, they put it on the guy that's walking around the crushers, guys in the loader, they read it, and all the readings were like less than half of what is required before we have to wear just a paper mask. And that is, I think she has that information for you if you need it. Hearing, our men do have to wear hearing inside. It's typically around 90 decibels. If you're right up against pressure, if you're 500 feet away, it goes down to about 65 decibels. And it gets less and less. So, just so that you guys know. I think that's about all I have at this point. You're welcome to answer questions at the end of the meeting. So, thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, with that, I'll reiterate. We've got the list here. I'm going to read the names down. If you have, please state your name and your address for the record. Come on up and talk to us. At the very least, say I was here last time, I'm for this for these reasons, and if we get minimum, we can try to get through this before it's too late. If you have something specific to this pit that may be different from the last one, please reiterate that or give us that information. to start with. Commissioner Diver, do you have a comment? Nope. Okay. With that, was there anything else from staff?
Nope.
Okay.
I have my son that I gotta get home. Can I just jump up?
Jump the line. Does anybody have heartburn if he does that? All right, let's do that. And I do have your name here.
Yeah, Neil Bowman.
Neil, yep.
19864 Diamond Creek. I have, all the concerns I have on the other one. This one, is further away, so the biggest problem I would have with this one, other than all the other stuff, would be the Jake brakes. My dad was a trucker. I grew up on a truck. Jake brakes are good for, like if you have to, when you're fully loaded, going down like Deadwood Hill and doing all those areas. But really just little tiny hills, you don't have to need it. It's there to save your brakes. But if you're going down a little hill, it's not gonna burn your brakes out going down a little hill fully loaded when it's not even, say like even a quarter mile to go down the hill and then back up. So I would really want Jake brake, especially going down the creek. That was right behind my house. Also on the times, I know the one at Edwards's, right now they're 5:30 in the morning, they're there. And, my 8-month-old, he gets up with, the Jake braking trucks coming down past the house, 5:30 in the morning. I know they're, it's summer and they're trying to get everything out of there. And, I've talked to him and I've talked to him, and now I know where the form is to, do a formal complaint. Because it's just getting, and if, one person's doing it, the other one's gonna see it and they're gonna start doing it. And with that other one 800 feet now or from my house, 2 of them going it's gonna be ridiculous. And then also with the truck size, I definitely don't want the belly, the big doubles going, and I think 100,000 is good. I think that's good for logging and all the other trucks too. I don't think going up to 120 just because the highway doesn't. I mean, that road's different than a highway. It's not paved. It has the smaller bridges, or I guess they'll technical bridges, but they're bridges. The ones that are there are old. Some of them are still wood. It's, it's ridiculous to try to put something, that big over those bridges. Something's gonna happen. And then I also would like from, maybe where, the other one is starting, where his haul road goes in to where he needs to turn right and not do left. Do a speed limit from there past Datham Creek. Because you gotta go up over that little hill and then you're running into Datham Creek. And if there's 2 trucks coming, one from Edwards, one coming from Larson's, meeting, and if they're not at a lower speed, they're not gonna stop, and we're gonna have 2 trucks running in. Or if I'm coming out of my, out of Datham Creek going, and I have a truck come flying, through there, I'm not gonna see it by the time, I get going just in my pickup. Like no, huge semi truck. So I would like, some kind of speed limit from where he pulls out to past, Datham Creek. So where there's actually, where you can see people coming up over the hill, you can actually, either slow down and stop, or the other person can wait for the other one to come. But I know that's definitely, and especially right here by Lynn's house, that's where his driveway comes out, right, right there too. So, that is a big safety concern for everybody. And if we could just get a speed limit in there, like 25 or something, just that area, so we don't have a big semi crash or, residents getting hit or anything like that. So, other than that, I'm gonna have a water, air and a sound monitors at my house, or actually on the property. So I know exactly what it is and how much it's going up and everything else like that. So I'll be monitoring that. If you guys want a monthly report or whatever, I could happily do that. That's up to you guys.
Thank you for your time, for stopping in. All right, next on the list, I have Kimberly Larson.
Kimberly Larson, 10499 West Highway 14, Square. I have just a few points to make. Gravel is a resource that should be sourced locally and not trucked in from miles away, increasing the cost to local taxpayers for roads being constructed and maintained. With the ever-increasing costs that ranchers face, it has become necessary for many ranchers to supplement their financial need. This low-impact quarry is a practical and beneficial use of the land that is short-term and temporary, operating only 3 to 4 months out of the year. In addition, it provides a much-needed resource to sustain infrastructure in our area that is in a demand as our community continues to grow. Approval of this small operation not only provides a resource-needed gravel, but preserves green spaces, wildlife, and native land that nature affords us. Ranchers choose this way of life, and like you, want to maintain a natural environment. This form of land use, the temporary quarry, permits this without resorting to other measures, such as selling one's land for housing developments. This same land area could be sold to a real estate development firm, forever changing the land's use, the landscape, and all that we here today appreciate about our wide open spaces. Current development examples would be Top Shell, the Reserve, and Cedarberry. Instead of a quarry of low impact to the environment, we may be looking at 200+ homes being built, bringing in noise, light pollution, and heavy demand on water resources, in addition to exponentially heavier traffic on Homesteads Road. The Larson family wouldn't like to see this happen, but financial needs can impact this issue. We see this quarry as a positive for our community.
Thank you. Les Turgeon.
Les Turgeon on 9963 Marion Loop. As I finished up last time, I mentioned something about the commissioners follow the law. I'd like to read a little quote out of the United States Supreme Court in the Senate Centennial Valley version shows. The voters have restricted the power and authority of the commissioners to interpret and apply the law. We have found that by disregarding the clear intent of the comprehensive plan, the commissioners act in excess of their jurisdiction, and the residents of the county have the right to rely on that right. So I'd like to take a quick look at what you told the public. In the Facebook, I'm Randy Dybert, Orange County native, committed to protecting your family. And I was thanking for voting no on the last one and was asking to do it again. From the Pioneer Time Review, Bride and Flanagan, I believe we have a unique area in which to continue preserving and fostering this by representing Orange County. We need to regulate development subdivisions while protecting property rights, starting with a comprehensive plan as a guideline, zoning ordinance, and regulations. Once again, we're referring to the plan. Okay, and then we have Eric Jennings, who at the time was South Dakota Historical Vice President, I believe, maybe still is. But his comment was, respect the culture of our current residents. Mr. Sleep wrote in commissions approving subdivisions. And you people have approved, what, 5, 6, 7 subdivisions in that area already. So you need to respect that. Mr. Sleep also said that I will strictly follow the comprehensive plan. Well, let's take a quick look at this part of the comprehensive plan. We could go all day and then write a book, but it says here that the growth and intent in space for crop consideration are made to preserve the county's sense, place, custom, culture, according to the desire of the county residents. So we're looking at what the county people, the residents here, are asking for, not for what a company out of Sundance, Wyoming is asking for. The purpose of the county commissioners and our planning and zoning is to represent the people. I'd also like to read I believe your attorney can explain a little bit more to it, but South Dakota Attorney General explains the Dillon rule, which gives what the authority. But when you look at chapter 1 of your title of zoning, it reads, this title is established under the authority of South Dakota chapter 11.2, which empowers the county commissioner to act a zoning ordinance to provide for administration and enforcement for the promoting of health, safety, and general public welfare. No yet, and if you go on down, it also covers saving people's value. But nowhere in any of this that I've heard talk have they ever brought forward where they're going to promote public health and safety. They talk about this and that, but if you read the laws, they haven't addressed that issue. Furthermore, you're also not following your chapter 19, which addresses the relationship of proposal development in the surrounding areas. So it's not just the 500 feet, it's the whole surrounding area. This board has approved all these subdivisions. We've also been misled and informed so many times that it's hard to decide exactly where we're at. In the 41020 application, it says that the patrol entry will be by Highway 14, entry approximately 1.6 onto the Homestake Road to the intersection of Hillview, and they will be hauling 6 to 15 loads a day. There was a question about whether they could go that way, so they filed another one on 518, and they anticipate now that the traffic will go to head south and west along Homestake Road. But they're still anticipating 6 to 15 loads a day with a tonnage load of 15 to 30 tons. Now, if you're looking at 15 tons, or 250,000 tons, excuse me, at 25 loads a ton, you're looking at 10,000 loads. That's 10,000 trucks coming in, 10,000 trucks going out, and you divide that out, it comes out to 80 trucks a day running up and down that road. So you need to address the public safety. That public safety, the public well, also includes the Larson family. And that's one of the most dangerous spots right there. So if something would happen to his own sister or his own daughter, he would have nobody to blame but himself and this board. That highway does not meet county standards. And before anything should be done with it, you should try to plan on upgrading it so it does. You get a lot of use from there. You've got joggers and four-wheelers and hikers. And all of these people that are going to be used on there, you're putting 80 trucks a day on there, plus the other 2 lines. So as you go down lower, you could be putting close to 100 trucks a day on that county road. That does not meet state and county standards. So you need to give some serious thought about this. And I've yet to find any place in here, everything talks about protecting the safety and health and welfare of the citizens of Orange County. I've yet to find that a company in Wyoming or any other state takes priority over that. So who has priority? Are you representing the people? Or are you going to represent a company in Wyoming? A company in Wyoming. So thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to monitor this one. Martha, is it Wiesbach? She was on the record last time. She was generally in favor, I believe, from North 10th Street, just as a comment. Charles Holstead. Okay. Foothills. Paulette Halstead.
Paula Halstead, 425 Hillsview Road. I, like the other pit, approve very much. I live within about a mile where this pit is going to be, and I have no problem with it. I think landowners should be able to recover resources on their own property. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeff Sleep.
Jeff Sleep, 10438 West Side 13. I'd like my previous comments to be entered into this one. I also would like to add that there's been a number of gravel pits come and go in Lawrence County over the years, and really for nobody negatively impacted, or nobody even really knows anymore, honestly. So in the long term, the impact was positive. It wasn't really too negative. The other thing is, I do live within a couple miles. We do work around these pits. We have family, kids, grandkids. We're gonna hopefully continue for generations in this area, and I really don't see some of these concerns to be something I would be even concerned about. So, thank you.
Thank you. Naomi Merchant.
Naomi Merchant, 19941 Gulf Road, Belcher Estates. I just wanted to thank Bruce for for providing the why with my questions with the applicable statutes. That was helpful, and of course to Amber, who was helpful as well when I went into her office for some information. Thank you, Commissioner Dubert, for voting against the first cut. My only comment is that my opposition to the second one stands as is. My statement was given, and please include that in the record, and Larson's pit will be larger, and with that are the larger problems associated with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Kristen Wigg.
Do you mind if I use the edge of this?
Don't get scared. This is for you. But I have all my documentation along. So I'm Kristen Anderson Wayne. I'm at 22986 Cedarberry Avenue. I just want to give you a little background about myself. I'm a medical research administrator and grants and contracts administrator by education, training, and occupation. I spent 35 years in this field in various institutions at the Texas Medical Center in Houston, Texas. Thus, I have documentation for the assertions that I will be making within the next few moments. I will provide you with copies at the end of my presentation. I'm going to read this presentation to you so that I stay on task and use as little of your time as possible while still making my points. I thank you in advance for your attention. My husband and I purchased our property in Cedarberry Canyon Estates in November 2021. We recently moved in while final checklist items are still being completed by our builder. So we are living and occupying the home at the moment. This property is part of an approved subdivision. It was sold to us by a licensed real estate broker, Great Peaks. I state this up front because you need to appreciate that we followed the rules. We purchased a property that is to be our retirement home. It was zoned residential by the Planning and Zoning Committee and by the Board of Commissioners. We had every reason to trust that we would be able to enjoy the property that you made available to us. It is interesting to note that the developer made his money from the properties and the real estate agencies made money selling the lots, but now they appear to abandon their scruples and support the development of pits in the area. To me, coming from the outside, that is not a stellar testament to business ethics in the area. Our trust has been betrayed. Property values. The real estate advertisements for Cedarberry Estates still claim the following, quote, "Here is your opportunity to purchase one of these premier lots with beautiful views of Crow Peak. Of course, the beautiful view will be obscured by dust from the gravel pit, and the quiet environment will be punctuated by noise from truck travel and pit machinery. But it's true, Crow Peak is still there. The new house next to us has already reduced its price by 9.2%, per the real estate agents offering the price for sale." You can see they happily say, price change. So we've already lost 9.2%. We've been in there a couple of weeks. And there are no buyers so far for the house next to us. At least one sale of a lot in our subdivision was lost specifically because of the possibility of a pit within their view and hearing. And almost all of the remaining lots, 15 out of a total 21, which all had already been purchased, originally purchased from the developer, they now have for sale signs posted. And again, MLS listing. 15 Cedarberry Canyon Estates real estate listings, and they're all lots. So basically, our subdivision currently has no value. I'm surprised by none of this. I have 4 studies to share, but more are available online. The 2 I'm going to talk about are from Michigan and Virginia. These articles point out that there's abundant proof that a gravel mine would have a substantial and decidedly negative impact on property values in its vicinity. There is a proven statistical correlation between property distance from a gravel pit and that property's sale price. Specifically, properties adjacent to the pit experience a 30 to 35% reduction in value. We're located about a half mile from the pit. You just go right over that hill. A residential property located a half mile from a gravel pit will experience an estimated 20% reduction in value. The loss in property value results from the negative consequences of the mining operation and reflects the deterioration in the area's quality of life due solely to the operation of the gravel mine. As we have already seen from the examples I gave you from my own subdivision, the pit or quarry doesn't even have to be in operation or even approved to affect property values. Everyone is bailing out just at the discussion of a gravel pit within a few miles. The timing of the pit application has been devastating to the entire neighborhood. Needless to say, if our properties are devalued, we will have no choice but to request a lower tax assessment, resulting in lower tax revenue for the county. In the case of the Michigan pit, the result was nearly 14 million in depressed property values. The location of the Larson pit will affect Cedarberry, Wild Turkey, homes on Crow Peak Bench, the reserve, and homes along Hillsview. And I might add, Kroll anticipates the life of the mine to be 25 years. For those of us in retirement, we do not have time to outweigh the detrimental effects. So why is living near a pit so detrimental? Start with winds and blowing dust. We're up on a shelf in a natural amphitheater and experience more wind than do neighborhoods in town. Our winds and weather come from the direction of the proposed pits. Even when it feels still in Spearfish, we have wind in our area. There is no way with these conditions that dust can be adequately mitigated. And I may remind you, mitigate only means reduce. Kroll is not guaranteeing no change to our current status. Silica dust is insidious. The particles are small and carry on the wind for miles. Exposure to silica dust can overwhelm the lungs' defenses, and most of the dust settles deep into the lungs where it does the most damage. I have a reference for that. The International Agency for Research on Cancer has concluded that there is sufficient evidence to classify silica as a human carcinogen. I know of what I speak. I was a research administrator at MD Anderson Cancer Center in Houston, Texas for 13 years. I have an article from NIOSH, the National Institute for Occupational Safety and Health, and I'm including it because it's relevant and important. Quote, surface mining operations present dynamic and highly variable silica dust sources, end quote. The article goes on to state that silica dust is generated by earth-moving equipment such as drills, bulldozers, trucks, front-end loaders, excavating silica-bearing rock and minerals. Off-road haul trucks contribute most of the dust emissions. And what about the mitigation proposed by Kroll? The method proposed is surface wetting with plain water. Considering our dry climate and the winds, wetting will not be adequate. The same NIOSH article, which I'm going to be giving to you, has a graph. It includes a graph that shows the increase in dust when a wet haul road dries. It is only a matter of hours until dust levels are back to an unacceptable level. And where will the water come from? Either from our aquifer, or it'll be trucked in, which will result in more noise and safety issues. Moving to noise, I refer you to an article published by the Department of Transportation that lists noise levels generated by individual pieces of equipment. Suffice it to say, there is a cumulative effect from blasting, trucks, excavators, jacks, vibrators, ventilation fans, and so on. We all know that a gravel mining site is not quiet. It does not blend in with the ambient sounds. And the noise will be continuing all day, with cessation only in the evening and during the night. Noise is also extremely unhealthy. And yes, again, I do have knowledge in this area. I spent 20 years as a medical research administrator in the departments of neurosurgery at the University of Texas Medical School and at the departments of neurology and neurophysiology at Baylor College of Medicine and the Houston Methodist Hospital. Those of us who chose to live in a rural setting did so in part because we appreciate the quiet of nature and were willing to seek it. I also know of the related health benefits of eliminating continual background noise. Kroll proposes to operate 6 days a week during waking hours. So much for the value of peace and quiet and its positive impact on our health and well-being. So I guess we're supposed to stay in our homes with our earplugs during the day, and we can come out at night. Well water. We all rely on well water from the Madison Formation. We have concerns about the integrity of our wells and the quality of our water once the pit operations begin in earnest. I found a study on the Black Hills hydrology published in 2017. This was a cooperative effort between the U.S. Geological Survey, the South Dakota Department of Environmental and Natural Resources, and the West Dakota Water Development District. The gist of the study is that water resources in the Black Hills have already been stressed by increasing population, resource development, and periodic. Quote, the potential exists for water quality degradation from mining activity, urbanization, irrigation, forest management activities, and recreational development. The first item on the list is mining activity. So the assurances from Kroll that their blasting and water runoff activities will not impact our water cannot be stated with such certainty. At the last meeting, I asked a member of the Planning and Zoning Committee who would be responsible to make us whole if our wells were impacted and our water contaminated. The answer I received was, that won't happen. Perhaps you can understand that this is not a comforting response to those who have concerns and no answers. Safety concerns I'll leave to those who know the roads and bridges better, so I'll spare you any comment on that. In closing, we presented these same facts before to the P&Z committee. There was no interest from that committee in our studies. There was no explanation as to why our concerns were being summarily dismissed. Rather, Kroll's assertions were accepted because why? We are all aware of the $10 million lawsuit that Kroll has against Pennington County, and we know the pit in Pennington County is problematic, yet Kroll proposes to be a good neighbor to us. But as any multi-million-dollar company, their concern is for their own business and profit, and they will do the minimum to mitigate the effects of their operation. It's business. That is why we're here presenting to the commission. While county government needs to operate using business principles, its reason for being is to promote the health, safety, and general welfare of the county and its residents. There is a difference between the mission of Kroll and the mission of our county government. And today, those two missions are in direct conflict. I hope that conflict is not exacerbated by the business and personal relationships of those in government who are sworn to protect us. So what do we hope to gain from our presentation to you today? First, I would hope that you would support your constituents and deny any requests for conditional use permits for gravel pits in our area. Second, at a minimum, I would hope that you would decide that the issue needs further study and table your decision. This is obviously too important to too many people. Rather than vote to approve the conditional use permit, a study commission should be created. A study group's purpose would be threefold. One, to evaluate the needs of the county for gravel. Two, to understand and address the concerns of residents and to support their right to clean air, clean water, safe roads, a quiet neighborhood, and a reliance on stable property values. And three, if a gravel pit is seriously needed, then evaluate other locations that will not negatively impact residents of the county and developments that you have just recently approved. Finally, we recognize that upon taking the oath of office to be commissioners, you agreed to, quote, enact a zoning ordinance, and to provide for its administration and enforcement for the purpose of promoting the health, safety, and general welfare of the county. The zoning ordinances document further states that the regulations are designed to carry out the goals and objectives of the Lawrence County Comprehensive Plan and specifies, quote, "These regulations are intended to preserve and protect existing property uses and values against adverse or unharmonious adjacent uses." We submit that, in good conscience, you cannot approve the proposed conditional use permit because it will most certainly result in adverse and unharmonious adjacent use. By following your own ordinances, you are obligated to either reject the gravel pit requests or study the issue until you can, in good conscience, state that there will be no adverse or unharmonious use. Thank you.
Thank you.
And who do I give this to? To you, sir?
You'll give it to this.
The Amber?
Yep, or, yep.
Okay.
Emily Bush.
I can take it. Oh, thanks. Thank you.
Oh, sorry.
Good afternoon. Emily Bush, 19940 Coffee Road. I want to echo my earlier concerns, specifically about the dust, and then expound upon something that Kristen brought up as far as the silica dust is concerned. One of the reasons why it is so insidious is because of the size of the dust particles. They are smaller than what can be filtered out by both our natural breathing apparatus and by our home filtration systems. So once that silica dust is in the air, it's going in the lungs of whoever is breathing it. And children specifically breathe more deeply than adults. And so it is likely to affect the children even more than the adults in the neighborhood. I know that I'm new here, but I walk my dog every day, and I see the layout and the demographics of the neighborhood. It is retirees and it is families with little kids. So I would say, please consider a compromise here, at least. If you're going to approve the North Peak pit, let's please not also approve the Kroll pit and then more than double what is in the air for us. Especially considering the Kroll pit will be so much closer in proximity to our neighborhood and all of the pits. We did not move to our beautiful home and our beautiful spot to tell our children they cannot play outside because of the dust. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you. Commissioner Dybert wanted me to remind everybody that the presentation that Kroll put out is available, the PowerPoint. So that's the one that's available online.
It's available. Yeah.
Okay. Bill Wells.
My name is Bill Wells, over the 19968 Marion Loop. In addition to my comments earlier about observing the dust cloud over the quarry, I would also like to add that I'm hearing a lot of safety concerns by people that are actually in the area that are familiar with the roads, as well as the health issues pointed out. I do have a background in safety. And when I was going to school to learn safety issues that I would be dealing with, I came upon a term. It's called blood priority. And blood priority is a phenomenon which exists where no problems are warned about, talked about, but nothing is done until somebody gets hurt. So I would encourage you to be very proactive in incorporating in the thinking process the issues that have been brought forward by the people that actually live there. And to finish up, I also want to support, again, the statement provided to you by the Board of Directors of the Wild Turkey.
Thank you. To James Mergert,
Metzger?
I'm sorry, it is Metzger. And I know a bunch of Metzgers. I think I'd be able to figure that one out.
James Metzger, 10563 Homestake Road. I approve for this thing the same way I do everything. I just want to add one thing. You know, I hear a lot of things, people talking about property valuations and stuff like that. You can't blame a property devaluations by something that hasn't come yet here. I'm trying to sell property right now in a different state there, and it's not because of the pit here or anything like that. It's because of the economy and the interest rate on houses and stuff. That's what's driving the price of housing down a little bit. As far as I'm concerned, I don't ever plan on leaving my place. So property value doesn't have a lot to do. It goes down. I guess I pay you guys a little bit less. So, no, I still have approval for all both.
Yeah.
Good.
Thank you. Teresa Ciani?
Hello, Teresa Ciani, 19727 Red Hill Road, Spearfish. I just wanted to make a comment on the gentleman from Kroll. The pictures look lovely on the reclamation, and I believe I did state earlier that I believe Wyoming does have very strong criteria on mine reclamation. It's really quite impressive. I don't find that South Dakota has the same level of criteria demands. So if this gentleman is going to show us how that's how he's actually going to do the reclamation, then I would ask that in the conditions that it has to be to the Wyoming standards and not our South Dakota standards. I think that would only be fair if that's what's being shown. Secondly, going from past experience when I was working in the opposition for the lead rock quarry, which we did both get voted down. When I moved to the Spearfish Whitewood area, I had an 1890 old stone farmhouse that my husband and I restored. And all I wanted was a little bed and breakfast. Well, it had 3 bedrooms, so it wasn't very big. And I loved to cook, so people had great breakfast and they got to sleep there. So all I ever had was 3 cars in the driveway. So in order to get a cup for that, I had to have every neighbor that touched my property notarize and approve that they didn't feel I would be impactful to their property. So when I have heard some people mention, that everyone has a right to do what they want with their land. I know we're an independent, feisty group of Americans, and nobody likes to be told how you can take care of your property. Now, if I'm putting out a chicken coop or a new barn, or I'm redoing my driveway, that's not something that's devastating to the people that are around you. But these rock quarries are affecting not only hundreds, but potentially thousands of people with all the things that I've mentioned before. So my last thing that I would like to say, because I know you've all been sitting here for a very long time, is that when, again, through past experience working with the county commissioners, I know you have to hear a lot of information. When liens was approved, their CUP was approved, I had a great education that in this great country of ours, the citizens still have a right to. And if you go ahead and approve both of these CUPs, which of course it's your right, we have all had an opportunity as Americans to speak, and I feel that's a wonderful privilege. I don't know sometimes if we always get heard, but we do have a right to have a special election as soon as you post your CUPs and your minutes in the newspaper. And we probably will need more signatures than we did the last time it was a landslide the prior time. And I doubt that hopefully we will also be able to do that again this time. And if not, then the people have spoken and we have to live and adjust to what happens. But I do appreciate you hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. Donna Halstead?
Donna Halstead, 126 Washington Street, in Spearfish. I agree with Kim on what she said about the land, and if you can make money off your property, I'm for it. I think it's a good thing for our area.
Thank you. Alice Sparger?
Alice Sparger,
4315 West Highway 14, and I approve of gravel.
Thank you. Dave Ciani.
He had to leave.
Okay. I know he had comments on the earlier one, or was he outside? No, I can't remember. I know he got record on that. So.
He backs me up.
I would hope so, otherwise
Yes.
imagine home would be. Rob Eddy.
That's right.
Is Rob Eddy in here?
Right here. I'm sorry.
I thought I knew all the Eddies. I guess you look familiar, but I know.
Rob Eddy, 4610 Old Bell Road. I do not live near this proposed quarry, but we do live downwind from a Fisher gravel pit, and for 15 years we had zero problem with any of that, zero. So I'm not saying it's going to be the same situations, but the conditions were good with that gravel pit, and we had no problems. As for the issues with reduced property tax, we have not seen that because our property tax continue to go up. And we've seen no degradation from the gravel pit. I encourage the county to support agriculture, forestry, and mining. Those are the bases of this county. And what is the same as you have with the residential. This is just kind of the beginnings of some issues between residential and some of the landowners. And I just appreciate you keeping us on the same plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
We don't own that.
I think it's Mark. It looks like Mark Hartle, but I'm sure that's not right.
Short and sweet. I support this.
Thank you.
Could we get your name and address for the record?
Mark Hartle, 931 Jackson.
Thank you.
Looks like Karen Turgeon.
Karen Turgeon, 19963 Marion Wood. I financed a letter to the editor in the Spearfish paper, following up on a marvelous article that was done by a pioneer, asking, does public input really count? And boy, oh boy, did she hit some good points. You really wonder sometimes if it does count. You're in a position always year-round to face difficult situations. And when it comes right down to it, it is the public health, safety, and welfare. And you yourself, if it were your grandparents who had just invested $1.1 million in a new home on a $150,000 lot, and they were going to be looking at a gravel pit, and it would be probably impacting their health, I think you would really consider that maybe they shouldn't have done that. And my new friend who's just done that is at night not sleeping well because of all that's just happened. And she came here because she loved this area and she left a home that was in a pristine Idaho setting. She has given her heart, her trust, and her money. And I would love to see you be true to your values as former commissioners were, and when they formally decided not to develop this area. So I ask you for your consideration for a vote against this gravel pit. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Jim Flory.
Jim Boyer, 927 Burial Drive, same as the last one. Our resources put here to use, let's use them. 3 quarries on the same road, we got one road to maintain, and police. It should be approved.
Thank you. Is it Don Simons?
Donald Simons, 20069 Crow Peak Bench Road. I'm interested really because I'm interested in my neighbors. I see them, I meet them, they come out and meet me, they like my place, they ask me about this and that. And I just come and listen to what their concerns are. And I'll be honest with you, the one that really gets me is safety. I think of them and their children. Some of my grandparents, some of my great-grandparents. And I just ask you to concern yourself with the generations coming from our children and grandchildren and so on. You are affecting the whole area up there with this gravel pit situation. Is this what you want for your children, and your grandchildren? I sure don't want mine in that. Thank you.
Thank you. Dan Adam?
Dan Adams. Say, I haven't.
Can you state your address for the record? I'm sorry, sir.
11056 Moonshake Road. The biggest problem I have with this thing is the dust, which they say will stay down in there, but it won't. And that they're gonna kill somebody on that road. I live right on that road, right on the bottom of them two draws. And there will be a day something happen. You guys have to live with that. Okay.
Thank you. Ron Moeller.
Ron Muller, 11221 Sheeptail Gulch Road, no change to my previous comments. Thank you, Commissioner Coyle.
Thank you. I'm at Michael McGuigan.
Michael McGuigan, 2350 Dairy Lane. I've been involved in a gravel pit for 18 years that set on top of a hill northwest of Spearfish with no berms, no high walls, no anything. We had zero complaints about dust. And I think it's important that we support agricultural landowners' rights in this field. Agriculture is a tough road to go, and we need to let them use their resources. Thank you.
Thank you. Lynn Levengood. I believe he had some photographs for the record. I don't know if they're in the packet or not, but he brought up the actual hard copies.
My photographs are attached in your material, they're attached to my written, and I'll be referring to them. So the photographs are of the structure one at Larson Creek, which shows it falling apart, and I'll get into that in a few minutes. Lynn Levengood, 10205 Homestead Road, Spearfish. Here's my concern about the last proposal. Though they claimed that the crusher site was going to be 20 foot below level, and they're going to have a 20-foot berm, that wasn't amended to be put into the control site. And the last thing they told us was, oh, we're starting at 0 foot and working to 20 foot depth. So right now it's at 0 feet, heading noise going right toward Homestead Road in my house. I'm the second closest guy. And then the berm that's in their map, oh, if we have overburden. So now there's nothing in what you just passed that I can rely upon to even file a complaint. So anyway, so we get to do it again. On the trucking issue, tractor trailers, you step on the brakes, it works like a regular truck. Brakes, hydraulic brakes, stop the vehicle. Every wheel has brakes. The engine braking is a lever or a switch on the dash, on or off, And then on Peterbilt's, there's one right next to it, high, medium, and low. And empty, there's absolutely no reason to have the switch in the on position. Now, if somebody asked about enforcement, well, enforcement is me complaining. But you have to have 2 signs, one at each end, one at the Bench Road on Homestead Road, and one at Red Hill that says no non-emergency engine braking for 2 mile section of road or 2.5 miles. And that's all that this expense to the county as far as no non-emergency engine braking, which is the law in most of the cities in this area. Speed limit, same issue. 2 signs. Trucks over a certain weight, speed limit X at both ends of the haul route. I guess I'll go to the very end on your proposed findings of fact and conclusions of law. Page 12, and I'll hand these to you. A dust control plan with implementation which precludes the dust plumes from escaping the 500-foot area of disturbance. The next one on the same page, there shall be, as modified, there should be adequate water sources identified off-site to be used for dust control. There was a big issue with the Planning and Zoning Board regarding the wells, streams, etc. for this Larson pit. This wasn't my big issue, but it was a big issue. And at the end of the last hearing, and tell me if I'm wrong, Cole agreed that all the water was coming from off-site. No wells on site. They weren't going to dig a well. They weren't going to use the Larson well. They weren't going to use the stream. That never got into the material of the minutes of the meeting, but that was agreed to. So I'm just wondering why that was agreed to at the Planning and Zoning Board wasn't put into the proposal here today. So. Okay, on the last page. Again, this is a crusher location. They say it's going to be 40 feet below the surface. Put it in the document. Crusher location shall be 40 foot below the surface. 25-foot earth berms and vegetation shall be employed to minimize visual impact and reduce noise. Again, all water from off-site, and to minimize the traffic hazard at the single lane and truck entrances areas of 25 miles per hour speed limit for hauling trucks on Homestead Road from the Bench Road to Redwood. And I'll give them the needs reasons for that in just a second. Again, no non-emergency engine braking on Homestead Road. And the load limits, the loads from the pit limited to 16 per day, as is found in the findings of fact. In all of their proposals, their amended proposal, and in their findings of fact includes as well, they say they're going to have only 6 to 16 trucks coming out of there. Well, put it in the CUP, so they're limited to 16 trucks, but then we know how much traffic is going to be on the road. Not in my photographs. I did some research. This structure was Homestead Road, it's called Homestead Road. The structure, which bridges a gap in the stream, was built by Homestead Mine. There's an inscription on the side of the structure, it says 1917. Older gentleman in the 70s was born on the road, lives about a mile from me. He said the structure's been there ever since he was aware of the structure being there. But that sometime he recalls the county modifying it by putting wooden sideboards on it and the handrail. Interestingly, then it's been filled up with gravel. Originally, the structure, photo number 1, I'm going to call it the bridge. The bridge had no curbs on the side to hold gravel in. So the original thing that was put in there was limestone blocks, and there's still a few of them in place. on both sides. Then the county, or then somebody came along and put in these wooden sideboards, which hold more gravel from falling off. And on the north side, the wood is rotted away. There's still one of the rocks still in place. But interestingly enough, right below the number 2 on my photograph, the depth of gravel above the deck of the bridge is 30 inches. That computes to 33 tons of static weight on that bridge deck. That has taken its toll. Photograph number 3 shows severe cracking and water erosion and falling away of the concrete. This is the one corner of the bridge. It's on 3 of the 4 corners. The 4th corner, you really can't see much because of a fence post and vegetation. But in all 4 corners, from the water level to the top of the structure that holds up the deck of the bridge, it's severely cracked. I mean, like 6 inches cracked. And okay, that's 1, 2, 3. Where's 4? Number 4. This shows that the deck of the bridge has broken away from the supporting abutment. There is no evidence of any rebar in this concrete structure, and it was built in 1917. That's probably true because the highway standard by ASHTO for putting steel reinforcement in bridges didn't come out until 1924. This structure is not pre-stressed concrete, so that standard didn't come out until the 1950s. So you have raw concrete abutments holding up the bridge deck. And anyway, picture 5 shows how the bridge decking has cracked and has broken away from the bridge abutments. So the bridge is on a curve. What picture is that? Picture number, I don't know. Well, it's the one next to number 9. The bridge is on a curve. The bridge deck has shifted away or from the abutments, shifted to the outside of the curve by between 1.5 inches up to 2 inches. And there's this crack. This is the bridge deck. This is the abutments. On all 4 corners, the bridge decking has shifted to the outside of the curve. From my research, the most destructive forces on unreinforced concrete, hydraulic forces are flood water. Wet, dry, we have a creek. Heat, cold, we live here in this climate. And the most destructive force is sideways forces on the bridge that causes it to want to migrate. So it's not forces, gravity going straight down. It's forces that go to the outside of the curve. That is back up one step. If this, hypothetically, bridges are built with safety factors, which is 5.2 to 1. So if this bridge, and I'm not saying it is, but hypothetically, if this bridge is at load capacity, and I wanted to take a passenger car or a 1-ton truck across that road, we would have to take 5.2 tons of gravel off of the deck of the bridge to be within the safety factor. So you can do that in this case by taking 6 inches of gravel off the bridge. You then would have a safety factor to add passenger cars and 1-ton trucks. You can't do that for haul trucks because a 20-ton truck times 5.2, it's over 100 tons you'd have to remove to be within the limits. Now, I have no idea how close we are to the limits, but I'm just showing that bridge capacity is the mitigation of bridge capacity is very, very different. Now to the sideways portions. This energy which is mass times velocity, times, and then there's an arithmetic quotient based on the radius of the curve, how sharp is the curve. But it's multiplication, it's not addition. So a 1-ton truck going 35 miles an hour has the energy component of 35 tons of energy going to that bridge deck that's not attached to the abutments anymore, it's ready, it's sliding. I've got my map here, hopefully. Here it is. So 1-ton truck, 35 tons of energy. A 35-ton event, which is a 20-ton dump truck, which is about 35 tons total. No, excuse me, 25 tons. A 15-ton load on a 10-ton truck, 25 tons of dump truck. At 35 miles an hour gives you 875 tons of energy. So that's 25 times more than just the car going across the bridge. And this is the most destructive force to an unreinforced concrete bridge. A 50-ton truck, which is your 110,000 pounds, or 100,000 pound limit you're talking about, 50 tons, 35 miles an hour, that's 1,250 tons of energy, destructive force on that structure. The structure is not a box culvert. There's no bottom. There's no evidence of any pilings or any concrete that goes across between the abutments at the base of the bridge. Picture 7, well, next to picture 9 shows that the bridge is on a curve. 7, what should be 8, is showing that on both water lines, on the east and west abutments, that the water has eroded underneath the abutments. And you have the original photograph up there. You can look at it. Now, does this design of bridge fail? Does this design fail? And the answer is yes. There's a picture of the same design that has failed. And this one has rebar in it. There's steel reinforcing rods in this, the one that failed in the picture. So now you're going to put, well, I've lived on the road for over 10 years. Tractor trailers are extremely rare. I mean, there's not one a week. Definitely there's not a one a week going through there. All cattle are done by cattle drives, which are 2 in the spring and 2 in the fall, or pickup trucks pulling ranch trailer. That's how cattle get moved. Semis are extremely rare, and so that bridge that has moved this far in 100 years hasn't had the forces that I'm talking about, lateral forces, applied to it. Car going across is one thing, but you get a tractor trailer with these tonnages, that's a seismic event. That's like a miniature earthquake every time it goes across that bridge. And that's a destructive force that you better take into consideration before you approve this plan to put X number of additional trucks in the traffic pattern, which I believe it should be limited to 16 a day, but that's what they asked for, that's what you should limit them to. My guess is you're not going to get a structural engineering analysis on an unreinforced concrete structure. It's not pre-stressed, because all that goes back 50 years of technology, and I don't know that the modern folks know how to do that very readily or very quickly. Anyway, this thing needs to be, it's falling apart. It's 100 and some years old. And anyway, here's the change I suggested to the finding of fact.
Here, I'll take that.
Oh, thank you.
That way we have it all together.
Sure.
And I have photographs sitting up this up here, so.
I think
Make
those
sure.
are those the same ones that?
Oh, here's the
here?
photograph
Yeah,
right here.
I had them. So
You
they're,
have them?
yep, we scanned them in so that we had them in color. So I don't know if you want to keep those, you can, but we do have them.
Anyway, anybody have any questions regarding the to looking around the bridge and how it appears.
No, thank you, Lynn, we appreciate that. I know that's one of the discussions that came up earlier, so.
I guess I would, yeah. The county's responsibility regarding the roads. So if you approve something and then say, oh, well, now the bridge is falling apart, we don't want to do that, then somebody's going to sue you saying, well, you have a duty to make the bridge safe for what you've approved to be done. So I wouldn't approve this proposal without knowing that that bridge isn't going to fall apart, or that the forces that these trucks are going to put on it isn't going to destroy it. The bridge is old enough to meet all the criteria for historical structure, and actually one of the historical societies in their agenda this month is going to discuss about putting in the application to have it designated as a historical structure. So we should save the Homestake Bridge. Thank you.
I'm afraid if we do that, you won't be able to drive across it ever. But William Johnson.
William Johnson, 20011 Cody Court. And I would like to say that the presentation that Kristen Wayne gave very much parallels my wife and I's situation. We're in one of those 50 or 75 homes now that are in that area that is going to be, we're right downwind, and it is a prevailing westerly wind there. We've lived there for quite a few years. We're right downwind. It'll be a half mile now from this Larson pit if they dig that one. There's hundreds of people that live there. They're pushing way up close. We've heard a lot of little details about what it's like to be a truck driver or a miner, concerned about what they're breathing. Well, we're just people that live in our homes with our families. We're not going to be wearing earplugs all night or having our air monitored. This is getting really close to where a lot of people live. And like Spence said before, it's kids, it's older people, it's all kinds of people. But these are the people that you were elected to represent. And sure, the arguments for that I hear are, well, I'm pro-ag, I'm pro-mining, I'm pro-logging. Well, I am too, but not to move it within a half a mile where approved residential that was part of a bigger plan. And now to be moving this in at this point, I think I just plead with you, please do not allow yet another one to come in close to us, to our homes, to our property. We're landowners too, and we have property rights also. We own our piece of land. It might not be thousands of acres, and it might not be that same piece of land as was owned in our family 100 years ago, but that's our land, that's our home. Please don't do this to us. A lot of us moved right where we did, between the wide open spaces and the little towns like Spearfish for a certain reason, because we felt there'd be some control there. We've seen this. Sure, when you live out, you may have a huge mine go off next to your house, and that's just the way it is. But so many of us planned ahead. We invested our whole life's work into getting a place for our family. And please, please represent us on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Carol Welby. Is Carol still here? I know she spoke earlier, and we have her comments in the record that we'll add to this one. Lloyd Welby, also I know he was, that they spoke earlier. Lori Wells.
I am so new to this political process, but I do thank you for your service. I just want to reiterate, I am opposed to the gravel pit. And you've all heard the phrase, if you have your health, you have everything. And so we're talking about our health and the potential for losing that good health to something that could be prevented. So I'm asking that you not approve this gravel pit. Opposed.
Name and address for the record.
Oh, Lori Wells, 19968 Marion Loop.
Thank you. Matt Peterson?
How about Monty?
Oh, sorry, Monty Dees. I'm like, confused there for a second.
Monty Peterson, 10210 Homestead Road. And I've heard a lot of concerns about the property values going down due to a rock quarry. I built my house about the same time that the existing rock quarry was going in. That's been like 10 years. My property value has never gone down. I'm in direct line of sight of it. I see it. It hasn't affected me very bit. I've also heard a lot of people in the Cedarberry, you know, they're worried about the traffic and the dust. But yet they bought property along an existing haul road. They bought property with an existing rock quarry already there. So if that was such a big concern, why did you buy it? You know, it doesn't make any sense. And there's three things that build this county. It's agriculture, mining, and forestry. And without those three things, this county would suffer. And I support all the rock quarries.
Thank you. Cameron Larson?
10437 Homestake Road, Cameron Larson. I am the landowner of this proposed mine or pit. And what I see in the city of Spearfish and Lawrence County is the growth and the demand for aggregate in this area. And I'm totally for it, in favor of it, and that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Larry and Sandy is at Jevons. I know they also spoke on the record last time, so we'll add that to this one. Gobbler Road. Calvin and Becky, oh, I apologize. I'm sorry?
Kinenko,
There you go. Good Ukrainian name.
straight from Kiev. That's what my dad was. Well, this summer, I lost a good friend of mine. He was 53 years old. He played with my kids when we lived down in Kansas City. He had a little problem called asthma. Not serious, but marginal. His greatest sin is his love of heavy machinery. And right outside of Kansas City, he was working with the crushing machine on the limestone. He was diagnosed with silicosis when he was 46, and he lived 7 years. When I was with a very large entity that was headquartered in Kansas City, we had 2 phosphate mines. Out of those 2 phosphate miners, there was a total of 113 people on staff between the 2 mines. And of that group, 9 of the individuals died of silicosis. My wife is Becky, has a marginal breathing issue. So when we put in our heating and air conditioning system, which I guess Biden is threatening to take away, that we went with the best air filter that we could find. It's a carbon impregnated filter. Oh, when
development right to the west of us, when that was really the roads were under construction. I was changing those filters about 4 times a year. This time with no construction along that area. The filter, the pressure drop across the filter has increased to a marginal operation, and you can see just from the dust during construction, we had four changes. This one is, I'll be changing it for the first time this next week. So it is an issue. It's one of those issues that when you're talking about particles that are nearly in the nanoparticle range, where they go deep in the lungs, that's a real problem. Other than that, I think that many of the people in Wild Turkey Estates have expressed the potential falling property values. Maybe I should suggest that there is really a lot more limestone near sandstone developed. Or how about up by the Western Museum? There's a lot more rock up there to deal with than the one there on the Larson property. They can bake it. You know, we're not wealthy people. And to see our properties drop by maybe $100,000 or $200,000 is going to be a hurdle.
Thank you. Philip Christian? Is he gone? I know he also was in the record. If I, yep, I see him right there, so if we could add that to the record. TJ Ewing.
TJ Ewing, 6455 Pendo Road, Spearfish. Right here, this tract of ground right there, my family's leased that for probably 35 years. We're the closest people to this. You know, I've listened to everybody express their concerns today. We live in a beautiful area. There's a reason that people want to move here, is because people like the Larson family that have been there for 100 years, sprayed the weeds, been good stewards of the land, and took care of everything. That's why everybody wants to come. If this was a dump, nobody would want to live here. I would like to say you guys represent all the residents of Lawrence County, and I watched this population explode here the whole time I've grown up. I'm raising a family here. I plan on dying here. I would rather see 5 rock quarries than another 100 houses put in. What's all these houses do to the water and the road demand and everything else? Trucks are pretty easy to control. You don't see any one of these people that's been up here today complain when the cement truck or the rock truck's coming to their house built. But as soon as that's done, then it's a problem. So I strongly support these quarries, and I strongly support the people that have been here their whole lives taking care of this land, so it is a beautiful place to live. And I don't believe they're going to turn it into a dump or a miserable place for anybody else around them. And I find it interesting that all the big landowners and everybody supports this that are around them, and the close neighbors support it. when we went to the site visit, you can't see a house anywhere close to that. So I think the rest of the people that vote and pay taxes in this county should be heard also. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Stan Lewis? Stan in the house? I don't know that I had a comment from him the last time. He didn't comment last time, I don't think. Judith Lamb. Oh, I'm sorry, it was Stacy Lewis.
I'm
Yes.
Judith Lamb, I live at 19932 Gobbler Road, and Lawrence County. And I object to this. I strongly oppose it for reasons everyone stated it, and as I stated before, but I do have an observation. With all respect to the board, the discussion that you all had following the prior application was all, it seemed to me, it was all centered on roads and trucks and loads and so forth. This is about much more than the roads. And I just trust and hope that the board will consider everything that's been said here and the facts. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. That last one was Stacy Lewis, and she did have a comment toward the end. I didn't see that as I was reviewing my notes right here. That concludes everyone that signed up. With that, I'm going to close the public hearing. We may ask some questions individually. We'll probably have a discussion or some questions for the petitioner. Regarding the detail of it, it'll be just pretty much the same as you saw at the last, this last discussion, last conditional use permit. So with that, we'll open up the board. You want to take a break right now? Okay, we'll do that. We're going to take a break so we can stretch their legs and get a drink out of the fountain and the rest of whatever you need to do.
I do, yeah.
We're getting hungry?
Buddy of mine talks business stuff this afternoon. It's like, do you want to get coffee or beer? Yeah. Can be beer involved, unfortunately. But drinks a while ago to try to lose some weight. Get back on. You're not going to get there. I know, and it's right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, Nikki.
Oh, we'll be back. Yeah. No worries. I totally get it.
That's why I sent you the little like.
We will be back. This is not just a one and done. We're just getting started. Oh, yes. I got all that. I got all this.
Is this a record?
Yes. And some other. It's all very interesting.
Yeah, we had to rent the room.
The only problem is.
It was when they were doing that mining up.
All the, it goes about that far, they document it.
something. There was a mining or something. It's always mining. Yeah. So.
We're glad we don't live next to the beach. We do is worry about ocean flooding.
Yeah. Interesting, that's for sure.
You're right.
Oh, you. I live in.
Yeah, so I just have a whole. He's got my sleeves.
Well.
I was gonna pour some in your cup.
It was cheap.
Yeah, the trucking.
The only thing I can think is they're gonna do it. I collect quarters.
Yeah, I think I'm.
Did you put the numbers in the papers? And I'm not comment to that. What you said was exactly how I felt. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, it was that way we got it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, absolutely.
Yes.
That's what I do. Whenever.
Don't do that. We don't want you choking up the dogs.
No, I had more fun over there and there. All right, I think we found everybody. Call the meeting back to order. Have the discussion among the commissioners. Board. Any thoughts or comments? I know there were a couple of things that popped out again. Everybody knows that. And I'll use the term bridge, that structure right by Larson definitely needs to be reviewed. They say almost got clipped by someone on Friday on that, just besides being narrow, it's old. But we've had that discussion. I believe Mr. Bay, Superintendent Bay is going to try to get with our engineers that handle that bros and see if we can get some stuff on that. I think that's pretty important. And then to make sure that stuff doesn't turn to the left and go down that steep hill. It's a fish hill narrow. I saw the hours of operation were revised. It was 6 to 6, and again on this we got changed at night. We got 7 to 6, changed to 7 to 6 weekdays, 9 to 5 on Saturday. I go back to the speed limit and truck hauling signage. I like the comment on the Wyoming reclamation standards. I'd like to ask, do we have because we forgot to address this at the last one, the drainage plan and the dust control plan, do we have both of those already? Okay, so those were conditions that we'll just acknowledge that we have those, receipt of those, so we can just acknowledge that those have been filled already.
They have been, unless for some reason as your haul route gets discussed, if you would want to
amend those.
Those would be the only thing I wasn't sure about.
I'd like to ask the gentleman from Kroll, do you see the difference in reliability or the project after it's finished?
Yes, sir.
Do you notice the difference in Wyoming and South Dakota
fixing the area up after it's.
Reclamation standards.
Reclamation, I gotta read it.
So basically, the one reclamation standard is, you want it the same slopes as what you have. They don't make you claim it as you go. They don't. I mean, I could wait until the mine's completed, and then they don't. They don't care. On the whole piece, right? And then they want a say in the reclamation seed. Usually, we'll submit a seed mixture that the landowner wants. You know, some guys, he may want a algae field. And we have to submit that to the state allowing and they'll approve it. There are a lot of, there's not.
And so you could have applied for a large scale mine permit, you wouldn't have to reclaim until the end either, but that's a much larger extended process. So just to be clear, there was that option, but it's really not, I don't think it's conducive to what you're looking at in this particular instance.
That's right. And, I want to get along with Larson's. I mean, there's good people that have been on that thing for 5 generations. I want to see them on that. No, I want to work just like that, the old Roger. So, they're going to hold me to a standard too.
Do they have steep walls when they finish sometimes, and don't make it like a bowl or?
Wyoming will make you, like, you come to the end of a blast, like a high wall, they'll make you blast that high wall, you get a natural repose, and then you cover with the overburden and then topsoil. So that's typically how they handle it. And that's what we would do here, otherwise I would, on the high wall, if I didn't blast it, I would put my reject up against it. You get the slope that we said we'd have, and then cover that with topsoil.
Thank you.
Mr. Seibert?
Well, I'll start in just on that conversation. In their document here, they say that they're going to use a 4-to-1 back slope on the high walls, being knocked down or filled with other material. 4-to-1 receives seed pretty good. 3-to-1 you can mow. 4-to-1 receives seed pretty good. So like you see on some of these quarries where it's just the high wall. So they have that in there. I just wanted to point that out. I have a few technical questions, if I may ask the applicant. I'm confused because the conditions talk about 150,000 tons. And you're talking about 6 to 15 loads a day. If you mine the whole 150,000 tons at a 30-ton haul, not including truck weight, that's 5,000 trips. 20 tons is 7,500 trips. So there's a bit of. So how many loads will you haul?
Well, that's going to be dependent on what you run for loaders,
right?
So once that's picked up, and you back into the number.
Is it going to be the 5,000 or is it going to be closer to the 6 to 15?
The 5,000 per year?
Yeah.
So 5,000 divided by 250 is, do the math real quick.
Well, 15 loads a day times 300 operational days is 1,500, right? You have 300 operational days a year. So that's not at 5,000, which is the tonnage we're permitting.
I'm gonna go back to, it's gonna be what the limit is on, if you're gonna allow me for full-time divided by the amount of truck. That's all I can say.
So you plan to extract the whole 150,000 when you can?
I would like to, yes.
Okay. And then I try to look at the significant differences in this this location compared to the earlier one and the one prior to that. When you go south of this pit, which would be a right-hand turn, then you hit the intersection of Homestake and Crow Peak Bench, and that's kind of a Y, not a T. And I'm curious, the Superintendent Bay has some input on that intersection, whether that should be redone and have different stop signs to control that traffic through there rather than that bank curve that we have there. I know the landowner has talked to me on many occasions about people not obeying the stop signs because it's inherent to just bank through the curve. Do you have any opinion on that?
Well, I think a T intersection would always be a safer intersection, a T intersection with a three-way stop versus two approaches onto one road. I would certainly be in favor of that. If we didn't want to go to the expense of doing the intersection or changing it, then some signage to make it a three-way would be in order.
I don't think there should be accounted as an expense, but we'll maybe get into that later. I know that you have safety standards in your pits, which includes the backup buzzers on your equipment. Is there anything to do to reduce that noise on those backups?
The law passed by Congress, so it doesn't say for the decibel limits on the back.
So they don't have an alternative for it?
No.
Okay, thank you. And then another unique item, if you pull up the map again, that we haven't addressed is we have a section line that goes through here. And we have to acknowledge that and determine what we're going to do there. You can't obstruct a section line. And depending on the depth of the pit, it would be obstructed. So we either got to reroute it, vacate it, or deal with it somehow. Is that true, Dr. Outka?
Yes.
So that you see it right there going through your first area of 10-acre active pit. Some details we need to work through. And then when you blast, I was curious, how big of lifts are they? How deep are those lifts?
Like that one will probably, it's typically the 30-40 is a cutoff before you start benching.
Okay.
So we'll see what it's like, I guess.
How it doesn't blast out the bottom.
Yeah, typically we do a 10 by 10 grid with a 4-inch hole. What you'll see the ground rise about 6 inches and all that. So that's typically what you see. And a lot of you guys haven't. So what we're planning on doing is they'll use a blaster that is certified in Wyoming. The software doesn't have a certification for blasters. They all have a side of the ground, they'll put it on there as well. And it's just structure. And they'll record it because they're liable to me if the foundation breaks. So they record everything. I know, and I think I've also submitted for the seismograph analysis that we've had done.
Well, I need to make a comment. You can't start 20 foot deep. You have to blast your way down. Or excavate your data.
So that's what I was explaining at the walk where you got a gel fill running up like this, right? So you start with, let's say, a hole down the very bottom, 2 foot. Progress it so you keep the levels flat, and you turn around and come right back. And pretty soon you're on. That's the only way you can do it.
Finally, on the conditions, I would suggest maybe we incorporate the same edits to the same ones we had before. Although there is one more here, 32, I think. So it'd be 33, 34, and 35 that would be into the Hall agreement. And it's basically the same language. Do we want to reiterate those? I can quickly.
I think for review, that's probably a good thing.
Okay. So item 2, approved by the county commission rather than the highway superintendent.
Or both.
Okay. 3, add end haul road agreement after county highway department. Item 5, add haul road agreement at the end of the zoning ordinance. Number 15, inspections by the planning and zoning and the county or staff and the county commission's highway department. Is that all, Amber?
That's the only difference is the first one,
It's number different.
the number 2 The other one you left in highway superintendent and just added.
Okay,
county
that's
commission,
fine, that's
just
fine.
to
My
make sure
intent was
you're
to be
okay with that.
consistent. So. And then the others would be in the haul road agreement, which would be the bridge, road weights, and speed limit. Logos on the vehicle, yeah. That would be discussed in that process. And finally, in my mind, there's a difference here in the last location and this location. And I'm going to use the Fisher Pit, which is on the McGuigan Dairy, as an example. That McGuigan's had the dairy there for multi-generations on a larger piece of property. They allowed Fisher Industries and now other people to come in and quarry on their land, and use heard testimony of their neighbor, the Eddies, which moved there, I believe, in the 60s or earlier. And that worked very well for diversifying the agricultural use of the McGuigan homestead and later dairy. I see some similarities here with the Larsons. They've been there a long time. They've been a steward of the land, and they have certain rights based on that stewardship, just like the new neighbors do with their property rights. But I just see a significant difference here than I did in the other one. So thank you.
Your dust control, and I talked to it, touch base on earlier, I believe you may have gotten, you said you have dust control measures on your crusher and several places along where dust is usually produced.
Yes, and you're crushing, you'll know where those dust points are. They're right at the crusher, when the block goes into the jaw. You put a spray bottle on there and you spray it before it sprays. And then also on the cones, before it goes on the cones. And then on the screen plants, you put skirting, it's how they start the screen plants. And that holds the dust in. And, you know, we have a pit there. We are right adjacent to you know, and everybody's talking about a $10 million lawsuit we had in the county. I just want to talk about this. So that pit, we bought that property as a pit. It was a state pit that had been there since the 50s. The county, we went in there to get our permit, or just a general permit, and they denied it to us. And we bought it because it was takings. We took it, we ended up agreeing with it, so we got a pit. But that pit is right alongside the most traveled highway going on Bill's, or going to Mount Rushmore. And the state DOT says it's the most traveled highway in the state. That's just a 2-lane. And we have had no problems with the county. I've asked your people to call them, because if they have, we self-regulate ourselves. It's in our Mandel Passage School. They know when it's too dusty. They shut down. They just shut down. We'll waste the head crushing. We don't cause wrecks. We don't cause problems. And I'm just, you know, I've got 30 kids, and I asked the people, if you have seen people that are upset about this kid, if you call the state, Department of Environmental Quality, both Wyoming and South Dakota, and ask them if they've had trouble with this. Ask us if they found this. And I haven't heard anything from anybody. And so you're mixed. But I think we do a pretty good job. And I think if you talk to the guys at home in their country, they really have no problem with this. So I'm stockpiling rock 100 yards from their wolf enclosure. So I'm just saying, we do know how to take care of that and the resources around us.
Well, that's a big one. I spent time in the crusher of the home state, too many hours sitting on the belt. We worked on those crushers and cleaning up afterward. And of course, just unfortunately, like this morning, you drive and you see Centennial that's right in your face. And again, unfortunately, they also don't fall under a conditional use permit because they were there before that. We should have tried to figure out bringing them in compliance before, but they will, at some point they will be. And you won't see those big dust clouds anymore. It's not acceptable. And I think it's been hammered enough here that you understand that that's also not acceptable. If we were to approve that would be, that's always a big one with me. It just always has been. I don't have asthma, but I have allergies like crazy. My sister has asthma, my girlfriend has asthma. I mean, it's, in this area just is a thing, but.
Just give me a call, really county, and ask them what they're using for their capacity ratings for us to shut down. And that gives you guys a threshold. I'm not saying that you can do high. You gotta shut down. That's what I think.
I usually go with it when you see it.
That's right.
But allergies you barely see anything in the air and you can smell, you maybe don't smell the smoke and I'm just dying.
Yep.
But, which is, that is what that is. Commissioner Diver.
One item that if it's included in any action, the findings of fact continually call us 129.6 acres. The revision shows it at less than that. I don't know how.
That was the one thing. So we're taking there's nothing, none of the permit pit goes south of the Homestake Road. Is that correct?
No.
That was a big concern that I had, and that's what it looked like from revision, is there was nothing across the road anymore. It all stays.
Yeah, we're 500 feet is where our activity boundary is.
I just wanted, I thought I understood what I was looking at. I wanted to make sure clarification for myself and for everyone else.
Yep, our map was sloppy in the first one.
So yeah, thank you for pointing that out. That reminded me I needed to double check on that. Amber, did you have a comment?
No, I think, Bruce, yesterday we had talked to the attorney that prepared the facts and findings, and he, I think, had said that he couldn't provide you a new copy because this change had come about after he had already submitted those. So I think that that's fine. We just want to update the acreages.
I imagine there'll be some dates and some acreage and anything that we might have to change today instead of doing another one and then another one after that. Is that?
Assuming approval, that we talked to him, that the need may arise for him to conform the proposed findings to what you actually decide.
Any other comments or questions, concerns, ideas, conditions?
None of those. I just have some general comments.
Please.
Wrapping up here. So just thinking about this, and we've been here for quite a while today. We've heard lots of testimony, and I know there's been some questions about whether or not the testimony does any good. And I will tell you, I appreciate everybody that's come to express concerns through the previous letters and testimony today. And I have some prepared statements here. I will freely admit, but please don't confuse those with not listening and basing my decisions on the testimony given. I did listen today, and due to your lifting up concerns through previous letters and my own due diligence in researching and evaluating the issue, most of what I've heard today I have already considered. So I want you to be aware of that. Underlying tone here for me is this is Ag 1 zoned land, and one of the conditional uses of that designation allows for mining of gravel. While it may not be a use that you expect, it is an allowed use. And it is, contrary to some of the testimony today, it is part of the culture of our county. As has been mentioned, this county is formed and settled because of mining, timber, and agriculture. And that's been a historical culture, and it continues to be there today. The roads were built to transport products to market. With development and recreational use, the traffic has increased. And I think that we're all cognizant of the danger that additional traffic presents. And if approved, I think we've demonstrated that we will take steps to mitigate the risk in the haul road agreement. So I just wanted to bring that up just because I appreciate everybody taking their time today to come and present this testimony. You obviously have done some research on that and have worked very hard for this. We don't take these decisions lightly. We are here to balance uses. There's going to be conflicts in uses, and that's why we get to sit up here and make the judgment on those. It's not an easy position to be in, but it's one that we take with a great deal of honor and respect for the comprehensive plan.
Commissioner Sleep, you look like you have.
Well, I'll make a motion that we accept the Larson pit under the
CUP regulations that have been discussed and the Hall agreement that we'll talk about later on.
Should we have Bruce read your motion back to us?
It would be very similar,
Doctor it up, Bruce.
if it fits with what you have in mind, obviously, that you would, in conformance with SDCL 11-2-17.3, staff report, the recommendation of planning and zoning, that you adopt the proposed findings of fact and conclusions of law to support your opinion, and we'll make them conform with what's been discussed here today.
Sounds good. So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
With the amended conditions.
Right, the conditions as were read earlier.
And the amended conclusions of fact.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, if I may, if the motion does pass, we would plan on scheduling something for 10:15 on September 5th. And like the previous matter, it would include a discussion of the Hall Road agreement and probably finalization of any dust control plan as well. If that makes sense.
Yes, sounds good. Do you have a motion?
I can second that.
Okay, you got a second for discussion. Any other comments? I'm going to make one just kind of general statement. I think there's going to be some concern and some answers and some possible conditions or restrictions or construction when we get the bridge inspection done. So that that's going to be a big one to address. The signage shouldn't be an issue, and the dust control will be watched closely by this board if we pass this, and also by a lot of neighbors. And I'm sure that you'll have Amber's phone number handy, and if there's any issues, you'll get notified. And if there's an issue that people causing the problem will be notified. But with that, we'll do roll call. I'll call the question.
Sleep?
Aye.
Nyberg?
Aye.
Minning?
Aye.
Sorry, forgot to ask Jennings. Flanagan?
Aye.
4-0, motion carried.
Johnson at least.
No, we're getting closer.
Getting close.
All right.
I guess it's referendum time to get the petitions.
With that,
Take them to court.
Okay, 2:37.
Return the chairman's seat to the chairman. The issue is small scale, large scale.
Next item on the agenda is Mark Keaton, environmental manager for Homestead. It's 10:45, Mark. Come up and do your presentation.
Mr. Chairman, in your packet, Mark provided his report, and this should be in your packets on each of the CUPs we're discussing before you today.
Good afternoon, I'm Mark Keaton, I'm the environmental manager for the Homestead Richardville Mines. I'm going to provide the report for the Homestead Mine first for CUP numbers 124 and 144. Year-end employment and contributions for 2022 for both Homestead and Richard Hill. Our year-end employment was 9 full-time employees plus 2 full-time contract employees and part-time contract employees. Our 2022 contributions were approximately $20,000, including $2,000 for Homestead scholarships for local. Open cat review, reclamation has been completed at the waste rock facility. As of the end of 2022, approximately 555 acres have been released, and that's about 400 acres on the original CDP for the open cut and waste rock facility in that area, and about 157 acres for the soft pit area. We have approximately 87 remaining affected acres, all of which has been reclaimed without yet used. We had no complaints associated with the homestake activities at the open cut in 2022. And no technical revisions were submitted or approved. Our 2022 activities, Barrick entered into an option agreement with Dakota Gold Corp in 2021 to acquire the homestake original properties. Dakota Gold may exercise the homestake option on or before September 7, 2024. And the Richmond Hill option has been extended for an additional 18 months. Tailing storage facility dust suppression, homestake is managing the decant pool at a lower level, exposing more tailings in that area. And so we look at temporary dust suppression until the tailings cover is completed in 2024. The dust suppression is a non-hazardous, non-toxic, biodegradable, non-leaching, UV-resistant product. The product application is pretty simple. It's liquids that you just spray on the surface using a tractor and a sprayer. It penetrates the surface, drives flexible, and water resistant. For monitoring during the year, it continues to show that surface water around the homestake mine site remains excellent and meets all water quality standards. Aquatic biological monitoring, I put in a little more detail in the report this year. Habitat, there have been minor changes over time due to variations in flow and high flow events. The installation of 2 culverts under Highway 14A in 2019 and 2020 reduced some sediment to Deadwood Creek during the construction, but most accumulated sediment has been flushed downstream at this point. Fish populations, brook trout have recovered since the flooding in 2010 that was reported back then. During 2010, we had 6 fish caught in our whole stream reach sampling. This year we had over 600 in 2022. We had successful reproduction and rearing at all sites, and adult fish were collected in equal or greater numbers than young deer at respective Deadwood Creek sites. Data are similar at sites upstream and downstream of the outfall 13, which is the outfall from our Water Creek line to Deadwood Creek. Macroinvertebrates are comparable between all sites. Similarities between control sites and downstream sites, between sites upstream and downstream sites of outfall 13. Some minor stress at all sites in 2022, likely due to periodic low flows, natural year-to-year variation, and other external factors. Changes are due to factors that affect all 4 sites and not due to discharge from outfall 13. Values downstream of outfall 14 were in fact more favorable than upstream. For paraphyton, like macroinvertebrates, environmental stressors appear to be affecting the paraphyton similarly at all sites, including control sites. That indicates no adverse effects from outfall 13. Overall, the paraphyton communities have been stable during the monitoring period 2004 to 2022. Fish tissue sampling analysis were collected from Deadwood Creek at all monitoring sites in 22. The fish tissue sample results from this sampling, the values for 2022 were well below the genus mean chronic value of 11.6 milligrams per kilogram whole body dry weight, and the conservative EPA whole body criterion of 8.5 milligrams per kilogram. The geometric mean values for all the sites in 22 were within historic ranges, and values for downstream sites DCD and DCC were lower in 22 than in 21 and were below their long-term geometric means. So overall, the aquatic biological monitoring data collected from 2004 through 2022 does not indicate any negative mine-related effects on aquatic biological communities in Deadwood Creek. Denham Creek water monitoring results. Blacktail Water Treatment Plant treats water emanating from the nose of the Swamp and East wastewater facilities. The water treatment plant system removes selenium and total dissolved solids from the water prior to discharging to Denham Creek. Blacktail Water Treatment Plant discharge consistently meets permitted effluent limits and surface water quality standards. In-stream selenium and TDS levels consistently meet the surface water quality standards for Denham Creek. Geotechnical monitoring, it occurs through the year. Homestake employs multiple displacement monitoring techniques. These include prisms and survey monuments, and we actually use a robotic total station and GPS at the open cut and GPS methods for the waste rock facility. We also use piezometers to determine water levels within the waste rock facilities and other areas. Inclinometers that show any deflection or movement at depth. Visual inspections of the surface of those facilities. And we also incorporate inside monitoring, which is satellite monitoring, and can monitor movements down to millimeter type movements. So prisms and survey monuments, baseline and current survey performed in South Dakota State Planning Coordinates utilizing robotic total station instruments. A new baseline was established with state planning coordinates in December of 2019. New trend line movements rates developed for survey monuments and prisms during the November 22 review indicate no significant movement from prior monitoring. The East Block, as I've reported in the past, area failed in June of 2019. 3,000 cubic yards of material failed. The area was contained within the pit boundary on homestake controlled property. And the measurements don't indicate a new area of instability or significant upslope enlargement of existing instability. The open cut long baseline neutrino facility excavation material disposal. Disposal of the rock started in May of 21. Pile is approximately 560 plus feet vertical. There's numerous prisms on the south wall, and prisms on either side of the pile are stable. The open cut remaining crest, there's no indications of other recent movements that could represent any potential for substantial slope failures. The East Waste Rock Facility survey monuments, the trend line movement rates indicate no significant movement from prior monitoring. Piezometers indicate no significant buildup of water levels in the waste rock facility. Inclinometers show no significant changes since previous monitoring. The inclinometer installed in Gayville, as I reported last year in 2018, is indicated about 1/100 of an inch per month of shear displacement at the 106 to 108 foot level below ground surface. Rate of shearing remains small and constant with no signs of acceleration. It's just an inclinometer that we want to continue to monitor. The visual inspections, Gayville tension crack at 5100 bench. The tension crack is the only superficial change that we have observed. The significant change, no significant change to the crack has been discovered. There has been no significant change to the crack since it was discovered in 2015. The tension crack appears to be associated with topsoil slumping. Our INSAR monitoring or satellite monitoring that indicates that the dump is behaving as expected with no significant issues. The Bobtail Gulch area from 1994 to 2008 showed shear movement. A buttress was constructed in 2009 and 2010 using about 357,000 cubic yards of material from the tech span area that we reclaimed. The movement has slowed following the construction of the buttress and is expected to continue to slow. The movement is primarily settlement and relaxation of the buttress fill. 2023 projects will continue the water treatment agreement with South Dakota Science and Tech Authority, water treatment at Blacktail and Yates, and complete homestake post-closure bond update. It's a 5-year update that we're working on now. Any questions on homestake?
On the Richmond Hill option, if that is exercised, will you still do the wastewater treatment up there? That treatment facility?
No, I believe that the Dakota Gold would take that over.
Thank you.
So for Black Minerals Richmond Hill Mine, the conditional use permits number 116, 125, and 202. Reclamation acreage overview, total released acres about 262 acres. Remaining affected acres are 75, with about 72 of those used for water treatment facilities. The acres to be reclaimed in the short term is 2.66 acres. This includes the original sludge basin, which is just under an acre, and the discharge pond area, which is 1 3/4 acres. Those are going to be reclaimed this fall. No complaints were received in 22, and no technical revisions. The lax mining permit were submitted or approved in 22. Our activities included the option agreement that I've already mentioned. Sludge removal from the storage pond. Sludge removed from the storage pond in preparation for repairs and installation of new primary liner. Sludge was deposited in the on-site sludge pond, and we removed approximately 3,000 cubic yards in 21 and 22. The damaged liner from the 21-22 winter, the liner damaged during sludge removal was repaired or replaced. Repairs were required for sloped areas on the east and west side and damaged flatter areas at the bottom of the pond. About 200,000 square feet of liner was replaced. And this year, we went ahead and installed an additional liner on top of this. So the storage pond now has a double liner system. Water management and treatment, beach pads and ponds, biological water treatment plant operations for selenium treatment are ongoing. Operating the biological water treatment plant with the reverse osmosis unit and discharged 16.51 million gallons during the year. We operated the biological water treatment plant independently over the winter months during 22, discharging 2.73 million gallons. And approximately 7.4 million gallons of water are currently stored in treatment storage ponds as of August 1st. Leach bed effluent flows averaged approximately 24.9 gallons per minute in 22. And the leach bed effluent flows were modestly higher than 2021 average flows of 17.6, with precipitation being below average in both years. And low infiltration rates. Spruce Gulch water treatment is for pH adjustment with sodium hydroxide as needed. Nearby Salt Gulch water is also pumped to Spruce Gulch treatment pond for treatment. The pit impoundment and leach pad monitoring, the 22 pit impoundment monitoring capping system monitoring continues to indicate that the cap is functioning to and better than expectations. The leach pad capping system continues to perform well, limiting infiltration. The aquatic biological monitoring habitat characteristics have been similar over the study period. Minor changes occurring during some years with high stream flows. Large substrates of bedrock and armored stream banks that are typical of the area tend to be resistant to large flow-induced changes to stream morphology. That indicates that so for fish populations, that indicates that mine-related activities upstream from compliance points 1, 2, and 3 do not adversely affect the fish community in Cleopatra Creek. And the mine-related activities upstream from compliance 4, compliance point 004 did not adversely affect the community in Rubicon Gulch in 22. Assessment of the metrics over time indicates that all sites continue to support a healthy fish community. Macroinvertebrates, the benthic macroinvertebrate communities in 22 were healthy at all Cleopatra sites and at Labrador and Rubicon sites. Macroinvertebrate metrics at all Cleopatra sites and between Labrador and Rubicon sites in 22 were similar.
what had been observed in previous years, and no site was consistently characterized by lower or higher metrics than the other sites over time. Paraphyton, no substantial temporal changes or between site differences occurred in the paraphyton community data at the control sites and sites downstream of mine-related activities. The lack of consistent temporal changes suggests that variations in the paraphyton community were primarily attributable to natural factors such as flow, sedimentation, and stream sites. Assessment of these metrics over time indicate that all sites continue to support high density and diversity of paraphyton. Overall, habitat, macroinvertebrate, paraphyton, and fish data don't demonstrate a decrease in water quality at sites downstream of the Richmond Hill mine or indicate significant differences in water quality between sites upstream and downstream of the mine. The data from 22 and past years do not indicate any apparent effects from mine-related activities on the aquatic biota. Instead, stream size, physical habitat attributes like sedimentation, flow, and natural environmental variability affect population sizes and composition over time in the system. Water quality monitoring, it's generally stable or improving. Cleopatra Creek water quality monitoring confirms there are no impacts from the Richmond Hill mine. And monitoring is continuing. The site-specific performance criteria were developed in consultation with the ANR and approved by the Board of Minerals and Environment to ensure continued protection of the environment in post-closure. Plans for 23, I mentioned that we've installed a new primary liner over the existing liner and storage pond. We're repairing the discharge ponds and the original sludge basin. We're also planning to replace the RO, the reverse osmosis unit, and continuing RO and biological water treatment and monitoring activities.
Okay,
questions?
thank you. Any questions?
I have one. It's a little off subject, but there's a surface water discharge permit public notice for LAC Minerals up at Bobtail Well or Lead. Is that your application?
Yes, it is.
And the public comment period started the 27th of July.
Yep.
Is that closed yet?
It closes Sunday, 27th of August.
Thank you. That was also in.
Anything further? Thank you very much. Sorry that we're running so late.
Oh, no problem.
Okay, that brings us down to the public comment period. And some of you gals, I've been told you're here to, public comment periods are designed for like 3 minutes apiece for you to get up and tell you what's on your mind. We don't take any action or anything at these because it's obviously hasn't been put on our agenda as a particular item that the public could be here to participate with. But with that, please come on up and just state your name and address for the record and what's on your mind.
Thank you. I'm Nicole Braithwaite, 3135 American Eagle Road. I'm a resident of Spearfish, and I'm also a retired Air Force veteran. I know what honor is. I love this country. I'm here today to express to you my concern for the safety and transparency of our elections. To be clear, I believe the 2020 election was stolen, and that we have we do have election fraud here in South Dakota. I've already provided you a copy of South Dakota Canvassing Group's presentation, along with a link to their video presentation, which was presented to Lawrence County in July. Both Reps Odenbach and Fitzgerald attended a briefing. Senator Dybert did not attend, nor did I see any of you there. Rep Fitzgerald told Jessica Palema of South Dakota Canvassing that she disagrees with almost everything she says in her presentation. And I really hope the voters are paying attention to that. Jessica states, I marvel at the never-ending amount of information coming out about elections. I never imagined that there would be this much content. The processes are confusing and convoluted, not transparent, and layer upon layer of corruption has been revealed. It is almost impossible to get to the bottom of what happened, but slowly each facet of the perfectly designed theft of the 2020 election is being uncovered. Diligent, selfless, patriotic citizens have given up their careers, reputations, friendships, and more to save our country. We know sacrifice and have endured ridicule, mocking, loss of family and friends, sleepless nights, and self-doubt. We are willing to give up everything so our children and our grandchildren will be able to call themselves free. We are on the brink of losing our freedom. If we don't stand up now for future generations, they will ask us someday, why didn't you do something? I don't want to look at my family and tell them that I was ignorant and fooled by lies. I will tell them that I did everything that I knew how, that I gave it my all, and that I answered the call. All of the South Dakota evidence was gathered from the Secretary of State, the county auditor's offices, canvassing counties, reviewing of state law, etc. People are absolutely shocked at the level of corruption and proven anomalies right here in our deep red state. There is no conspiracy. The facts speak for themselves. Everyone knows Arizona, Pennsylvania, Georgia had massive election fraud, but most people can't believe it's that bad here. When it's explained that South Dakota created the centralized voter roll and election management system that facilitated the fraud in Arizona and Pennsylvania, it starts to sink in. Hobbs and Fetterman were installed, and they used South Dakota's B-Pro total vote system to do it. I urge you to take action. The unelected overlords and the uniparty will do anything to ensure their continued control. They will try to steal the election again. Nothing's off the table for how far they will go. They will use another pandemic to help them steal. They used a pandemic to help them steal the 2020 election, and they will try again with another virus, a war, a cyber attack. I urge you to use paper ballots with hand counting at the precinct level. Please ban all machines and advocate for every election integrity measure that you can. In conclusion, I'm just one person with one voice, but I represent millions of people nationwide who know that the 2020 election was stolen. I pray you choose to listen to Jessica's presentation if you haven't already, and that it drives you toward action. You have a chance to be heroes. I hope you seize the opportunity. I'm confident that you will take this matter seriously and assist in a positive outcome. We will be back. We're just getting started. I look forward to your response. Thank you very much for serving Lawrence County and for your time today.
Thank you. Anyone else care to speak? One more time for public comment from the public. Yes.
I'm Karen Brandt, 20728 Morningstar Road. I got my hair cut, that's why I don't recognize me. Plus I was up all night with a sick dog. But I'm here to talk about my own election experience. I've been an election official multiple times. Thank you for recording me, Gary. I appreciate it. I don't have talking points that are prepared by someone else. I'm here to talk about what I've witnessed as an election official. I even was at the election at the Grand, where the county auditor went to extraordinary measures to provide a safe and accurate election with many, many, many absentee ballots coming in. Absentee ballots are not counted until the day of election, so that was a tremendous effort on their part. There's a process before an election that maybe you don't know about, where you can come and watch the election ballot counts being tested. I didn't see any of you there. It's an opportunity for all of us to go to verify that our machines are properly and accurately counted. Another point is, our auditor can control the behavior of any voters. So for example, if I am registered here and I've got a home in Arizona, it's on the vote. I think our Lawrence County does their best to keep our rolls accurate. If someone dies, they're immediately removed. I've witnessed through my election duties, people come in with different IDs. They come in where they haven't, they have different forms where they can provide that they are in fact registered and voting in the right precincts. And I watched the office jump through hoops to make sure everybody gets a chance to vote. There's me. For those of you that haven't worked an election, and many of you I know were poll watchers, you're not there for the full 12 hours. You're not there when they set up. You're not there when they tear down. You come in and out. Why don't you work an election to see what an election truly is? If you have your doubts
about what happens in Lawrence County, volunteer. Because many of us, not me, but others are aging out. They've worked elections many, many, many years. And to be quite frank, they don't want to work elections anymore because of the present political climate. So instead of being a poll watcher, come work the election. All you have to do is let Brenda's office know what precinct you're in, and you can work an election. They'd be happy to have you join us. Oops. I lost my notes. There's my dog nose I'm sick with. And another thing that I have an issue with, watching poll watchers make their notes throughout the day, and then they confer with each other. The auditor and our Secretary of State receives no feedback from anything a poll watcher gets. And I don't know if that's a federal law, but if we're all here to monitor and hold fair and honest elections, why not tell those officials what you find? I just find that, unbelievable. We all want to do better, but let's be factual. Let's take the emotion out of the process and work together. We can all identify the problems. I have the utmost confidence that our elections in Lawrence County are fair and honest, and that's through my own experience. Thank you, Delia.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Okay, seeing none, any items to come from the commissioners? Randy?
Yeah, we have a few things in our packet, but most concerning is we just found out today about a timber sale in the Mystic Ranger District. Once again, it's a blatant disregard for our cooperative agency status forest-wide. Comments are due, I think, Sunday.
Wow.
So I think Bill Coburn and Paul Pearson and some other people are working on those comments, and maybe Mitch Iverson at no charge to the county. But we have had some briefings with the regional office, and we do have a new temporary supervisor that came on the first week of August, and they hope to have a permanent person in about 3 months.
Okay.
But Jacqueline, who's the deputy regional forester, is going to take some time to speak to us about the renewal of our cooperative agency status forest-wide and updating it so it has more cooperative effort communication. What's that?
What area was that?
Mystic Ranger District. I see there's two notices from the Forest Service here on what I deem less important items. But once again, we're just being notified as no differently than anyone else. So it's just not working. We need to try to fix it. Okay. And I wanted to switch gears over to the Department of Ag and Natural Resources. Joseph Nonest is going to reprocess some mine tailings.
I'm guessing that's probably down around Nemo.
Yeah.
Or not Nemo, Rochford, isn't it?
Yeah, it says in the letter, but basically he's not using any chemicals. It sounds like he's just re-sifting it. And I don't think that requires a permit from planning and zoning to do that, does it, Amber?
No, it's not.
Okay, thank you.
I'm assuming it's probably on federal grounds.
So that I don't forget, Bruce, do we have a time slot on our next meeting that the Forest Service can come in and visit with us?
We can make
on
one.
another matter.
Give me a second here and I can give you a time.
Okay.
Are you going to communicate it with them?
I will.
Mr. Chairman, it might be a little late. We might have to do it late September.
No, on this other thing then.
Stand by 1 second, please.
Yeah, if they can't make that work, we can do it.
Bruce,
Yeah.
I have it up right here. What do you want, time?
Yeah, it's probably going to be
Okay, anything else to come before the board?
10:45.
I would entertain a motion.
To adjourn?
Adjourned?
We're adjourned.
3:09.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for your patience, everyone. I'm sorry I got to run in so late, but usually those kind of things do.